Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yo. You are first. What up, Ruben? How you doing, dude? Whew. Oh, man. Gotta be honest, not feeling the greatest right now, specifically because I got a little bit of a, I want to say it's a headache, but it's barely a headache. It's just one of those things where it's like, man, it's kind of like one of those ones that's just sitting right here. I think that maybe it is just like the weather changing, so I'm having a bit of an allergy attack. So headaches suck. Yeah, they do, man. Because like I'm trying to just get rid of this. I'm hoping that it passes. We'll see. If it doesn't, then yeah, it might just be a little bit of a shorter stream today. But hey, I'm gonna try and work through it. So not sure if you guys saw that the markets have rebounded because yeah, Trump literally caved. That was kind of weird because they went into effect in, I want to say midnight, right? Yeah, it was midnight. Eastern Standard Time, if you will. And yeah, then all of a sudden Trump just decided, you know what? I don't like the way the stock market's looking. And nobody's really talking about this, but I want to say that the whole like math error is a little bit worse than like people were giving like credit for. We watched a video on that yesterday. If you want to check out the VOD. Yeah, man. It was a faulty equation. And then you find out the story behind Peter Navarro, which I'm not sure if we covered that, but I do want to go into that a little bit today, where Peter Navarro, who he went to jail for contempt of Congress, and he was part of Trump's first administration. I think he was an attorney at that point, but he's doing a totally different job right now. He's a financial advisor, or he's a consultant, if you will, on this thing. And apparently he wrote a book where he had a economist that he trusted and sourced, where that's like where all of his information was coming from. Well, it turns out that it was actually just Peter Navarro, like just kind of making shit up as he went along. So yeah, that's interesting. Gotta say, didn't see that one coming. And what I didn't really see coming was the fact that they based a lot of our economic policy and these decisions on the tariffs based on his whole assessment of everything. Like, he apparently had like this weird obsession with the tariff agreement that led to the Great Depression, where he was saying Smoot-Hawley was it was implemented poorly. If they had only stayed the course. Yeah, it's one of those types. So it is kind of interesting to see, Trump backing down from the tariffs so like quickly. Also, I think that the math adjustment did hit, where he was just like, wait a minute, are you telling me that this entire time it was technically just it was 14%? Why did you tell me it was 37? Like, I'm wondering, I just like fly on the wall kind of stuff. Do you think that he got really pissed off? Because you know that he's not the one doing these equations. So like, what? He had to get mad. He just had to be. I don't know. Spaghetti on the wall. Yeah. That There had to be some spaghetti on the wall at that point, or spaghetti on the wall. Sorry, that's an Opie and Anthony thing. Ketchup. That's right, ketchup on the wall. God, still one of my favorite stories to come out of the the first administration was his little his Trumper tantrums. They're quite funny, but either way, God, it is really odd to see the stock market doing the thing where they're just like, did you buy on the dip? Did you buy on the dip? Did you buy on the dip? I did call to see like what's going on with one of my buddies who, you know, he is a lot smarter on this one. He said that you would have had to buy very, very specific stocks in order to really benefit at this point. So we'll see though. If people gain on it, hey, good for you, man. Like legit. I want the best for people, believe it or not. That is actually why I wanted to cover this too, where I'm happy that the stock markets are rebounding. Because, dude, I don't want to see this, like, believe it or not, I do not want to see the country fail. And it was weird. I was watching another stream. I actually forgot who. Shit. It was either Vosh or I think it might have actually been Vosh. It was either him or the Surfs. Oh no, it was the Surfs. Take that back. The Surfs was kind of saying, like, you know, yeah, when it's in the red for us right now, it's like, well, you know, you don't want to freak out. Oh no, man, my brain really is cooked. No, it was Vosh, because he was just like, yeah, guys, you shouldn't be freaking out when, you know, line go up and hits the green. He's like, technically, that's... He's like, why are you rooting for the... for, like, really bad things to happen? I mean, to specific people, I get it. Like, they feel like it's targeting the wealthy elitist class, but, man, I gotta say, after seeing some of, like, the retirees in my life kind of, like, really starting to hurt because of that, I was like, oh shit. In periods of economic hardship, it's the workers and the poor who suffer the most. Well, yeah, and that's why, like, this whole thing with China, like, we're still not out of the clear yet, or like out of the woods. We're still not in the clear yet. We're not out of the woods. Because yeah, man, like it's 125% tariffs right now on Chinese goods, which I don't understand. Just where the whole, like, hey, we're going to sacrifice, you know, the American consumer, like you're saying, just because Trump wants them to capitulate, and this really is like a dick measuring contest between him and Xi Jinping. So we will see what happens, but hey, it's made for a little bit of entertainment, gotta say. Entertainment you know, let's be real. The only entertaining thing was because there were a bunch of rich, you know, people panicking, but yeah, I don't know. Did a little shopping yesterday, and I was like, oh God. Like, number one, I'm not kidding. Like, there was nothing at the store that I went to. I was kind of shocked. Like, I was just like, what is going on? But I also think that they may have been in the middle of a restock, so that could have totally been the case. I don't know. Things could maybe not be that bad. Kois, what's up, dude? Bloodstone, how you doing? Weasel Lord, how are you? Welcome, everybody. Man, I feel like I can't imagine having to pay one. Okay for it. Also, hi. My coworker's trying to justify the price jump on the markets to Trump. You're on early. Yep. Let's close out my day of work. Yes, yeah. Actually, I'm technically late. Because per my schedule, I'm supposed to be on at 2. But I kind of covered this. Oh, wait. I mentioned it at the beginning of stream, I should say. If you guys weren't here. I have a little bit of a headache. It's kind of going away, but it's also one of those, like, weird pressure headaches that's definitely from, like, you know, whatever the hell is going on outside. So I'm really hoping that it doesn't get worse. I took some antihistamines, so let's hope that does the job. So, but yes, Weasel Alert. Hello. Yeah, get used to the Wednesday streams. Oh, like being at 2. Because I was kind of even debating taking Wednesday off just because I do have like a lot of shit going on as far as trying to plan for this memorial, and then I got some stuff coming up this weekend. Gonna have some exclusive content coming out for the members. I'm gonna be filming a whole bunch of the content at Comic-Con this weekend, so look out for that if you are a member over on YouTube. Pressure headaches make me sleep. That's kind of what's going on too. Like I feel like legit, if I just were to go lay down in bed, I would zonk the F out right now. And that's rare for me. Like I have it's like ritualistic for me to like get to sleep. If I don't do that little ritual, then yeah, there's just no way it's happening. I have to say a prayer to the Almighty One who, the Almighty Demon Lord who lets me sleep. I mean, according to some right-wingers, that's exactly how it goes, right? People will justify anything not to admit that they were wrong, plus Trump can't do anything wrong in their eyes. Well, that's why, like, honestly, I'm not playing this game right now. Even Sam was doing it earlier on Majority Report. I was like, guys, don't do this. Don't play the game. And Adam Mockler, I was actually going to watch one of his segments, and then, like, it was the intro. And I was kind of like, I don't want to do this. Like, I don't want to be part of this where it's like, oh, man, like, guys, like, I know that we were trying to call it, but then he was also trying to, he took this, like, really weird approach to it where, I don't know, man. I'm trying not to play into the hands of the Trumpers right now, because the panicking about the stock market, anybody would do that, and that, you know, even the most conservative people in my life were panicking about the stock market, and this wasn't the 5D chess move. Like the fact that they're trying to say like, oh yeah, now they're paying tariffs that they weren't paying before. That's the stuff that I'm just like, oh my god. Oh my god, no, they were, what? No. And then how is this a win when he backed down from so like, Sam did bring up one good point. And it was specifically about everybody that was being sycophantic to Trump's plan, like the really Kevin O'Leary and all those dipshits, where they were talking about like how 400% tariffs would be good on China and how this isn't enough and how we just have to stay the course, blah, blah, blah. And now they're just like, what are they going to do? Like pivot and just be like, see, you know what? It was 5D chess all along, but everything else that we were saying, yeah, just ignore that. Hola, what up, Kirk? How you doing? Hope you're doing well today. Man, YouTube is, what the hell is going on over here? You just popping in to say hello and then taking off? Because, like, come on, guys. Hey, you guys are hitting that like button over here, too. Huh. Having algorithm issues. Maybe it's just because, like, the algorithm is, like, punishing me specifically because it's like, you're early or late. You can't do this. I'll be here for a bit. Cool. Hell yeah, man. I'm excited to see what you guys, what you and Sylvie come up with, your little collaboration there. I'm glad that went down, man. I was actually kind of hoping that, at some point, you know, Jeff's kid will pop on here and I can, talk to him about his band, but I'm starting to get the vibe that he's not into politics, so whatever. Oh, man. Let's see if this helps. I really hope this helps. Yeah, me too. I'm super excited. Fuck, yeah, man. Yeah, this is gonna be cool. God. I still can't believe I fell out of my fucking chair yesterday. Full disclosure, my back hurts, like, even worse because of that, so... That sucked. That really sucked. Yeah, what you gotta do. Also, Kirk, were you able to get that that file that I sent you through email? Because I gotta say, that thing was... It was a very large file, so... you need me to somehow compress that, then I can try to figure that out, man. Because I've been having issues specifically with file compression. Even when I run it through my little program here, it's not coming out the way that I want it to. And then, even when I try to use them, it's saying that the file is too big, even though it is saying that it is the same exact size that it needs to be. So, I'm starting to think that, you know, maybe user error, and I just need somebody to kind of just be like, hey, here. It's always something very simple like that. One of the most embarrassing things, and Kirk, I think you'll appreciate this, is when I first got this place, I didn't know that we had a switch which turns our furnace and furnace on during the winter. So I was like, why is my furnace not working? And then I called a guy, he comes out, he flips that switch and looks at me just like, yeah, well, I guess, do you want me to just at least clean the, your brand new furnace? I'm like, I think I'm good on that. This is embarrassing. Paid $70 for a freaking nothing service call. He knocked off $20 though. It was supposed to be 90, but he felt bad. So, if only Pied Piper were a real company. Yeah, right. Ooh, local 420. Hell yeah. East Coast 420, celebrate. Ooh. Yeah, I used to get nuance calls a lot. It's not anyone's fault. They don't want to touch equipment they're not familiar with. It's not even that, like, okay, well, I appreciate that, like, that view on it, but it wasn't even not wanting to touch the equipment. I didn't know that they had it, like, set up where literally it's a light switch that is right next to my furnace that, yeah, turn it off so the, you know, furnace just, I guess, stays off for the winter. I don't know. I don't know these things. All I know is that switch was off, made furnace not work, made me spend money. Bullshit. Especially literally, I'm not even kidding, man. I had just had like a new unit installed because my other one, I'll send the video in Discord. I'll have to find it. I think it might even be on my old phone. But yeah, when my AC unit, like the fan, the fan like essentially like exploded. Like, dude, it was in so many different pieces. Yeah, it was scary. No, someone shut it off. No need to shut it down at all unless it's being serviced. Oh, so technically, so dude, because that's bullshit then, because they were the ones who installed it. So, oh, wait a minute, that actually kind of pisses me off that they even charged me for that call then, because yeah, they were the ones who installed it that previous season. That's bullshit. Huh. Oh, I'm glad that I have somebody that can run that by. Yeah, that's why I keep reiterating this. This is one of the, like, bad parts. It was their fault then? Yeah, it's okay. What the hell? Yeah. And the fact that they didn't, like, kind of tell me, like, hey, this is, you know, this is like, this is off. You need to turn this on whenever. Or, like you're saying, yeah, why didn't they turn it on? Hey, curses. Well, whatever. That happened years ago, but still, I'm gonna be a little upset about it. I don't know. Oh, that's what I was going to talk about was the tariffs. So the Chinese tariffs apparently like at 125% are still like now it is the real bad thing where just because China's getting hit and the stock market's not tanking, now they're ignoring the fact that the average consumer is about to get absolutely AF'd. I gotta try and keep it a little cleaner in the first half hour of the show. Had to go and do a little bit of some editing just to. I had a little bit of a problem with that. What you gotta do? I think YouTube updated its terms of service, by the way. If you guys needed to know. No, so they just left it off by accident. It happens a lot. Just bought the old lady a new iPhone just in case. Yeah, see, sad part is I might do the same. I don't have really the money to do that, but I also don't have the money to not, like, if the iPhone or like the new phones do go up, well, I don't know how this works anymore. Do I still have the option to just get the old phone without like the tariff pricing? Like, I'll go a generation lower. I don't give a crap. I think I'm still rocking like God, what model is this? This is the 12 Max, I think. Yeah, man. I am one of those people that if it works and there's nothing inconvenient about it, then yeah, I will use it till it dies. That's how it should go. I don't know why more people don't do that, but whatever. Although I did notice that because it has like the top speaker, my top speaker is completely out. So my carrier is like $20 a month for a new iPhone. It's basically locking in the price, so we don't have to pay $2,700 on it. You just did that? Man, I just don't have fucking time. On top of it, yeah, like we got this situation where we were down a car. We're gonna have to go get a car, and that's a freaking nightmare in itself. Like, certified pre-owned or something is what I'm looking at, and just something sensible. But dude, even that kind of stuff, I'm noticing that the market's spiking on this crap. Well, at least I am within, walking and biking distance of the important stuff, so realistically. Yeah, it was like $1,200. I traded in my one of my Z Folds, knocked off $1,000. Nice. Oh, are you on? So now you're actually like on iPhone from Android? Man, are you one of those dudes that like legit has like you swap back and forth, or are you just is it one of your work phones that you did that with? And wait, do you do iPhone for one of them and Samsung for the other? Hey, what up, Anna? How you doing? No, I'm still Z Fold. Okay, cool. How you doing? Having a little bit of a pressure headache today, so bear with me, guys. As I said, like it's one of those ones that if it does not go away within the end of the first hour, I might have to go take a nap. But I'm already starting to feel better if I have to start gauging it now. I think a little bit of caffeine, like natural caffeine, is helping. And then on top of it, man, when I take an antihistamine, it's either going to do one of two things. It's either going to fix this and get rid of this little headache, or it's going to make me want to pass out. That's why I was like, yeah, you know what? We'll see. But, oh, God. Yeah, I was just talking, Anna, I was just talking about how, like, with the Chinese tariffs even being implemented, how just enough of the stuff that's, going to be impacted is... Don't you just love this? The timing where it's like, no, it's going to impact the stuff that, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to buy like a new phone, which, dude, I hate like when people are just like, oh, you don't need a new phone. It's like, no, I've been rocking an old ass model iPhone for almost past its lifespan. The battery life is finally starting to I'm gonna get a flip phone. Nice. Or a Nokia. Nice. Yeah, or Fairphone? What's Fairphone? Fairphone. Fairphone. Well, hold on, Anna. You need the network. It needs to be on the same network, so it would technically need to be like an AT&T carrier. It has replaceable parts. No, I understand that. I understand. I'm just saying, like, network-wise, you need to have a carrier that uses international towers. Honestly, that was the biggest selling point to AT&T when I worked at Radio Shack. I have T-Mobile. They just hand out a SIM card. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. Well, then that works. Yeah. Not the SIM card is American. Okay. No, I wasn't sure if it was SIM-based or, like, who you were even using. Because I know that, like, yeah, Mint Mobile also does some stuff like that, but... it's like like I was just saying, the weird part is, for everyone that has, like, the cheaper phones and the cheaper plans, like, it's all the same towers. So, yeah, the people that have, like, the really expensive plans, they are the ones just being taken. It's like, dude, just go get, like, Mint Mobile or, like, T-Mobile or... That's the kind of stuff that if I did not have the stupid contract that I have right now, I would have probably done that one. But Mint Mobile, actually, is the one that I would have done. And I would have done it at a very specific time. Man, when they had that $20, like, unlimited for everything, and it was like a lifetime plan for the early adopters of it, so... I want the trifold Hawaii to work in the U.S. Yeah, I mean... Didn't they have, like, provable things where it's like they could... It's like, yeah, their tech was spying on us, like, not just in a little way. I don't know, because as I was just about to say that, I'm like, no, because they just came out with this report that, like, the NSA can use Wi-Fi routers to map out our locations, like 3D map out our locations, Batman style. That's still scary to me, man. Gotta be honest. Oh, by the way, guys, let's see. Nope, Apple is still being affected, and then, yeah, damn it, dude. All right, so used cars. Let's see. Let's ask the Googles. Will used cars be affected by tariffs? Damn it. Heightened demand is so they're just gonna justify. They're gonna use any justification to get us. Okay, that's fun. That's real fun, dude. I don't give a fuck. They can look at wieners all day. It's their problem. Well, I know that you yeah, at this point, man, it's so weird. Because I used to be that guy where when Alexa was first coming out, I was really like, no, this is how the NSA is listening to you, and you're just giving in. And then even having cell phones, I had a buddy that, like, we used to go to meetings for Occupy, he was one of those dudes that would either he had his flip phone, but he also did have one specifically for doing like Facebook and stuff like that for the like the cause. But he was also so paranoid that he would wrap that thing in tinfoil. So he's one of those types. I'm actually not even convinced they were looking at anyone's stuff. I think that the argument was they could potentially, but Google does anyway. That's the market, targeted advertisement based on... Yeah, I mean, yeah, dude. That's good if you're going to protest, yeah. Well, and that's kind of... Yeah, that's where I think he learned the trick. He was the one who gave me my copy of Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals. He's a cool dude, but one of the... Like, he was an odd duck. Like, he's cool, though. Good peoples. Lots of drum circles, like, with him. But he was, like, we agreed on so much shit that there were so many moments of just, like, he would go that extra step. I'm like, oh, okay. Tinfoil X are, there's a Faraday cage. Oh, so no signal gets out. Oh, shit. I mean... Okay, so he could have had a better explanation, like, for it. You can shut off the data farming, like with Google. Oh, really? So the GPS can't log your location at being at a protest. Yeah. Well. See, here's... This is the weird thing, because you're, like, I'm the opposite there. I put my name out there. I literally put it on, like, social media, and I put it out here on YouTube that I was at a protest. I don't know. See, like, that's where I was going with this, because I went so far the other way, like, from what I used to be, where I used to legit, I wouldn't get an Alexa. I refused to enable Siri on my phone. There was just so much of that shit that I was, like, so paranoid about that I just finally just gave up. And I don't even remember, like, a day or anything special about me just, like, changing. I gave in. I just went, fuck it. I think it was, like, at one point I saw my buddy, like, have his house connected, like, to his, like, smart lights and stuff. I was just like, well, that's pretty cool. So, you're a sci-fi nerd. You know the Faraday cage protocols. All right, just because I'm a sci-fi nerd doesn't mean that I can always remember what things are from. I'm also at that age now where I'm starting to delete information and names. This just happened. There was this guy. I played hockey with him in the same league, different teams for years. I can't remember his name. Remember his face, but I cannot remember his name. And, like, I'm finally, like, I don't know. Maybe that's a problem. Maybe I should be worried about that. But at the same time, I'm also thinking, like, no, I'm just hitting that age where you start forgetting shit. And people. They can look at your stuff. They may need a warrant, but they will search. Lose a lot of privacy when using third-party apps and such. Yeah, I mean, that's... Well, yeah, wait a minute. What's the new laws on... Hold on. That I should look into. So, yeah, what's the new laws on biometrics? Police access. In Illinois, police generally need a warrant to search through a cell phone, but can search it without a warrant if they have your consent. Okay. Yeah, never give them the consent to search your phone. Always say no. Don't care how nice the cop seems. Always say no. Definitely turn off biometrics if you you're a student or traveling internationally. Oh, I heard about that. I actually heard, like, even being a U.S. Citizen, they can check your phone if you're coming back at a port of entry. And yeah, they can use your biometrics. Cops can search your phone if yeah, well, no, in Illinois, they can't. It does say that they are specifically, like, we're protected against that. So I'm not sure if that's in your state, but... No, it says strictly that they do need a warrant here. Or express permission from you. So no, sorry. I'm not going to call that misinformation because, again, that could be where you're at. But in Illinois, that is not the case. Yeah, get a burner. Yeah, having a burner is never a bad idea. Especially, like, if you're doing protests and stuff like that, but... I don't know. Like, when I was at the protest that I was at, it wasn't this radical thing that, like, and the cops weren't dicks. Anna, I'm just gonna say, like... and this is my anxiety talking because of the way that it read a lot of the stuff that you were talking about. You made it seem a lot scarier than it was going to be. Than it was. You made it seem like it was going to be a lot scarier. I had, like, that I should have been on the lookout a lot more. Which I got to be honest, the cops ain't fucking as, you know, they're definitely not as smart as they think they are. The few that were, like, plain clothes that were part of the protest, yeah, they were not good at what they were doing. The one guy, I swear to God, he bought pretty much, like, every hippie thing that he, like, saw at, like, Hot Topic or some shit, and was just like, hey, I think I fit in. But you could totally see his vest, like, underneath his shirt. It's kind of funny. It's like, man, you're trying too hard. What the hell is going on with YouTube over here? No data. 0 concurrent viewers. What the fuck? Cops cannot. Yeah, I was about to say. That's not. No. They need express consent. I'm actually here. I'll look up the ones in Florida too. In Florida, police generally need a warrant or to search a cell phone, but exemptions do exist, such as owner consent. The search is on public school property. Okay, so that is okay. Public, like, that's different. Or evidence is in plain view. No, they can't. No. Anna, no. And if that happened to you, then you have a civil lawsuit. I'm looking at it right now. Like here. You have to also have probable cause. I've seen it and it's upheld in courts. Reasonable belief, reasonable suspicion. Unlawful cell phone searches and Fourth Amendment protections. If you believe that your cell phone was unlawfully searched during an arrest in Florida, there are several challenges that you can pursue, including Fourth Amendment protection. The Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution protects individuals from unreasonable search and seizures. If police search your cell phone without a warrant or without meeting one of the exceptions to the warrant requirement, it may be considered a violation of your constitutional rights. Okay, and then here, I'm gonna see how this applies to biometric data specifically, because that one they're not mentioning. Related, Florida's Digital Bill of Rights. Related laws protect biometric data, requiring businesses to obtain consent before selling. Oh, that's not. That's totally not. Use. Damn hippies. Where's the link? Oh, sorry. I'm off Twitch. My bad. Intersection of technology and constitutional rights. In August 2018, an ordinary action became the center of a groundbreaking law case. Okay. In 2018. I am a little confused where this one case pertains to everything else that I was just talking about, where I'm reading the laws, like. Alright, here. 2016. When was this written? 2022. Testimonials, constitutionality of biometric data use. Constitutionality of using biometric data in law enforcement remains a subject of debate, while biometric methods like Face ID and Touch ID are viewed as non-testimonial acts. The legal landscape is evolving. Courts have been addressing cases involving biometric data, balancing law enforcement's needs versus individual privacy rights. Recent legal battles highlighted the ongoing challenges in this arena. As technology continues to advance, legal interpretations and protections will likely adapt. The use of biometric data for unlocking devices represents a significant shift in how personal information is accessed in criminal law. Okay. The use of biometric data by law enforcement represents a significant development in the criminal investigations. While it offers new opportunities for accessing crucial evidence, it also raises important questions about privacy and constitutional rights. Okay. So the one case from 2018 is it. An ordinary action became the center of a groundbreaking legal case in Columbus, Ohio. Grant Michalski, under investigation by the FBI. This was a federal case too. Like this now we're getting into federal law. Like this is different. I was talking about states' laws. You were saying police, not the feds. Like Anna, like I understand what you're doing, but you're kind of like you're mincing words here a little bit. Okay, and what they're doing is you can sue this. You can sue them for this. Like, it's the same. What you're doing is actually the same thing that a lot of conservatives do when they use the the people throwing the bricks, the unlawful protesters, to then go and say, well, look, see, all protesters are like that. Pedantic. Literally, Anna, this is where I was going. Your alarmism, it definitely was unwarranted. This actually goes back to my original point. Because again, you don't understand how, like, you almost made me anxiety the fuck out of that protest. So, there's being prepared, and then there's just doomering. You're bordering that doomering section. Also, are you a protest marshal? I actually was wondering about that. Okay, fine. Man, you really don't like being wrong. I get it. Nobody does, but... You know that what I'm talking about it has absolute merit. I'm not wrong, just not in the mood right now. They don't have qualified immunity if they violate constitutional law. And yes, I am. Okay, cool. That's what I thought. I wasn't even trying to be condescending about it. I was legitimately wondering. I was just like, oh no. So like, then you're definitely up on, you know, being prepared. So maybe that's also what it is you're using your protest martial skills and just being like, you got your de-escalation training a few weeks ago. Nice. Nice, nice. Well, cheers to that. DMs. Yeah, no, I saw that. That's why I was commenting on that. I was literally commenting on, okay, so there's one protest getting tear gas, but again, this is where I don't play this game. Just because there's one doesn't mean that's all of them. Because the other side, as I said, they apply that, and then we fucking do the same. Then we're just like, well, come on, man. You can't then go shitting on all peaceful protesters. Like, God. You've seen more than this, bro? No. Actually, the violence, no. Not at the protests that were happening on Saturday. I'm talking about the protests that happened on fucking Saturday. Listen, if you're not in the mood, then smoke. Like, god damn. Okay, not on Saturday. Yeah, you know what? That's improved. Listen, if you can't see that it was like, those were huge turnouts. Those were very large turnouts for, like, I'm pretty sure that was the largest mass protest in our American history. And you just want to sit there going like, yeah, you know what? No, there were other times. Black Lives Matter, like the Palestinian protest movement. It's the same shit, though. We do the same shit with January 6th. We cannot hold people to standards that we can't live by. That's my biggest fucking problem here. So just, again, acknowledging that we had peaceful protests that were super effective. But like I was saying, this shit right here. I gotta see if there's a way that I can just save this. I didn't say they weren't peaceful. I told you to go, but be prepared. No, but you also, no. You're also not seeing how you kind of got Kirk to not take his girl to the protests because of... No, come on. If you can't see the harm that was there, like, and that you kind of did this, you had an opposite effect with some doomerism on that end, like, come on. Like, no. And this is where I'm actually being fucking honest about the fact that, yeah, dude, like, I already suffer from, like, these anxiety issues. Like, didn't Kirk say something happened at the protests? He didn't go. So, I mean, he said that there may have been a he said that there was a shooting, right? So, right? I just actually want to know here, where's the, link for that, or the was that in our general, or was that politics? This is a bitch about fucking Discord. Here we go. Okay, done deal. We just had, no, it didn't, nothing happened at, there was a shooting and a car that drove into police cars. It was pretty bad. How's that not news then? Do you have a link for that, Kirk? Because I'm looking for any violence that happened at the hands-off protests. There's nothing. And I just typed in Maine, too, like... Yeah, people are getting black-bagged for opposing Trump. you mean as well as they did? Preparing for the worst is smart. Yes. That I will not argue. It won't make the news. We average one shooting a day. No, shut up, dude. No, I don't believe that. I'm sorry, Kirk. I don't buy that just because even in Chicago, we have, like, no, dude, we have ways of tracking that shit. Like, come on, man. Like, there's got to be, there has to be something that shows this. Like, all I'm asking for is a link that this happened, like, at this protest. That's it. And there would definitely be a news story covering especially a protest on a national scale. They would definitely report on that. Like, that's why I'm kind of like, the only story I found so far is the one with the guy coming out with his AR-15 and getting stopped because he pulled out his AR-15 on a bunch of fucking peaceful protesters, and then he got arrested for that. But that's the one that, again, I'm just looking for anything from this. There's always some risk, though. The skinhead types can always... Oh, yeah. No, that's all I'm looking... Yeah, I was about to say, like, if you know, like, where... If you have a link, I would like to see any. Please. Because I'm not finding it, and it seems like I would have to, like, go in a super deep dive here. But no, there's always instigators. Like, the thing that I've been trained to do is spot the instigators, not even just the cops. Spot the people that are there just waiting. Like, just waiting for shit to pop off. The big thing that you can do with protests is make sure that you don't have them at night. I know that's why I was talking to the protest marshal at this one. She was specifically saying that any of the upcoming protests are all going to be, like, from the morning into the midday, because they don't want to even try playing games with nighttime protests. So, there's that. Yeah, so now that I'm looking at this law, the one with the feds, that one, yeah, no, you're not wrong. This is definitely a little bit sus, because... Yeah, they had a warrant. They had a federal warrant for his arrest, and then, yeah, they charged it. They used that federal warrant for. Oh, wait a minute, though. Hold on. Because this actually could be different, and I'm not even trying to justify this. I just want to see if the federal law is different. No, because it's still under the Constitution. No. No, then then that's still constitutionally protected under the Fourth Amendment, and he has a here. Actually, what I can do is see if he had a lawsuit against them, because I'm assuming that he did, because this is coming straight from a law firm. Yeah, here, Alirda. Shit, I lost the one with his name. Oh, where is it? Oh, here it is. My bad. Oh, come on. Really? Put it behind a paywall. On Forbes. Bullshit. Hold on. Let's do a reverse Google search of his name. United States, first Michalski. Last updated October 24th, 2024. It's still not pending? Order on motion to forfeit forfeiture of property. Huh. Yeah, he doesn't have a counter lawsuit right now. That's odd. Okay. Yeah. No, he's got... Okay, so after looking at this, he's definitely got a case to sue for breach of his constitutional rights. But also looking deeper into this, no, there's a bunch of states' rights here that do, like... That... No, they don't have the... just unilateral right to use your facial recognition to get into your phone, but I can't find anything. My old lady's coworker is the one that said someone was popping off rounds. Maybe she was lying. I was about to say, man, like, no, because you got to be careful about this shit. Like, I'm more than willing to even be like, yeah, look, you got to be careful here. But this is the same bullshit that I've had to deal with my entire life with people, like, talking about Chicago like it's some fucking war zone when it's not. Like, hyperbole has its place, but sometimes you have to be very, very careful with it. And I would argue that, like, when I was wrestling with going to the protest, that, you know, there's a little bit of hyperbole there because, like, what you were, because you weren't even talking about the feds, you were talking about the cops, like the specific local police department, and like, I don't know, man, because I also had this weird thing, and this is just me, and again, this is just a funny thing. I'm trying to also make a little light of this. Is it felt like I was at a nursing home protest because everybody there was freaking over the age of 60. Like, I really did feel like it's like, oh, the old folks home emptied out for this one. Okay. You know, so if there was a potential for violence, then it was going to be, you know, some old lady literally sitting in her chair going, no, get away, get away. Also, your protest was limited to a sidewalk. Yeah, no, well, bike path, but yeah. I mean, I would not say limited to, because honestly, we, funny enough, Anna, we only had a permit for that, for a little street corner where I was at the beginning of that video is the place that we had a permit for. The cops and the organizers, they worked together to let everybody spread out, so we didn't cause any scenes. We didn't have anything like that. The cops also did not tow cars, even though they said that they were going to because it was disrupting business. They didn't. Because also, I think it was a logistical nightmare. There were way too many people there. But they limit the permit to those areas to spread you out. Lucky you. What are you, gonna be shitty about this? Like, seriously? God. Sorry that everything doesn't turn into a fucking revolutionary action. I'm not being shitty. Oh, sorry, I'm reading it that way. They would have done it here. Well, you'd think they would do it here. Like, that there was no reason for me to think that they wouldn't. Like, they, again, also, they didn't have to do that thing where they let us spread out. Like, that's why I was kind of like, huh. You know? I don't want to be the asshole that's just like, oh, fuck the police. Well, meanwhile, they're just like, hey, we want you to safely cross this crosswalk and also have fun at the protest. It's just like, man, fuck you. Boop. Like, again, I ain't pro-cop by any means. I'm just also not exactly like for just being shitty to be shitty. I think the number of people helped. Like, they can't handle that many people if shit does get real. so they capitulate. I mean, that's a very, I would say, like, damn, I thought people were calling me nihilistic. That's a pretty nihilistic take on that one. Like, sure, just, yeah, you know what? Someone gave the cops a Pepsi. We were saved by Kendall Jenner, guys. She came out with that damn Pepsi. Well, just cuz you're saying that, like, they were threatened by just the sheer number of protesters to just to capitulate to us. Like, no, I think that what happened, I have to be, like, real with you. The night before, it had rained, and the flat area that, like, it's like a little retention ditch, that had actually, like, it was a swamp at that point. So I think that they also were just like, yeah, we know that you're permitted for that, but we don't want you tearing it up, so. I don't know, because, like, it's negating the fact that they were actually trying to, like, do something good with the community, and they were trying to help. You know, like, honestly, man, that's what kind of got me. It's just like, yeah, we should be happy the police were nice. That's what I mean. Like, why should I have to feel bad where I'm just like, no, like, the cops are actually pretty cool that day. And honestly, like, it was like somebody handed him a Pepsi, and there was peace with the left. And meanwhile, like, in my brain, I and like on Discord, I'm just going through and I'm just looking at what Anna's saying, and I'm like, well, because again, and I'm talking pre-protest, like, I'm not kidding. Like, I hope you know this. I'm bringing it up for this exact reason. Like, I read exactly what you were saying, and then between the conversation with Kirk and then what he was saying with his, because here, I got it right here now. Yeah, it depends on the area. The biggest risk are cops, in my honest opinion. I'm not too worried about cops, considering she's not one to dive into this, the middle of it. Don't underestimate them. Cops' anti-protest tactics have gotten much more brutal since Trump got back in office. Standing outside and isolating yourself is an easy way to be the first one to get snatched up by the cops, depending on who's organizing the protests, and they may not have protest marshals. Okay, then she ain't going. Done deal. I thought you were taking off today. I thought so too. Nah, I decided against it. I was also like, funny enough, I had a headache, and I was like, maybe I will just take that day off, because like, I capitulated to popping on stream and doing that. But, and also, Anna, I'm not doing this to call you out. Like, listen, I'm not trying to create drama with my own freaking community. I'm just trying to point out that your tactics here were a little counterproductive, and that there's maybe a way to soften them. And yes, I'm also admitting that I'm reading into your comments a little bit, because they, comment-wise, are coming off a little aggressive. But, you know, it's just comments. It's not like I can read the tone from, I'm not going to tone police comments. That'd be stupid. But realistically, I don't think that there's I hate using this word now because of how it was overused in that one conversation, but the utility of hyperfixating, because there is being prepared, and then there's what you did there, and I would say that's hyperfixating. Because I'll be honest, I didn't know that there was a protest marshal at the one that I was going to. I was I was pretty much just going along with the idea that it was technically an overflow protest from the Daily Plaza. So, which, yeah, those types of crowds, not big on those. I did a Blackhawks parade at one point that was damn near the size of well, actually, the protest was damn near the size of that. Yeah, that shit's scary. Like, I don't like the idea of being so, like, locked, like, elbow, like, shoulder to shoulder with people, where you just, like, you kind of get lost in the crowd. Not cool. But I just read the warrant. It looks like they had a warrant for his phone. They did? Talon, did they actually have a warrant for his phone? Yeah, I didn't allow her to go to the protest. See? That's my... Then, yeah, like... I would argue that that did the opposite of trying to get people involved and, you know, trying to build on the movement, and also like, do you know how much energy, like, and exuberance I got from just doing that? Like, I needed that. Like, again, thank you for inspiring me to do it. And also, yeah, thank you for preparing me for the things that could have gone bad. Because you were right. There were things that I even had you in mind when I didn't take a backpack. I made sure that I was traveling light as hell. I even forgot this in the car. Kind of glad I did, but that did suck because there was like a little group that were that they broke off and they were doing their thing. I was like, oh, the cops weren't even bothering them. Damn. My old lady just said that everyone heard gunshots. I think these people are just POS lying out MFers. Well, I mean, you did not allow his wife, girlfriend, girl wife. Well, no. Also, Anna, actually, to your point about cops capitulating to masses, no, per your logic, that's when they go into full military mode. That's when they bring out the, you know, the Maser tank. And that's where they, you know, they go full tear gas cannons, SWAT gear, all that stuff. Protest safety is important, though, and it sounds like trying to scare someone when they're warning them of protest safety. Okay, so yeah, you're saying that, okay, and no, and that's where I'm willing to say that my anxiety is probably what was, like, where I was reading that from, and that's why I am getting, like, I'm not trying to be preachy, I'm really not. I am trying to actually make this so, like, it's about communicating with people like me, and that seems to be a lot of people in this audience, is people with a little bit of neurodivergence that also have enough anxiety to, like, they can talk themselves out of a good time or just talk themselves out of being part of anything bigger just because of the risk assessments and things like that. And, like, that's also part, like, you do, like, I went to that protest knowing that that could happen and also knowing that, yeah, I was prepared mentally if it did. Like, that, I'll say that much. That's why, to your point, yeah, being prepared was good. But that's also where I'm trying to just make my broader point here. Then there, like, where I said before, there's the fine line of doomering and not being pragmatic about it. Because, like, you can prepare for certain outcomes, but then it's also at some point, like, I bring up the militarization of the, like, police during a protest, because you go to a protest knowing that that could damn well happen, right? So, I guess it's just, yeah. My broader point is just finding a way to not make it so anxiety inducing, or sound like something that, you know, someone with anxiety would just want to completely avoid. But prepare for the worst, hope for the best. But that's everything. It's literally everything. That's every day. Fuck. You're not woken up in 2025? I mean, for real, it does feel like that. Not playing. I was going to say, if your kid is 16, that's a little controlling. I'm not playing this game, Talon. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to be fair here too. Like, Kirk, would you say that, yeah, because if Anna's words didn't have any sway on your decision and you just were already kind of like, nah, she wasn't going to go to that protest anyway, then yeah, then that's fine. But my broader issue was that it's like, no, like reading that back, I'm like, I read that as, do you even want to go? Like, are you prepared for this? Because if you're not, might not want to go. But it's also not like, now I'm thinking back, that's not the worst thing because you are kind of trying, like, if you're trying to protect people because of they're not prepared for it and you're trying to protect them essentially from themselves, then that's a different story too. But I'm being real, like Anna, I may have just misread it, but um, a little. I can see both sides, but yeah, it definitely was what made me not go. Yeah, see, and that's where that sucks because like I would not have met the head of my, local now chapter. I would not have connected with, well, not the head of my DSA chapter, but just like there was a small subset of the DSA there. That was really nice to see. And just overall, like getting a broader sense of community where it's not just this. Like, I make no mistake, absolutely love this. And I love streaming and I love the fact that we do have a strong community here. But as far as like, leftist activism, this was the first time that I really didn't feel dour, especially lately in the last few months. I mean, take away my personal shit that's going on. I'm being real. Like, since November, this is the first time I had a little bit of hope. And it's not just, the AOC bullshit. It is the fact that I'm seeing so many damn people that are different walks of life that are like, nah, that's enough of this bullshit. So. But either way, you know that I respect you. You know that I also respect, like, the information that you were giving as far as, like, being prepared, like I said. It's absolutely controlling. I make rules in the house. She wants me to lead the relationship. You have an issue with this? Listen, it's all about, consent in my opinion. So, you are two consenting adults doing your own shit, then I am firmly of the MYB crowd. Mind your business. Not enough people live by that. I think that a lot of people need that, like, fucking tattooed on their arms, like, at this point, or foreheads. Just MYB. Mind your business. Important to know the bad, but we need to wait until this administration starts rounding up citizens, which could happen sooner than we think, yeah. Before we go full-blown revolution. Well, and she said, Anna actually said that they're black bagging people, but they're black, they black bagged that one protester and, well, not one, two. And actually, here, because I do want to cover the Mahmoud Khalil immigration thing, because honestly, we got some good news. So here, let's just cover this real quick. Also, I'm sorry, you mentioned that you weren't in the mood, so I feel bad for harping on it. But I did want to get that out of the way, because with the stream, I would like to try and press people to go to these protests, Based on my experience, it was something that people should do. They should get engaged. They should definitely go out and do this. And obviously, you like have a stage of preparation. But let's be real. I didn't have a burner. I took my phone. I live broadcast from my phone. Like, it is consent. She wants a traditional relationship. It's no one's business. I provide 100% of what she asks, and she does not does as well. There you go. Again, I am firmly of the MYB. I honestly don't give a shit. I'm not for trad wifing is stupid though, because trad wives tend to have total misunderstandings about why they're doing it, especially if they're coming at it from a religious perspective. But again, that's my take on it. I'm also somebody that likes to, I like me some strong, independent-willed women. Don't know, oh my god, this guy looks just like A-Rod. Like, creepily.
A Louisiana immigration judge is calling on the U.S. government to provide evidence that detained activist Mahmoud Khalil should be deported. Khalil served as a spokesperson for pro-Palestinian protests at Columbia University, but has not been charged with a crime. Judge Jamie Comans says the Department of Homeland Security has until 5 p.m. tonight to provide evidence, or the case will be dropped.
So Trump pulls back on tariffs and the Dow goes up by 3K.
CBS.
Well, down from... It goes up 3K from its
News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman joins us here in Studio 57 with more on this case. Katrina, good morning to you. Great to have you.
It doesn't make any sense because the tariffs still being on China, like just the Chinese 125% tariffs alone, like it doesn't make any sense. Like this is a whole bunch of people like doing the crypto bullshit where it's just like devalue. Then buy at the low and then
Here,
market manipulation, all that bullshit
from yesterday's hearing, and why?
Somebody actually said it. The one bill that we should be pushing for is seeing the financial records of everybody that had any stocks that's in government right now while this was happening and what they were doing.
Hasn't the government provided evidence that it needs
It's still 2K under what it was,
to deport Khalil?
I mean, that's a great question, Errol, and something that Khalil's lawyer said during this hearing, that he hasn't been given a single document of evidence
and they have until Friday
since his client has been taken. But the big takeaway is that the government has been ordered to produce evidence by 5 p.m. tonight, or the
exactly global pump and dump. That's what I meant.
judge says on Friday she's going to terminate the case if that evidence has not been produced. She also set a removability hearing for Friday. But what was interesting about this hearing, too, Errol, is I had planned to watch it remotely, and the judge decided not to allow people to. She said it was highly unusual. There were over 600 people trying to watch this hearing. And one of the only moments that Mahmoud Khalil spoke in court was to ask if his wife would be allowed to view it, and his attorneys as well. But, the bar here is that the government essentially has to show that he maybe committed fraud or misrepresented himself on his green card application, or that he's linked to terrorism. But we should find out more, later today. We see if the government actually does produce this evidence that they've been waiting for.
And hundreds of people wanting to watch remotely because there's so much interest in this case. He's also not the only protester from a university who has been deported. So if this case is dropped, that would be significant. What would it mean for the other cases that we've seen?
Errol, I think it's unclear if it would actually impact the other cases because these are individualized situations. They all have...
I'm with Kirk on this one, Talon. Why do you care?
Different immigration status. Mahmoud Khalil is a green card.
Why do people care about what other people's relationships are like? Like, there's a gossipy, like, Kardashian-esque, like, entertaining aspect to some of this shit, but, like, the way that people just cannot like compartmentalize and just not get involved in other. This is what I was saying, like MYB.
Card holder. Some of them are here under visas, but the way that this judge applies the law, the government's trying to use this rarely used provision saying that his presence in the U.S. is adverse to U.S. policy interests. That could potentially impact the way other immigration judges also decide to interpret these cases.
And speaking of other high-profile cases, what's the latest in the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia? This is the man deported due to what the government admits was an administrative error. What's happening there?
So Abrego Garcia had been ordered returned by midnight on Monday.
Yeah, so the fact that the Supreme Court also stepped in with this one, that is a little scary, but
Supreme Court
with the Mahmoud Khalil, man, I'm getting better at saying it. In his case, I do think that it's going dude, at that point, there's no case on Friday. The judge completely throws it out. The federal government has nothing to get him on at that point because there is no crime. There's no evidence of any crime. That's the whole point of this.
Court intervened. They put a stay on that determination, but his lawyers submitted a letter yesterday to the Supreme Court because, there's so many of these deportation cases going on, but there was a ruling in the case about the planes that were sent to El Salvador. And the Supreme Court was unanimous on one point in a decision they made.
Talon, I cannot believe that we are near the same age. What are you talking about?
Is that people who are detained, who are going to be deported,
if it's not costing you money or injuring your rights, why do you care?
Have to be allowed
honestly,
some
that's the
form
kind of
of
stuff that I
judicial
can't get
review
behind.
and due process to contest that removal.
I know that it's also a little bit me where it's just, no, I don't give a fuck.
What his lawyer said is that should apply to Mr. Abrego Garcia. The government has admitted he was taken by mistake,
The term "you do you, boo boo," when that came out, I was immediately like, I like that one.
But he's been given no due process, no opportunity to contest these charges that he's part of MS-13, and they're asking that be remedied.
And that mistake could have been caught during due process if that would have happened.
Absolutely, yes, because even the government is saying that they should not have sent him.
So much happening. Katrina, it's great to have you sift through all of it for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, see now, and that, I'm kind of glad that, again, we're finally to that point where we can report on some good news with this situation.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. The Supreme Court issued two rulings Monday related to the Trump administration expelling immigrants to a notorious supermax prison in El Salvador. In one case, the court ruled in a 5-4 decision to allow the Trump administration to resume for now its use of the 1798 alien.
That's the weird part. Why would they even rule on it if they're doing, if they're using the Trump method of, we'll tackle this late. Honestly, you guys getting a little worried that they're handling this the way that the average American handles their finances, and then they usually fuck up their finances with this mentality?
Enemies Act.
I'll just deal with this later.
Venezuelan nationals to El Salvador. However, the justices ruled that targeted individuals are entitled to challenge their removal from the United States. But it's unclear what this means for the 238 Venezuelans who were sent to El Salvador last month in defiance of a judge's order and imprisoned at this notorious prison outside San Salvador. In a separate decision, Chief Justice John Roberts temporarily paused a lower court order that instructed the Trump.
I'm worried that it'll be the last straw. Trump and the administration just got being constantly, and they'll just bypass all the judges and just do whatever the hell they want without evidence and due process. Well, yeah, and then they're doing this thing once they get to this prison. They're just like, there's nothing we can do. We lost them. And yeah, it's like the government's telling me that we can't do anything about that, which is insane.
Bring back a Maryland.
Like, how in the hell are you going to have a fucking extradition treaty with with a special prison in a country and then not have any way to bring those people back? I'm sorry. That's insanity in itself.
Dad, who'd been mistakenly sent to El Salvador. The Trump administration's acknowledged that Kilmar Abrego Garcia was removed from the U.S. in error.
Nice, nice. I'm glad that your SSDI case got settled, man. Awesome.
On March 15th.
It's good news.
But the administration claims they're now powerless to bring him back to his family, even though the Trump administration is paying El Salvador $6 million a year to imprison immigrants expelled from the United States.
Again, waste, fraud, and abuse.
Abrego Garcia, who's from El Salvador, was granted protected legal status in the U.S. by an immigration court in 2019, prohibiting the federal government from sending him back to El Salvador after he fled gang violence there.
Yeah.
On Sunday, federal judge Paula Chinas accused the Trump administration of committing a grievous error that shocks the conscience by seizing and expelling Abrego Garcia.
Yeah.
She was the judge who'd ordered Abrego Garcia to be returned home by midnight Monday night. Meanwhile, the Justice Department has placed a senior immigration lawyer on indefinite leave.
Yeah, man, that's so. Dude, I'm really, really glad that that SSDI thing worked out for you because you were really going through it, and they screwed up you so bad with their errors. Like,
after he acknowledged in
that's
court
really good
Friday
news,
that
man.
the Trump administration had made a mistake in sending Abrego Garcia back to El Salvador. On Friday, his wife, Jennifer, briefly spoke to reporters.
I want to say thank you to everyone that has helped us, that has supported us in fighting this, and we will continue fighting for Kilmer, for my husband. Thank you.
We're joined now by two guests. From San Salvador, Noah Bullock is with us, the executive director of Cristosal, a human rights group in Central America. His recent piece for Foreign Policy, The Horror Inside the Salvadoran Prisons Where Trump is Sending Migrants. And in Virginia, we're joined by Simon Sandoval Moshenberg, an immigration lawyer representing Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia and his family. Let's begin with Simon. If you could talk about the latest ruling and how it affects your client, how he was removed to El Salvador, how he's been imprisoned, and now the ruling of Chief Justice Roberts.
Sure. I mean, this case arose out of an accident, right? I mean, the government admits that they didn't have any legal basis whatsoever to deport him to El Salvador. That's not entirely out of the ordinary. You know, it happens from time to time. I've been practicing immigration law for nearly 2 decades. Erroneous deportations happen. But in every previous such case that I've handled, and I've spoken with several other immigration lawyers, you know, as soon as you bring this to their attention, they sort of, and convince them that they've made a mistake, they immediately set the wheels in motion to fix it, right? They bend over backwards. I've had plenty of clients return to.
Yeah, which is why this is so egregious and scary, is because with the Trump team's effort to bury this and how much they're willing to put into burying this, it is kind of showing like, oh, they plan on doing this more. Like they plan on, you know,
United States before. I've spoken with lawyers who.
And that's why, Anna, like I wasn't discounting the whole disappearing of the students thing either, because it's ridiculous. Like what he was saying about like we're gonna send our worst there, you know, our worst criminals. Immediately, I'm thinking like, well, he's already called every leftist like that he disagrees with horrible criminals. So like, that's where are we supposed to just go based off Trump's word and not the fact that he's
accident and you know we managed to get them.
He's just saying things
back.
I'm so sick of hearing that.
What's different about this case is that we brought it to their attention. We filed a lawsuit, and there was just essentially no response whatsoever. And the posture of the administration has been, yeah, we made a mistake. No, we're not going to do anything whatsoever to fix it. And no court can order us to fix it.
Yeah,
that's really what's remarkable about this case. And then they've dug in their heels at every step of the way, at the district court, at the Court of Appeals, and now the Supreme Court. I mean, it's ridiculous that this case is at the Supreme Court at all. The government is really the ones who've chosen to make a big national issue out of this particular case, which really should have just been resolved very quickly and quietly.
But Simon, when you say that these kinds of errors in deportations sometimes occur, the judge in this particular case, the federal district judge in Maryland, stated that the only evidence against your client consisted, quote, of nothing more than his Chicago Bulls hat and hoodie, and a vague, uncorroborated allegation from a confidential informant claiming he belonged to.
That's even worse than the tattoos.
MS-13.
So you're telling me that if I buy a Bulls hat and a Bulls hoodie, then I can You're kidding me, right?
Click, a place he's never lived. This seems to go a little bit beyond just an error. What about this whole issue of how the government is identifying supposed potential?
My buddy, he works in customs. He literally just we usually hang out on Wednesdays. He's not going to be able to make it over tonight because Trump's tariffs have completely messed up his job. So
Not only criminal aliens, but people with that are destabilizing the country.
Right. That all actually dates back to 2019. None of that is even contemporary, right? He was first arrested by ICE in 2019 when he was working as a day laborer in front of a Home Depot. There was this anonymous tip, this confidential informant, combined with the fact that he was wearing a Chicago Bulls hat, that as far as ICE was concerned, was more than enough to label him a gang member. When he was first detained by ICE, he had a preliminary hearing, and the immigration judge essentially said, well, I don't know what's going on. We've got this confidential tip. I can't be satisfied. I don't know what's going on, so I'm going to deny his release. So the judge essentially ordered that he continued to be detained during his immigration proceedings. But then he had a trial.
I don't have shit auto-modded. Twitch has shit auto-modded.
Right? And he won his trial. The judge ordered him relief from removal, ordered that he could not be deported to El Salvador, granted him withholding of removal. And the government, the Trump administration at the time, didn't even bother to appeal, right? They just sort of said, oh, all right, that's fine. They released him from detention and they gave him a work permit.
This is also the reason that I don't have my chatbot up right now.
Working, which he's renewed ever since. And he's been working legally now as a sheet metal worker apprentice on a legal work permit ever since. So to the extent that they've got these allegations against him, they're not even sort of contemporary allegations. They're 6 years old.
And in terms of this whole issue of the government claiming that it can't, it has no ability to bring him back. Talk about that, and also the government has a contract with the government of El Salvador to hold these deportees.
Right. I mean, the government's sort of main defense here is in their pleadings, in the case, leaving aside their rhetoric from the from the White House press secretary, the government's main defense is not that he's supposedly an MS-13 member. It's this sort of impossible.
This guy would make a killer Doctor Strange cosplayer.
Ability defense. It would be impossible, right? How could we possibly do it? They've provided no evidence to that effect, right? And we provided fairly significant evidence that there is an agreement between the United States and El Salvador vis-a-vis this prison. We've got the president of El Salvador, Bukele, tweeting that he's receiving $6 million from the United States to house United States detainees in this prison. Marco Rubio, in response to that tweet, tweeting, "Thank you, President Bukele." We've got the fact that after our case was filed, right, after we had a preliminary scheduling conference with the judge, so they were already on notice of what they had done to Mr. Abrego Garcia, they put Kristi Noem within the walls of that prison, got her out again on a same-day basis. And plenty of other evidence, which, is certainly circumstantial evidence, but a mountain of circumstantial evidence adds up, especially when faced with no contrary evidence from the government. And the district judge in Maryland found, and then the Court of Appeals in Richmond agreed, that there's enough evidence to show that we have an agreement with the government of El Salvador, and that pursuant to that agreement, we could request him back.
Yeah.
I want to bring Noah Bullock into this conversation. He's in San Salvador, not that far from the prison where migrants, where asylum seekers are being sent from the United States, this SECOT prison. For the first time, Noah, it must be something for you to see this kind of focus from the United States on what you've been noting and other human rights groups for quite some time. The fact is, hundreds of Salvadoran prisoners, is this right, have died in El Salvador's prisons, the same prison system that the U.S. is paying millions of dollars to the president, who has declared a state of exception in your country. Explain what that is and what we should know about these prisons.
Sure, and thank you for the invitation, Amy. The state of exception in some ways is similar to the Alien Enemies Act. in the United States, only that it's applied to Salvadoran citizens. It's an emergency declaration that restricts due process rights, and it's been in place for 3 years. It was an emergency decree that was originally put in place to combat gang violence, but over the course of 3 years, 85,000 Salvadorans have been detained under this decree. And in our investigation of cases, the overwhelming majority of those detentions have been illegal. People detained without evidence, without prior investigations or even judicial warrants, purely on the discretion of the police officers and soldiers that are rounding them up. And once they're in prison, they're able to be held for up to 3 years now without going to trial, without formally being accused of a crime. And in prison, they're cut off from communication from their families. They don't have access to defense attorneys. These conditions constitute, under international law, forced disappearances. And inside the prisons, we've been able to document.
Yeah, we need to be using that language a little bit more.
Systematic.
And that's why, honestly, like Anna, when you brought that one up, you weren't going to hear any pushback on that one.
Physical
It's just like, no, they're
also
doing this, and that's why this one mixed with what that judge ruled on the Khalid case. I think or Khalil case. I think that's significant.
Have access to food, water, clothing, healthcare, hygiene. Much has been made of Sekot, the mega prison.
The fact that it's also, I just realized this, the fact that it's also happening in in that district in Louisiana, that's where they're trying to ship out everybody to essentially go to these, to disappear them to these places.
But the majority of
it is another Guantanamo.
5,000 people who have been detained are being held in older
it's literally what it is.
prisons.
Well, the difference is Guantanamo is actually U.S. soil, and it's a U.S. prison on on Cuba's coast. This one is actually run by San Salvador.
There's a physical abuse combined with intentional denial of access of basic necessities. According to our research, has produced the deaths of at least 368 people. But the testimonial evidence of prisoners or former prisoners is that number is likely much higher. So while the focus of the media attention and even the government's own propaganda has been on Sekot, this new prison, the majority of the people detained in the state of exception are in other prisons where conditions are likely much worse.
And Noah, could you talk about there have been more than 7,000 petitions of habeas corpus submitted to the Salvadoran Supreme Court? How have the courts handled these petitions so far?
Yeah, that's another important parallel to draw here with the situation in the United States. When the president's party won a supermajority in the legislature, the very first night, the very first legislative session, they overthrew the constitutional court.
My cat knows it's about time I leave.
The highest court in the land, and they installed
it's creepy how they know that
would be loyal to the president.
My cat's like a little alarm clock. Like if my wife doesn't wake up at the time that she usually does, he's right there to wake her up.
After that, they purged.
Troublesome because he wakes me up, not her.
About a third of the judges in the lower courts
needs to get better.
The rest of them basically on notice that they could be removed at the discretion of the new Supreme Court. So there's a lack of judicial independence. And that's what we've seen. You mentioned the number. We estimate that about 7,200 habeas corpus claims have been made to the Constitutional Court during the state of exception, and less than 1% of those have been resolved by the court, meaning that effectively the constitutional right to habeas corpus has been denied systematically to Salvadorans. We also have documented how in the state of exception, they've created new courts, specific tribunals with judges whose identities are secret. So these are ad hoc secret tribunals that were created specifically to convict people detained in the state of exception. And reforms to the penal code will allow Attorney General in El Salvador, who was also installed through a legislative coup in that same night, to prosecute the people in groups of 900, they've even said publicly up to 2,000. The Salvadoran government has said specifically that they're not intending even to try these people individually, rather in groups. And when we've looked at cases and our lawyers who have tried to exercise the defense of people who have been detained with chronic illnesses, physical handicaps, and even pregnant women, the accused are unable to exercise even the most minimal defense in these tribunals, and they're accused without any individual evidence brought against them. That reminds me a little bit of the case of Kilmar, right? That there's no evidence been brought against him.
Trump really needs to stop being a moron about tariffs.
Other than somebody said he's in a gang.
Yeah, Arcadian just told me that he's not going to be making it tonight because, his backup at work. So, man, I do not envy anybody that's working in customs right now.
With Simon in Virginia. What happens next?
That sucks, man.
With Kilmar Armando Abrego.
I'll be honest, guys. Like, with all this stuff, I was definitely thinking about you guys, like, and how this was going to affect your jobs.
Garcia, you have the Chief Justice pausing the timeline. The rule was last night by midnight he had to be brought back. So what happens now? This goes to the full Supreme Court?
Yeah, and like now this is dangerous. Now, if they just ignore the judge's order, then what?
Yeah, the Chief Justice entered a brief administrative stay just so that the Supreme Court could, essentially get its work done, right? The Supreme Court didn't even get the case till 2:00 on Monday. The deadline was...
Okay, wow. I really wish I would have seen this report like beforehand because I thought it was a little bit worse than that.
Midnight. It's a 5-hour
I didn't
flight.
realize that.
We have every confidence that the Supreme Court is going to work on this and issue a ruling very quickly. But yes, it will go to all 9 justices of the Supreme Court. I expect and hope that they will rule in our client's favor and that they'll do so as quickly as possible this week.
Yeah.
They'll set a new deadline.
If they don't, then that's where it's like, okay, then we're really cooked.
Right.
Because then they're saying that they can just disappear people based on like kind of what is happening in El Salvador, where it's just like, yeah, it's based on just the word of the cops.
However many, they'll give the government however many hours or however many days to comply. And then we expect the government to start working in good faith to actually do that. There's been not one iota of
right there
good faith.
The fact that he's got like Chicago Bulls like hats, just multiple. It's not even they can't even do it based on the colors of the hats. Like, so what? It's because he had Bulls paraphernalia. That's it.
In this case, they
That's
haven't
insane.
reached out to us at all. They clearly didn't make any steps to start complying with the judge's order. In case their legal strategy of appeals didn't work, it's time for them to actually start doing the right thing here.
Simon Sandoval-Moshenberg, we thank you so much for being with us, immigration lawyer.
Thought this government was about efficiency. This is like the most inefficient correction of an error ever.
Presenting Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, who is now imprisoned in the
realistically, this makes no sense by anybody's logic.
San Salvador. And Noah Bullock, executive director of Cristasal, a human rights group in Central America, speaking to us from San Salvador. We'll link to your piece, The Horror Inside the Salvadoran Prisons, where Trump is sending migrants.
Oh my God. Democracy Now! God, they really are just some of the best fucking news coverage that you can get anymore. They don't get the numbers that Midas Touch does because they don't play the game as far as all the sensationalized, articles, all that BS. God, as I said, Anna Mockler was already doing the thing with Trump and like stock market right now, where it's getting annoying. Ah. Righty. Alright, so I listed all the links if you guys are see that. And then here's the final link. This one I did want to ask about. This is my mom's memorial link. I really appreciate anybody's help on this one. Yeah. I really do appreciate it. Oh, guys, I have to be completely real. I had a pretty bad day today with that. I had one of those situations where I just like, my mom's dead too, fam. Real shit. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Hey, you're new. Welcome. Il who Poppy. Let's call you Pop. That sucks, man. No, it's unreal. It really is. There's nothing, like, I can't even really say anything about it outside of just, it doesn't feel real. And just the overwhelming sense of like, oh my God, I can't call her. I can't like talk to her about this, like just whatever the hell I'm thinking about, or yeah, it sucks. Like I totally went through that today where I just had like that overwhelming urge to call. So time to make a cup. Yeah, I am out of tea. Reality's broken. I'll tell you what, it definitely is. I mean, with everything going on politically and like doing this as a streamer, and then having that happen to me, yeah, reality definitely broke for me. So I mean, I can at least speak for myself to say, yeah. It seems like I walked into a totally just different reality. Like, and it's wild. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, man. Really, really do. Also, guys, again, thank you for all the support. Thank you for anybody that has contributed and has donated over the past few weeks here to my mom's memorial fund. I really appreciate it, guys. Yeah, it making a dour situation. Although it's a little bit dire. Yeah. But you guys are making a really shitty situation a little bit better. Do appreciate the help. And I think that you understand that dying in America sucks. Unless you're not American and you guys happen to have a better system. Golden teachers, my friend. Yeah. I mean, I can agree with the fundamentals on this level. Wait, what are you guys debating over there? Who knew after all this time not wanting to talk to my parents, all it took was being anti-Trump to keep them away? Really? That sucks, man. I hate the fact that Trump has that effect on families. I got family members that I haven't spoken to in years. And I'm talking like, you know, siblings that I have not talked to in years. Because that orange asshole has really just done a number. And yes, I always love how it's like, I have a anti-Trump opinion, and because of that, they take the hard stance, but then they say like how I'm the like, yeah, that kind of stuff. I'm just like, no, I admit that, yeah, I definitely had my part in it. I may or may not have told them that they don't know what they're talking about, because they don't. Like they were in the medical field, they had zero idea of like about politics or grasp on politics or any of the stuff that they were talking about, specifically the economy at that point. And yeah, can only take so much of somebody being super condescending to you, especially when it's your younger siblings, where you're just like, okay. All right. I can't take this one anymore. But yeah, I've also lost a really close friend over this shit, so it sucks. But also, if people are gonna be like that too, like, I kind of look at it this way. When he told me, he's just like, hey, I'm not gonna talk to you anymore. And then he like unfollowed me on everything. He pretty much like blocked me on social media and all this bullshit. The one that hurt the most was when he blocked my cell phone number. Like, this is dude, I've known this guy since we were like 6 years old. Like, that was a little much. But yeah, people change, things happen. What you gonna do? Realistically, what you gonna do? Anyway. All right, well, we did that story. Let's take a look at what the news has to say. Wall Street surges in one of its best days since World... You've got to be kidding me. Wall Street surges to one of its best days since World War II after Trump pauses his many tariffs. So, oh my God, guys, this is the part that pisses me off. Is like, yeah, right here. They're just saying it. They're just like, yeah, look, this was his brilliant move. Markets were at here. You know what? Let's at least get somebody. Let's get Reuters. Reuters seems to be at least semi-fair on this shit. Soared 9.5% on Wednesday for its biggest daily gain since 2008 after U.S. President Donald Trump declared an immediate 90-day pause on all the tariffs. The rally, which caused Wall Street's biggest 4-day percentage loss. Yeah, see, but that's the thing. Like, okay, what was the percentage lost? Like, Jesus Christ. Once they rally back to the numbers before he even did this, then you can sit here doing the thing where you're like, oh, well, stocks rallied. We're really happy about this. Oh, ho, 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 ho. My family like to assume everything, and we're super condescending almost all the time. They never help me learn about life. It's no big deal to me. That sucks. See, like, Sylvie, were they always like that? Every time I hear that, I always get, like, a little more curious about, like, people's familial situations, and then I just want to ask, like, their parents, like, why did you want kids? Like, this is, like, the quintessential reason that I use when I say, like, this is a good reason not to have children is you don't like them, apparently. It's like every fucking boomer seems, well, not every, okay, that's not fair, but a lot of boomers really do seem to hate their kids, especially if they have, like, opposing politics. Breaking news: spring returns to regular shape after being stretched. Yeah, exactly. It really is that crazy, though, when you think about it. Like, the pause on the heftier tariffs of a dozen countries came less than 24 hours after they kicked in. However, the White House kept a 10% blanket duty on almost all U.S. imports. The increase in China's tariffs was in retaliation for China's announcement on an 84% levy on U.S. goods April 10th. Let's put a moment. Blah, 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 blah. Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 2,000 points or 7.87 to 40,000. Gained 9%. For its biggest daily gain since October. Okay, yeah, we get it. But this is the thing. Like, they're reporting it again like this is on top of what was already a booming fucking economy and a booming stock market. It's not. You can't. I am getting a little sick of this, where he gets credit for fixing things that he fucking breaks. Like, dude, this is basic like, I bring it back to parenting. This is literally basic, like, 5-year-old, like, little Donnie, you know, broke the vase. And then you gave him some glue and he fixed it. And then you're like, okay, Donnie, you fixed the vase. Good. Although a vase, you know what? He breaks a vase and then he fixes it piece for piece. That is impressive. You know what? Maybe that's not a good analogy. Look, I used gold. I used the Japanese method where I made it more beautiful, and now it has a story. It's like, whoa, Trump, when did you get so deep? Listen, I had an out-of-body experience. Zen Trump. That would be kind of wild. All of a sudden, listen. I came back from the West, and all of a sudden, those Krishnas, they really made a lot of sense. Rebound. Well, we got the rebound. Now, let's take a look. Whistleblower tells senators that Meta undermined U.S. security. Oh, no shit. That kind of went underreported. Sarah Wynne Williams testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee on April 9th. Meta sought to grow its business in China, leading to actions that Wynne Williams challenges. Wynne Williams claims that Meta briefed China on AI and deleted a dissident's account that China's requested. At China's request, sorry. When Williams stated that Meta exclusives lied to Congress, employees, and the public, Meta denies this claim. When Williams' testimony and book intensifies scrutiny as Meta faces antitrust trial next week. Oh, they're actually going to trial. Trump didn't step in. Look at that. I know that the Zuck was looking for that. Texas says China's military presence is too large. As you're about to bolster. Okay, yeah, great. There we go. And here, guys, I've been using Ground News here. If you guys are enjoying the coverage and want to break through the algorithm, here you go. You can try Ground News with the link in the comments here. Because honestly, I don't know what I'd do without this freaking site right now. And that's kind of weird to say, but it's true. Every morning, have my coffee, read some Ground News. And I know that it also, although now they're trying to do this thing where they're like, oh, Ground News is for leftists. We got this other one, the Straight and Narrow, which is for conservatives. It's just like that literally defeats the fucking purpose of what Ground News is. So leave it to a conservative to just be like, oh, you mean that they report on things from the center? How dare those leftists? It's like, okay. Jesus Christ. China hits back with a 125. That was kind of funny where he was like, technically it was only 100. It was 110, but then you know what? I said screw it. I added another, or it was like 105. Then I added another 20. President Donald Trump raised tariffs on Chinese imports 125% on Wednesday, hours after the Chinese boosted the duty to 84% in an escalating trade battle, citing a lack of respect. They don't respect me. Those assholes, they don't respect me. Many other trading partners because they had responded by reaching out for talks rather than retaliating. Tit for tat, blah, blah, blah. Nope. Let's see. Let's see what fucking happens, man. So I'll tell you right now, I'm not going to play the game that we were also like I was starting to do it, where I was making a lot of my content based around the stock market, and people were already perceiving it like, oh, so now you only cover the stock market when it's bad. It's like, okay, you know what?
Donald Trump has just made a pretty significant post on Truth Social. I'm just going to read the whole thing. Based on the lack of respect that China has shown to the world markets, I am hereby raising the tariff charged to China by the United States to 125% effective immediately. At some point, hopefully in the near future, China will realize that the days of ripping off the USA and other countries is no longer sustainable or acceptable. Conversely, and based on the fact that more than 75 countries have called representatives of the United States, including departments of Commerce, Treasury, and the USTR, to negotiate a solution to the subjects being discussed relative to trade barriers, tariffs, currency manipulation, and non-monetary tariffs, that those countries have not, at my strong suggestion, retaliated in any way, shape, or form against the United
69D chess move.
States. Here's a key line. I have authorized a 90-day pause and a substantial...
I'm not going to lie, Kaz. The fact that we have a bunch of people that are now... I mean, even the Associated Press is just like, this is the most impressive stock, bounce back since World War II.
Lowered reciprocal tariff during this period.
Now he's going to go out there, look, I have the best stock market since FDR.
Of 10%.
It's like, fucking Christ.
Also effective immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Nice.
Do you see, Ryan Nobles, the hand of any pressure of folks on the Hill where you are in this announcement?
Listen, Chris, there's definitely a lot of angst up here on Capitol Hill about the form and fashion in which these tariffs have been delivered. But we have seen Republicans at least publicly tell us that they're willing to give the president some time to see this through. But privately behind the scenes, we know that they are getting phone calls from constituents that are really worried about their 401ks. They're getting calls from constituents who own small businesses who are worried about the impacts of these tariffs. The volume of this concern just seems to be increasing by the day. So that message, we are told, is being relayed to the White House with a degree of urgency. And there was some expectation that this entire process was, had the opportunity to shift on a dime at any moment, which is, it appears it has in this regard. So, while Donald Trump has said that he was going to see this through long term, anything can change at any given moment. And as we see the markets reacting, I talked to one senator today who said that with as simple as a Truth Social post, Donald Trump could send the markets back into green territory. And that's exactly what we see happening here.
But that's, again, after he fucking broke it in the first place. This is this is cringe. This is fucking cringe as fuck, guys. Like, dear God.
That volatility, though.
Dear fucking God. Do any of these people have, it's not even about spines at this point. Like, just have the brain to just go, you know what? No, like, he did this in the first place. He sent the markets fucking cratering, and then now you're literally playing into it. You're just gonna do the thing where it's like, look how high it went.
Cuts both ways. And, we'll have to see how congressional Republicans feel about not having a very specific long-term strategy with an end game. That's what we continue to hear over and over for
90 days. They keep pushing it back. And then the markets also, because everybody's fucking so dumb that they just go, okay, fine.
From congressional Republicans.
What?
Mr. President, you have the ability and the right to see your economic vision forward, but you need to give us some guidance as to how you get to the end of this. How does this plane land? And a lot of the angst, I think, from congressional Republicans comes from that idea that they just seem to be shooting
I'm not a
from
pilot.
the hip, and there's not a long-term strategy as to how to bring this all in to one specific strategy.
That's also where I get really pissed off is like Trump does this thing where he's like, you know what? Yeah, with one Truth Social, I already did this. But then the second that his big brain moves, they don't produce what he was thinking was going to happen. Then he pivots and goes, whose idea was this anyway?
That is a long-term economic.
And everybody on the left and the right goes,
benefit to the United States, Chris.
Ryan Nobles, thank you. And take a look at the Dow, at least starting to respond. All the way coming up already.
Yep.
So the girls are fighting, y'all. The girls are fighting. So some Trump officials. Is this the first time in the second term that this has happened where you have some real heat being directed at each other? You have Peter Navarro, Trump's economic advisor, and you have Elon Musk, Trump's co-president, his shadow president. They despise each other. So let me walk you through this here. Let's start with this. Elon Musk made a direct appeal to Trump to reverse his sweeping new tariffs. The world's richest person, a key Trump advisor and political donor, was ultimately unsuccessful. So Elon was telling Trump, hey, dog, this is a horrible policy. It's not going to work. Don't do it right now. Elon, I'm sure he's making this argument for personal, piggy, selfish reasons because he does a lot of trade, right? He's got a lot of business deals with China, for example. And so this is absolutely going to hammer his businesses too. I'm sure that's the perspective that he's coming from, but it also does happen to be true that these universal, across-the-board, massive tariffs that aren't even reciprocal, they're 4 times more than reciprocal, it is just economic insanity. It is absolute lunacy. So on that front, Elon is actually correct. All right, let's continue. Ready? This gets interesting. Peter Navarro on Elon Musk, quote, we all understand in the White House, and the American people understand, that Elon's a car manufacturer. But he's not a car manufacturer. He's a car assembler. in many cases, if you go to his Texas plant, a good part of the engines that he gets, which in the EV case are the batteries, comes from Japan and come from China. The electronics come from Taiwan. And what we want, and the difference is in our thinking, and Elon's on this, is that we want the tires made in Akron. We want the transmissions made in Indianapolis. We want the engines made in Flint and Saginaw. And we want the cars manufactured here. Okay. So let me break that down for you. What he's saying is Elon doesn't do enough of his business here, and we want his business here. So sort of fuck him, right? That's what he's saying. Now, understand something, and far be it from me to ever, be kind to Elon Musk, but a fact is a fact. And if you go look up which car manufacturers do the most in the USA, right? The answer is Tesla. So for Tesla, for the cars sold in America that are Teslas, more of their work gets done here than any other car manufacturer. It's just the truth. I was skeptical at first too, but then I did a deep dive on it and I came out going, he does as much as he can here. But what's the point? That some of the things that he needs, some of the raw materials that he needs, they come from other places because they have to, because we don't have the capacity to do it here, right? And that's the thing that Trump doesn't seem to understand, this Navarro guy doesn't seem to understand, is like, there are some things we simply don't have here. Like, we just don't have them here. And so, to say this,
business.
It's kind of stupid. Like, it's kind of ignorant on the facts of reality. You understand what I'm saying? Like, Navarro just doesn't know what he's talking about. Now, by the way, Navarro, we just talked about this the other day. He talked about how he cited an expert in his books, an expert by the name of Ron Vera, V-A-R-A. And anytime he would make a pro-tariff argument, he would say, as Ron Vera says, and as this expert says, this economist says, right? Well, come to find out, Ron Vera is himself. It's Navarro messed around, right? Like, he took his own name and turned it into another name. And so he's citing himself. That is literally like paranoid schizophrenic stuff.
Yeah.
Or it's just he's a complete and utter total fraud. The way that
didn't
Trump found this
do
guy
that too?
is he told
Where
Kushner
he
roughly what his
didn't he call into like somebody like doing an interview where he's just like, yeah, Trump, he's a ladies' man. You should see how many of the ladies he gets. Totally.
Economic beliefs were. And Kushner went on Amazon and was reading through
My name
titles
is Ron.
of economic books. He
like...
came across one from Peter Navarro about how, like, China's killing America or something, or the death of America by China, something like that. And he was like, that's it. We'll go with this guy. This guy's a complete and utter hack fraud. Now, to be fair, Elon is also a complete and utter hack fraud. The guy's a scam artist to the max. Don't believe me? Go watch the Thunderfoot videos on Elon Musk, and he'll explain how this guy's been doing vaporware forever. He's been committing fraud forever. He's stealing tax money and not delivering $38 billion worth, right? But what Navarro is saying here is kind of fucking stupid, because Elon does as much as one can possibly do in the United States for his cars here. Okay? All right, now, here we go. Next. So Elon Musk says, Navarro is truly a moron. What he says here is demonstrably false. Tesla has the most American-made cars. Navarro is dumber than a sack of bricks. By any definition whatsoever, Tesla is the most vertically integrated auto manufacturer in America with the highest percentage of U.S. content. So, fact check, that's actually true. It's true. It's just true. And you guys know, I'm second to no one when it comes to despising Elon Musk. I rip this guy on a daily basis more than anybody else. All right, more. So Elon Musk responds to this tweet about Navarro coming after him, and he calls him Peter Retardo. Peter Navarro, Peter Retardo. So the girls are fighting, y'all. The girls are fighting, y'all. And look, in this instance, here's the thing, right? In this instance, Elon is right. And here's what Trump is missing. Here's what Navarro is missing. I'm not anti-tariff. In fact, I've called myself a protectionist on this show before.
Yeah.
But obviously the devil's in the details.
No, and that's what sucks is like, I also try to not get bogged down in that one too. Like if somebody were to come in here and be like, so you're just anti-tariff? It's like, no.
Right? So the kind of...
No, it's about again, the scalpel to hammer method is probably the best analogy that I've heard, where it's just like, no, dude, like this is something where a scalpel is needed with somebody who has the experience. And you guys literally sold us on the idea that this dude is the best surgeon in the world, and then he shows up with a hammer and starts just hammering away, and then you guys are shit shocked when all of a sudden the patient's gone.
Tariffs I support would be targeted tariffs on specific industries to raise the price of those foreign goods. But then you do what's called industrial policy. You massively subsidize the U.S. industries that compete with it. Right? And then what happens is you create an American product that's a good product, and you create it at a lower price, thereby incentivizing people to buy American. But again, the tariffs have to be targeted. They have to be targeted.
Right. You can't just do it where, like, all of a sudden you can't have coffee. Like, you're having all these this coffee, imported with the idea that we have enough fields. Look at all this land without or like the bananas where it's like, look at all this land. And then you have to explain to this guy, Mr. Trump, sometimes you can't grow bananas, like, for instance, in Illinois.
What Trump did, and what Navarro likes, is literally universal across the board tariffs where everybody gets hit, even when we can't make the shit
sue for medical malpractice.
And that just leads to a catastrophe, right? That just leads to raising the prices of everything. And the other thing is, they don't believe in any industrial policy. They don't believe in subsidizing any U.S. industries. They say, the free market will take care of it. They'll come here. It'll be great. It'll be wonderful. They're pouring back into this country. No, they're fucking not. In fact, the opposite is happening. They're closing factories that they were going to open because they're going, it costs too much now to build a factory because you just slap tariffs on all the raw materials I need to build the fucking factory.
That did. Yeah,
right? So
that's still happening with the Chinese tariffs.
On this one, Elon's right. Like, Peter Navarro should be nowhere near power. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And what happens when you do universal tariffs across the board?
This is interesting, though. Like, this is interesting now, like, that we're seeing the markets correct, but then we are, like, you see the correction happening, but then they're going to have to, like, they're going to have to sit there with the reality of the 90 days. Once that's up, then what? Then you also have to go with the, like, whole thing with China. Like, guys, you do realize what happened, right? Like, it was so bad that they saw that he immediately was like, wait, he's not doing the thing that we thought he was. So, oh God. So then they're like, it got so much better. Oh God, just because he said he wasn't going to do it.
Industrial policy. In fact, you do austerity at the same time.
I know that I'm, like, repeating myself as far as this one, but I am just trying to make you understand how stupid this is.
The price of everything absolutely skyrockets. Businesses don't flourish here. The opposite happens. A lot of businesses will shut down. People will lose their jobs. Their 401ks are being wiped out by the stock market. This is an economic nightmare. And so, we're also at the point, I hate to say this, but it's true. Even if Trump were to reverse course, I think the damage is done. You have damaged our relationship with our allies so thoroughly that now
that's where I was going with. Like, after tomorrow, then the stock futures have to contend with this stuff.
We don't want to do business with America anymore. We don't want them to be the world leader. We don't like the dollar as the world.
Leave it to them to have that reflection time, like the time to reflect on things before they make all of these decisions. Like,
currency.
It's almost
Other
antithetical
countries
to the whole stock market.
More stable, less chaotic. They're good to their word. They don't do trade wars and threaten literal invasions of their allies. And so even if Trump were to reverse on all the tariffs right now, I think the damage is done. And so the girls are fighting. Let me tell you something.
I can't wait to see the video that he made after this one, because he made this, released it, and then went, fuck.
The fights are only going to get more brutal, more vicious, more common.
That's
and happen
the one thing about going live that is nice.
With more members of the administration. Because everybody's going to be pointing fingers at everybody else, saying, you fucked this up, you fucked that up, how could you do this, how could you do that? And the reality is, a pox on all their houses, because they're all ruining this country in their own unique way. And when it comes to Elon,
his pup is a little bit more fuzzy than
in particular. You already know this, but it bears repeating. The way he's ruining this country is, as they're destroying our trade policy, he's destroying our social safety net, cutting 50% of Social Security offices, trying to make it collapse under its own weight, destroying the CFPB, the anti-scam police, destroying the NIH, National Institute of Health, cutting pediatric cancer research and things of that nature, firing anywhere between 100,000 and 250,000 government workers. At the same time, we're about to have massive private sector layoffs on top of the public sector layoffs. So in this fight, Elon is right, but broadly speaking, they're all fucking guilty in their own way. That's for
Discord me for hot take.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean,
hey,
yeah.
y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
The Jubilee video. This one. This is the one that I wish I could watch here. Yes, it is interesting. Man, she blew up. I like how how Jubilee is essentially just like, yeah, see? This is what every leftist looks like. Look, look. She's got piercings. Her hair's done in a way that we don't understand. Oh, you lefties. God, it really does remind me of like the way my school like responded to people with like, you know, punk hair and just these scary kids. All right, we're 2 minutes away from Mountain Time. Let's Mountain Time 420. Let's celebrate, and then we will go to the next story. All right, we're going to that. Yeah, just give me 1 second. We got good to see you, man. How you doing, Starman? All right, let's do it. Let's smoke. Oh, my. Ooh. That was a good one. Hey, Kois, I hit you up on Discord. If you did not see that, I'll be honest, Discord is one of the things that if I had my alerts on, my phone would just be going off all day, so I'm more than likely just like all you guys. I do not have my Discord alerts on. So I just had a nice cardio workout, my Super Beats chew, and now I'm ripped. Hell yeah. Yeah, actually had a nice cardio workout 2 days ago. Technically, I should have gotten it in today, but yeah, it's actually like raining and cold and just... Oh, by the way, that's what exactly what was causing my headache. I knew it. There was definitely like a system or something blowing in. Because that's like the only time that I start getting like these weird pressure headaches where it's just like right here. I do 30 minutes a day at least. Nice. I'd say about a half hour a day. Light jogging. I like going on walks, man. I am such an old man, realistically. A little bit of calisthenics, you know, a little bit of yoga, do some meditation, and then go for a walk. I also like bike rides, but I'm on a very high walk for snacks. Nice, yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, the corner store that I would usually go back, anytime that I would try to like walk to the corner store, like the one that is closest to me, they're remodeling it, man. So like, I wanted to walk there yesterday and go get a few things, and I had that moment. Like the second I was putting my shoes on, I was like, oh damn, they're closed. Yeah. The wives can help with cardio. Truth. I told Orville and told Wilbur that same thing. Wait a minute. Simply, I knew it. You were a time traveler this whole time. I'm getting back to Shy. Into T.I. Shy. What do you mean, Devilman? Confused. Oh, back into chai, like, okay, yeah. Like a chai latte kind of thing? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, okay, sorry. Got it. I was like, yeah, actually, you know, I like a good chai latte every now and then. God, I just had one recently. Like, it was one of those times, too, where it got made by accident. So, like, they were just like, do you want this? I'm like, what is it? They're like, yeah, it's just a chai latte. I'm like, yes. And then it had that moment, like, or that effect on me where I was just like, oh, shit, I really like a good latte. Damn. Changed up a little bit. It's actually cool. My wife just started drinking like black tea like regularly, so I'm really happy about that too, because black tea is really, really good. But you know what sucks? She drank all mine. So yeah. We just got it though. Here. Mediate.
All the breaking news this morning. What is the stock market going to do because of this? China hitting back at the United States with an added 50% in retaliatory tariffs, bringing that total of tariffs on U.S. imports to 84%.
All right, so in the hours before Donald Trump announces he was putting pause on the tariffs, polls continued to show that Americans turning increasingly sour on them, especially as economists and financial leaders continue to predict a recession. Okay, so they're saying that these are the polls that did it.
Percent also setting in as we speak. President Trump's targeted tariffs, which include a combined 104% on Chinese goods. Now, this is rocking global markets, with Americans caught in the middle and staring down a reality that prices on most everything are likely to go up. CNN's Harry Enton is looking at that today and how that makes Americans stuck in the middle feel. How are Americans so far baseline feeling about tariffs at the moment?
They hate them. They hate them, and it's going in the wrong direction. I mean, look at this. Trump's tariff deal. You know, you go back to January, it was 48% who favored, 46% who opposed, so slightly more who favored than opposed. Look at where we are now.
Well, yeah, it's also, can we be real? This is people realizing what tariffs are. Like, God, this is actually kind of sad to have that realization. But yeah, people are finally doing like the research. That's why you're even hearing it from conservative circles where they're just like, yeah, this is the biggest tax increase in, 80 years, I think was what they said.
Now in April, 54%
either 60 or 80.
42% favor. Opposition's going up, favors going down. This, bottom line, is a political loser for Donald Trump, and
he's still 42. Yeah, I know. They're just like, hey, you know what? I love me some Trump daddy. I gotta trust what he says. You gotta just hold on the Trump daddy.
Battle on this. Americans might have been a little open to the idea of tariffs coming into this administration, but since then, their opposition through the roof.
All right. Yeah, it's actually that wasn't all just like the broad support of a bunch of conservatives either. That was like a lot of Democrats that were doing the thing where they're just like, well, yeah, you know what, tariffs are good, which in, again, very specific cases of targeting certain businesses, but man, there's certain items, god damn, I don't know. all I can say is after today and after the next few days, I'm down to take 90 days off of thinking about this shit. The lack of proper education in the American school system did this. Ish. Nah, at what point is it the parents, man? At what point is it the parents? If the parents aren't educated and also teaching their kids, like, then it's on them too. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this being, like, always just a failure on the school systems. That's not the... Like, yes. Yes, the school failed, but... Man, you never hear that other part. And maybe it is because I don't have kids that I'm a little bit more, like, open to saying this, but for real, man, it's on parents to educate their fucking kids about... you know, taxes, about the government, about, like, and not just in a way that's, like, indoctrinating them, because that's also where you get the weird pushback. I mean, this is where you're seeing, like, the generational pushback against Trump's supporters with kids. And then on the other side of that, you had a bunch of liberal fucking millennials and, younger Gen Xers that they push their kids out of being, left-wingers, and they fully embrace Trump because they see it as the counterculture. Like, counterculture in itself is already going to be appealing to any teenager that has, like, a little bit of that hint of rebellion. Like, you do know that, right? So you got to also kind of take that for what it is and just not apply your personal politics when teaching those things. But like, I can say that for my wife, like my father-in-law and my mother-in-law, they were awesome in the way that they taught their kids. Was they didn't preach any religion. They weren't religious themselves, but they also didn't, like, hide them from anything. If they were curious about something, they got books on it. They got, like, to talk to people that were, dealing with the stuff, and that's... I think that was, like, exposure was the best way to teach. And then it's like my wife has said multiple times, that's what made her not a Christian, was just going to church as not being a Christian, then just having questions and then having people just be like very condescending or like, it's just faith. And she was like, like the school system affects the previous generation too. No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like the schools... Yes, I'm not sitting here going to bat for the schools and carrying water for, the American public school system or private school system for that matter. Because even in the private school system, like, the problem was the indoctrination. Like, for everything that I had a leg up on as far as being in, like, a college prep school that had all of the, like, the best classes that you could get, I also had the Texas Texas Instruments revision of history books that it put me behind. Like, realistically, it put me behind. Like, the over focus on biblical stories, there was just so much of that crap where, I did wake up and just go, oh, shit. Like, that was a thing to wrestle with too, where you're like, wait. I was supposed to be getting a better education, and somehow, some way, I'm dumber on these subjects because you hid things from me. And they also taught a very, like, revisionist way of going about history, like American history specifically, man. I learned the America, like, Superman version of America. Yeah, it was weird. I think we all kind of did a little bit, but I'm not sure if you guys had the Texas Instruments American history book, but holy, you guys are only going to learn about the good shit. And also, man, I'm not sure if in the public school system it was the same way, like, coming up in the 90s and, like, early 2000s, was the whole, like, focus on, like, over focus on World War II. Like, dude, I feel like we spent multiple years studying World War II, and then we did, like, a week on the Korean War, a week on Vietnam, or actually, no, Vietnam. I think that was, like, multiple weeks. And then, yeah, we did Desert Storm and then got to the current events. is what we called it once we got there. Not sure if that's what you guys called it. But they took the Trail of Tears out of the history books. Jesus, dude. Really? Like current American history books? Man. So how's that work in public school? Is there like federal curriculum books, or does every like school kind of get a choice for who, like what books they provide? Oh shit, man. I just realized that like I never really thought about this stuff. Oh, by the way, Kirk, welcome back, man. I'm not sure if welcome you back, man. Hey. I've got to get him his allergy shot. What day is it? Oh man, dude, you still have a few days before you go in. This sucks. Yeah, the Windwalkers. Yeah. Basically erased all that history, you know, Manifest Destiny. Yeah, that's kind of what we that's kind of what we did. Your voice. Nice. Yeah, I think I'll just give me a little bit here. Let me get through some stuff and then yeah, I'll bring you on. Land expansion of a great Christian nation. Actually, here, you know what? Sorry, I'm just being lazy. I need to get my. I need to put my headphones on. You're watching. Oh, Lord. Okay. Oh, are you in stream voice or general? No, you're in stream chat. Lord Almighty. I hate this knowing that my back is healing, but it's also all right, that worked. Democrats unveil legislation for $17 minimum wage. Call me a lefty conspiracy theorist, but the far right YouTube nationalists have been playing a long game, just waiting, and we're at the point where they feel they have all the seats needed to pull the ending off. Yes. No, I wouldn't call that conspiracy, man. It's like Steve Bannon almost went out of his way to like give up the game on that one, which I think he did that knowing that the left, like the leftist the online leftist sphere, was going to go nuts over it, and then they'd eventually cycle back to it. But it's just, I don't know. I'm trying to reflect on the whole, like, yes, I'm not trying to gain certain people, but there are certain things where I'm just like, how are they just so effective with this? But here, give me 1 second, Kois. I'm hopping into. All right. How you doing? There we go. All right, Kois. You can join whenever you want to. Otherwise, Bandon's an odd one. He did a doc called Generation Zero back in 2012 about the turn. Wait, he did that? I didn't realize that was his. I thought he was just like in it. I didn't. Heavy on the that went really hard. Heavy on the boomers and how they messed it up. Yeah. Yeah, it's also weird because him and Alex Jones were very similar in that regard. What up, Kois? Are you there? Your mic is off. You're muted. I'm in. Can you hear me? No. You're muted. And I didn't mute you, so hold on. Yeah, I got your volume up. So that'd be on your end. Room is looking cluttered. Harshing my chi. Jim and Skidum, what up, dude? How you been? I'm sorry that the room's looking cluttered. It's actually not that bad. If you could see all the wide open space that I have on this side now, because yeah, if you think if you're bothered by cluttered like stuff, you would have hated the comic book mess that I had. Yeah, I got that just hanging up there, but trust me. The
Yo, what up?
Yo, what up, dude? Glad you figured that out. All right, so
hot take.
Hot take. What's your hot take?
So now with all the shenanigans that have gone on with the tariffs are on, tariffs are off, tariffs are on, tariffs are off, and just absolute stupidity as far as the popular market is concerned, as in the rest of the world, and that everybody is saying people will be more apt to make deals with China. Well, eventually there's the potential that they may galvanize and the U.S. becomes the new Cuba, and not through any kind of a militaristic embargo, but that people just say, we don't want to trade with you while he's still in office. Or at least, that's at minimum.
Well, I mean, we can speculate on that, but what good does that do necessarily? Because like when...
To me, I think that the only person that could possibly want him to stay is obviously Putin. And that but everybody else, they may just say this is not something that smaller markets, smaller economies can live or sustain another attempt if he decides in the 90 days that he's going to do it again. Or at any whim that he just chooses to do whatever.
Well, yeah, that's what kind of where I was going with, like, not rewarding him for fixing what he broke, you know?
Yeah.
But that's also...
Like, this is an absolute...
No, because I'm seeing where you're going with that, and you're not wrong, because, like, we're already seeing it. We're seeing it with the Panama Canal. I think I brought that up once, where, like, legit, he decided to take his ball and go home, and then he was wondering why all of a sudden China brought their balls to the court, and they're just like, hey, you want to play?
Right.
And now he's all just, hey, why are you playing with China? Wait a minute.
Right. And we don't know where it will end because he's not sound in the mind.
It's definitely not. I mean, sound in the mind is
the nicest way that I could put it. I'm
yeah,
at
I was
work,
about to
so-
say it, but that's also where I was getting like, I don't know, man. I was kind of having a moment there because I almost feel gaslit by the media. Like,
Oh,
God,
absolutely.
like fuck.
Because they
watching
have
this, so like watching CNN specifically was just like, oh my God, guys, could you really blow him any harder at this point for just look at the good boy? He finally did something that was expected of him to be normal.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
Like, yeah, I don't know. Like the fact that he waited till 1 o'clock to do it today, to shock, like to play essentially shock the market. But I do think that thing we just watched does play into it. Like he saw the polling, and he really just he couldn't hold anymore. Because realistically, like this is also why I'm a little confused is why more people aren't reporting it as him just capitulating. Like he's technically the one that just went, all right, so I made this threat and it was a bluff. Like in poker, I'm pretty sure that he would have lost, but
exactly.
somehow they're still like giving him all the chips, and it's like, wait, I'm very confused by what just happened there.
100%. It's insane.
He fucking blinked. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I was playing chicken and I begucked. I'm still kind of, I don't know. I'm also trying to be fair about this, and like I was saying, I'm not trying to fucking Midas touch this coverage, where Midas touch is like they're still being very disingenuous about this to the point where it is like I would call it irresponsible reporting. Because it is kind of like, I don't want to sit here hearing about 5D chess, where it's like, you guys are the ones who set up the chessboard, and then all of a sudden we're just like, hey, look, you started playing. Oh, damn.
Yeah, no, I agree thoroughly.
Picking up a lot of your feedback. Jeez.
Yeah, my bad.
No worries.
I'm like kind of in our warehouse area of the center, and I'm just completing some stuff.
Gotcha. He French fried when he should have pizzaed.
Hilarious.
I mean, we are skiing right down that hill, man. Because like you brought it up, the 90 days. That's another thing that nobody's even like, dude.
Right.
Am I maybe wrong in my way of perceiving this? But doesn't it kind of feel like they just keep putting everything off? I mean, even the Democrats were doing this shit, but it's like every big decision or every like big, budget bill or any of this shit. Like, how long have they been doing this? Like, how many times did they just come up to a budget and they're like, later, 90 days? Nah, same with the tick. But yeah, what happened with that? Because I thought we were well past the that period with the TikTok ban.
Yeah, he put another extension out.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, these extensions.
Yeah, because when he saw that China was not going to back down, he went ahead, and now he was the one who ended up backing down because so that he could use it for leverage, because he thought he would get it for leverage automatically to make them capitulate, and they were like, "No, we'll pass."
Yeah, Mitesh, get some cash ready in 3 months to buy some stocks. Honestly, like.
No. This is the time. Don't buy it in 3.
No, I was actually about to say, now's the time to actually start doing it. Like, honestly,
if you didn't start this morning, stay out.
Yeah, that's a great point. Exactly. Because honestly, then you're gonna end up eating shit at some point.
Right, and here's the other thing. Because there's going to be people that are going to speculate, oh, he's an idiot, he just keeps doing whatever he wants, and it's ultimately not always right. Now, in 90 days, when they expect him to go again, this would be the only time that I would say, okay, he did not a wise, but an intelligent move that would be dastardly and nefarious. Like, we need all the big Scooby-Doo words to make sure that he's pointed out to be evil. But if he goes and on the 90 days does not reenact the full-on tariff war, and now people have said, oh, they're going to Wall Street bets get ahead of it and short big stocks that they expect to plummet because of his anticipatory tactics, and then he doesn't do anything, and then they don't get shorted.
Right.
They don't drop, and then it'll be people who are more speculative that didn't have a lot of money to be that probably shouldn't have been in it in the first place, and then now it's another rug pull.
Right.
Pull, excuse me, which is crazy that we're even having conversations like this when he did that crypto rug pull to open up this administration. That alone should have been high crimes and misdemeanors.
Right. Well, that's to say, I mean, then everything he did with Doge, everything he's doing with the Social Security Office, the IRS. Did you guys? I'm not sure, like, if you guys heard about how, like, the IRS, if you filed your taxes, there's like such a backlog right now. So, like, I guess, like,
because
tax returns
I did it.
aren't going out in timely manner.
No, I mean on your. Yeah, no, 100%. That's crazy. Like, what do you think about that? Because there are people that are saying that there are the anticipation that there will be a loss of revenue because people are going to boycott the IRS this year and not file their taxes, on top of the fact that there isn't enough.
Real though? Because how many people actually follow through with boycotting the IRS? I've heard this one before from like the Sovereign Citizens Brigade, which even so, like, for instance, in my life, I got somebody that we got that crazy uncle in my family. He's a sovereign citizen, but he even said, he's like, I don't fuck with the IRS.
Right. That's the Capone clause. Capone was the one that taught everybody the lesson.
I did not, like, for how adamant he was about being anti-government. I never did, like, because he would act tough too, like in his way of like being like, yeah, maybe one day you could withhold your taxes, but he's like, but that's not a good idea because then they're gonna come take your home.
Yeah, because
like, land of the free my ass.
As a Chicago person, that's the Capone clause with the IRS. That's with all the things they knew that he did, whether it be running booths, whether it be in what is it when you're flexing your muscle on people, the legal term.
Flexing? Oh shit.
No, the intimidation.
Oh, Oh, yeah. I was like, wait. I mean, when you say flexing your muscle, I'm like, flexing. No, I mean, he's and that's kind of also part of the problem with like what Trump's doing with the markets. Like, China, they finally used the word. They were just like, he's a bully. Like, we're not gonna back down just because he's a fucking bully. And on top of it, I love how like some of their mathematicians came out. They're like, where did he get these numbers?
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's also what I was wondering, because like, just in general, to like, everybody on the show, is how much do you think that seeing that math equation go viral, like how much of that was his team finally doing the math and going, oh, oops,
right?
Like,
I don't even know what to say about that.
That one's wild, dude.
But the thing is that, like, it wasn't a difficult equation.
Oh.
Like,
I mean, it was for me. Like, I looked at it and it was an alien language, but from everybody that I've talked to that, is good at math, they're just like, oh, dude, it was pretty rudimentary. And somebody said it in chat yesterday that it's like, no, just seeing the asterisks, you should have just put up the red flag.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say about it other than that.
It's just like, yeah, that was just one more added layer of stupid that we have in our government right now.
100%, man.
It's just like, oh my God. What up, Kenzie? How you doing? Good to see you. Talking to Kois TV from over on Twitch.
Hey, Kenzie, how are we doing today? Sorry that I bogarted in. But I was actively doing stuff, so I wasn't going to be able to get the comments in.
No, that worked out. Because I was in between stories. I'm gonna be going to the Cenk fired Fran, Ole had Francesca and the Silly and Billy on. So, of all the panels,
the thing that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, actually, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say there was once while I was at U of I, this girl that I'd worked with indirectly or seen her at work. We ended up in this class that was political science class, politics class specifically. Yeah, and we were talking about the delineation between Republicans and Democrats, and she was hardcore Rhino. Is that the right term? Rhinos are supposed to be Republicans?
Yeah, like if it's Republican in name only, like.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I was wrong about that. Yeah, no, she's a true Republican. Like, I'm certain that today she would meet the criteria for being a MAGA.
Oh, really?
Fascist. Oh, yeah, 100%. She gave this speech in class, and I'm sitting there just listening to her, and she talks about how, and this is years ago, so like it's not even current, where she was talking about how she feels that that Democrats will try and give you some kind of an equation, and as they manipulate it using algebra and saying that you start out with x equals 1 and then you add terms to it, and she made this super complicated mathematical equation where she then said in the end 1 doesn't even equal 1 anymore. And I was like, this is such a bullshit BS equation, because at any point in time, in all the steps that she did with her manipulation of the equation, if you put numbers in, it comes out to 1. It took like 8 steps and like manipulation before she finally was able to get it to work out where the numbers weren't congruent. And I was like, there's just no way. And I was just like, this is exactly the tactic. You obfuscate and try and make it seem murkier and more complex than it really is, so that you can get people to agree.
So you're just kind of saying.
Did I lose you in the equation?
Yeah, but I'm just trying to think, like, was it even a lie though? Like, because there's trying to like you were saying, like you're trying to obfuscate something, but I think, like, honest to God, they just fucked up. Like,
yeah, like I just pulled up a piece of paper and started working the equation.
Like with everything with the Trump, Trump administration right now, the incompetence is almost to be expected, which is sad. Like, that's so sad that we're getting used to that, man.
Yeah, 100%. Because like that was the first thing I did. Like I was listening to her out of one ear and working the math problem on paper, and I was just like, no. And it was like step after step. I disproved what she said, and I was just like, this is crazy.
Well, it's not that hard to do anymore.
This is true.
That should work now. Sorry, I had to change something with the my alerts. Did that work? We're good.
Yeah, but I just felt I wanted to share that little thing because I posted some conspiracy theory, my own for once, this morning on the way to work.
Man,
with all the flights.
So, like, what's your? Can you just break that down real quick? Yeah, what's your conspiracy?
Sure. So this morning, on the way in, they were talking on CNN. I was listening on like satellite radio, and they were talking about that they had another near miss that happened like March 28th, March 29th, somewhere in around that. I don't remember.
Was that the O'Hare one?
No, in the same space where the DC area where that one actually collided.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Yeah. So the person that was the expert that came on said that they categorize it as what is called a collision with no casualties, because they have these sensors on the planes, just like you see in movies, that warn of an impact that is going to be, I think she gave increments of 40 seconds, 30 seconds, 20, but they said this one was 5 seconds apart. So they were like super close to each other, but didn't end up colliding. And that's why they gave it that classification of collision with no casualty, because it was so close. It may as well have been a collision because it broke all their safety parameters.
Oh, jeez.
So yeah, and so she said that ultimately,
but that's the best type I would want. Like if I were to ever be in a collision, it's like, wait, are you telling me we didn't actually touch? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. We just came real close, but we didn't touch. Okay, good. We don't need to talk about this anymore.
Okay. It's essentially just like, yeah, they sneezed and we caught a little bit of,
Oh man, I felt that.
The back end of that is, gross.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And so, like, my conspiracy theory for that was there's going to be something that comes out eventually that the administration changed something in their protocols, because this one was also, again, with involving military planes. And I was like, there's just no way that there are all these near misses with military planes without some kind of subversion and like manipulation. Like they were like, oh, we want to be more covert with our military planes, so we don't want them to do this step anymore, which is like announce yourself when in civilian airspace. And they're like, no, we don't need to do that. Now, I'm not saying that this is what happened. This is just my crazy mind saying.
Well, I know that one was a training exercise, so what's the point in that?
Yeah, well, I think they always call it a training exercise. Didn't you see the Lithuanian thing? They said that was a
Wait a minute. Iron Man. It's literally a joke in Iron Man. It's just like, it was me. I'm in the suit. Exactly. What do you want me to say about this? Just say it's a training exercise. It's not that simple. In a fortunate training exercise.
Right. Exactly.
You know what? God. That was a scene that really did just kind of show, like, no, that's exactly how dumb our government is, and that's exactly how it works.
Yeah. And that's the crazy part, though, because, like, I don't know if you've seen, as of right now, the 4 troops that were killed in Lithuania.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying, is that it was a training accident. But initially, when they were announced, it was that they were hiding stuff, because he was saying he didn't even know anything about it. But like the Lithuanian government was like, these 4 guys are missing, and they were saying, and there were rumors about it being some kind of an ambush.
What's going on with the ambush rumors now?
I mean,
then?
of those 4 4 soldiers in Lithuania, there was a point that the Lithuanian government, I believe, was reported as saying that they were missing and suspected to have been like kidnapped or ambushed and taken.
Well, see, but that's all. I hate to say this, but when you're a family member, wouldn't you rather almost prefer that be the case, like in the way that they did pass? Because, I mean, realistically, this is. I'm not trying to like shit on their memory or in any way, but.
No.
Dude, they got stuck in the mud and then drowned in the mud because they couldn't get out of the tank. Like,
that's the first time I've heard that.
Isn't that what happened?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, here. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. What happened? The Lithuanian 4 soldiers.
Yeah, you're the first one to say that for me.
Yeah, they died in a M8A2 Hercules armored vehicle that sank in a bog near Hadrade, leading to a week-long rescue effort. Pabradre. Or Pabrade? Yeah, Pabrade. There we go. Pabrade, Lithuania. Did the tank flip? No, actually. No, it got stuck in a bog and sank. Here. Hold on. I hate these stupid pop-up ads. All right. Sorry, I can't bring this one up.
No, you're talking.
The Army has identified the 4 soldiers who perished last week during a training exercise in Lithuania when their military vehicle became submerged in a deep swamp, triggering a complex multinational recovery effort. The soldiers, all assigned to the 1st Armored Brigade Combat Team, 3rd Infantry Division, were based in Fort Stewart, Georgia. They were identified, you know what? No, I should. Staff Sergeant Jose Duenes, 25, of Joliet, Illinois. Oh. Staff Sergeant Edvin F. Franco, 25, of Glendale. Oh, shit. Glendale, California. I was like, what? Jeez.
Yeah.
Private First Class Dante Titano, 21, of Dideo, Guam. And Staff Sergeant Troy S. Knutson? Knutson Collins? I think that's how you say it. It's Knutson. 28 of Battle Creek, Michigan. Although we are relieved to have found all our dog-faced soldiers, it does not make the pain any less, or does not make the pain go away. 3rd Infantry Division Commander said, we will continue to care for them. Okay, other soldiers, got it. M1. Tank mechanic had served in the Army. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to get to the part of...
No, you're good.
Soldiers were on their way to recover another vehicle that had broken down during a training exercise. During the towing process, the recovery operation, it got stuck in a bog and it continued to sink. There was no way to get to them. The mission included the deployment of drones to stabilize the swampy terrain. Crews brought in nearly 70 tons of sand and gravel. Because of where they were stuck in the bog, underscoring the logistical complexity of the undertaking.
Now, I apologize that I sound like a naysayer, but initially, if they were on track to go retrieve someone else, and then they were observed to have been bogged down themselves. The way this article reads is there was no point that they were missing or lost. The initial frantic reports, I feel like, which I feel were corroborated by the Lithuanian government, gives a more dire or bleak outlook about how things transpired. But that's just me, and obviously when I get home, I'll try and go look at this from your stream or your VOD so that I can, verify what I'm hearing.
Oh, no, definitely. I mean, that came from military.com, so obviously they're not going to be the ones to even posit this stuff, but that does lead back to my original point where it is I hate to sound reductive on this, but it's almost dumber what happened to them. The fact is they thought that their tank could duck, be a, you know what a duck is?
Yeah.
So
amphibious.
One of the amphibious.
Go under and come back out.
Yeah.
Which depending on the terrain,
then they couldn't.
Yeah, I would expect that too. Because it should be pneumatically sealed. Because even
was it
when
the
you
water
were reading
pressure stopping them from opening the door? I think that's
most
what it.
Likely, but I would doubt that they would have tried.
Yeah.
If they were in a bog, do you think that it would? Because they're saying that it's more like quicksand.
Yeah.
Is what I'm thinking rather than them going into a swamp.
Yeah.
If they thought that they were going to be in water or whatever,
Yeah, and it kept sinking as the farther that they went. Like, that's kind of part of the problem is they kept moving. And that's also why it buried them the way that it did. I mean, that's also why the recovery, I think they, because weren't they reported as missing? Here, let me see.
Yes, reported as missing, and that's what I'm saying.
They were reported as missing, and okay, so. Oh yeah, they were reported as missing 5 days.
Yeah, that's my point. Like that article that you were reading
5 days seems a little
excessive, as opposed to they went to go pick up their comrades that were stuck, and then they themselves became victims. But here's my
I don't see what the conspiracy is though, because they would, if there was a conspiracy, why even admit that it, why even let this information get out there?
Because it was already out that that they were missing. This is the most quote unquote rosy manner that they could have put on it.
So wait, maybe this is where I'm getting lost. What's your actual theory of what happened then to them, and what they were doing?
I don't know.
Oh, see,
I think I think that they're giving us a cover story at this point, and that there is more to it that meets the eyes. Like, hey, there is somebody out there that said, "F the U.S. We're gonna do what we want to do. Let's see whether they can even figure out who
on
did
the
it."
Lithuanian border. I mean, sorry, I don't mean to here. I mean, yeah, because wasn't it just on the border there?
Okay, yeah, but if we are looking at Lithuania, what are the neighboring countries? We're talking about in the.
Actually, that's what I was just doing. Pulling up the. Latvia, Belarus, Poland. It's right next door to Poland.
Yeah, which is Russia.
It does not share a border with Russia. No.
These are all
and Belarus. Yeah, Latvia, Estonia, and Belarus all make it so they don't share a border with Russia.
Yeah, but all four of them are breakaways from the USSR. And I know I'm going very far away now, but I don't know. But then to the point, because this is the one thing I was going to say initially, when you were like, this is almost better. Maybe. But the fact is, you're a little bit younger. Do you know who Pat Tillman is?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Friendly Fire?
Yeah, exactly. But it was reported for over, no, I don't want to say over a decade, but at least years, that he, quote unquote, died in action. And then that was how he was revered and held up as the poster boy for patriotism to the country, that he gave up his NFL career. And
I don't know what. I kind of remember it was reported though as friendly fire, even that it was a training exercise that one of his fellow squad mates had. Yeah, but then I remember also people in the military, even because actually my buddy who was the Trump supporter who was in the military. When we were still hanging out, that one actually, he even said, he was just nah, there's rumors that he was having really bad issues with not just his commander and his squad.
I didn't hear that one, I won't lie to you.
Yeah, see, that's what I was hearing, but this is where back when it happened, where I was just interesting,
yeah,
wasn't covered up for very long. That's where, because I remember the Tillman thing coming out pretty soon after.
Yeah, it took an here, look, in my very first Google search says that in 2004, initially reported as heroic act against the Taliban, later revealed to be friendly fire. And I don't know how long it was before the investigations found that someone from his own platoon mistakenly shot him.
Well, that's the thing. Wasn't it on the gun range? That's
no. I don't know. Here, let me see. And they used
honestly,
him as,
this is the saddest part. I might be mixing up literally watching Full Metal Jacket with this.
Oh, got you. You know what else it might have been?
You gotta go.
Jarhead.
Jarhead. Oh yeah, yeah. That
one with
got a
Jamie
meeting.
Foxx.
Hey, have fun. I will see you later, Anna. Take care. All right.
Yeah,
And
no.
Jarhead,
Like
another
this
one.
one says, initial narrative. Army initially reported that Tillman, who had joined the U.S. Army after 9/11, died in action, saving comrades from enemy ambush, earning him a posthumous Silver Star. They like played it up, and then the cover-up things. They say that they burned his uniform and his body armor. His weapon, helmet, and part of his brain disappeared. And Army officials told examiners that he had been killed by Taliban. And one soldier was sent back to the U.S. with instructions not to reveal to the Tillman family that he'd been killed by friendly fire.
How did it get out?
Investigation.
Like independent investigation by the news? Like 60 Minutes?
I'm trying to, it doesn't say. There's a link to it. There's an here. I'll send you this link. I'm gonna drop it in your Twitch chat because it's easier.
No, it's fine. These damn pop-up ads. You gotta watch out for them.
No.
No, I had one that almost damn near doxed my ass.
That's great.
Yeah. It's one of those ones where I was just like, what the hell? Why would you put my street corner up there? The latest book from John Krakauer, author of Into Thin Air and Into the Wild, focuses on the life and tragic death of former NFL Pat Tillman, who left a lucrative contract with the Arizona Cardinals to join the U.S. Army Rangers. Krakauer talks to NPR Melissa Buck about the investigation into Tillman's death by friendly fire and the Army's subsequent effort to cover up the circumstances of his death. A spray of bullets. At least half the members of the platoon traveling through Afghanistan on April 22nd, 2004 had never been in a firefight before, but on this day, the enemy attacked. In response, the American soldiers sprayed thousands of rounds from their machine gun, M4s, and grenade launchers. Not far away was Tillman, accompanied by another American soldier and an Afghan militia fighter who had been firing his weapon at the opposite canyon wall, where he suspected enemy fighters would be. When from a distance, the leader of one of the U.S. platoon's Humvees saw the Afghan militia fighter, he reacted. He testified that the Afghan guy had on an American uniform, but in the panic of the moment, he reflexively put the guy in his sights of his M4 and put 7 rounds into his chest. Jesus Christ. You know, like, what the... Jesus.
Yeah. So
Sorry,
like this was a big cover up. No, you're good.
Nervous laughter sometimes, where it's just not even nervous. It's just like sick laugh. Like ugh. The shots by the leader of the Humvee were followed by a spray of bullets from the rest of his men. It was an attack that ended in Tillman's death. An army cover-up. What happened next was an effort by the government to suppress the circumstances of Tillman's death. Within hours, certainly, and probably less. Okay, so it wasn't on a training range. It was in the. It was was in the field, and that's why it was possibly a little within their like thought process to be like, well, maybe, just maybe, we could get away with this. Within hours, certainly, and probably less, the Ranger Regiment officers, high-ranking officers back in the United States were conspiring to cover this up. A recommendation to award Tillman this with a Silver Star Medal, one of the U.S. military's highest honors, immediately began moving through the Army ranks, something that is not done for deaths by friendly fire. And says Krakauer, and Krakauer said, when a soldier is killed in combat, you should put his uniform, his weapon, anything that can be considered forensic evidence should be sent back to the states with the body so the medical examiner can determine the cause of death. In the case of Tillman, none of that happened. Tillman's uniform and body armor were burned, says Krakauer. His weapon, helmet, and even part of his brain, which fell to the ground after the attack, disappeared. Gruesome, dude. Army officials told medical examiners that Tillman had been killed by the Taliban, and they stuck by that story when they reported his death to his family. The Army intentionally lied, Krakauer says. They just broke regulation after regulation. One soldier, Russell Baer, was sent back to the United States with instructions not to reveal to the Tillman family that their son had been killed by friendly fire. After attending the funeral, Krakauer says he was so upset at having to lie to Pat's mother that Russell Baer went AWOL. New detail, yeah, because that's another thing, like code of brotherhood, all that kind of shit, like in the military, like, man. Though the death of Pat Tillman and subsequent congressional inquiry into it has been covered closely by the news media, Krakauer says that there are many details that have yet to be exposed. The author uncovers several new aspects of the story, combing through the more than 4,000 pages of documents related to the government's investigation of Tillman's death and conversations with his fellow soldiers. Krakauer pointed out that General Stanley McChrystal, now the U.S. commander in Afghanistan, signed off on the Silver Star recommendation, even though he knew that Tillman's death was the result of friendly fire. In confirmation hearings earlier this year, McChrystal acknowledged that the Army had failed the Tillman family, and he apologized for his part in that. But he maintained that he didn't see any activities by anyone to deceive, and that he absolutely believed that Tillman earned the Silver Star. How much of it was also the fact that he was like a famous case, where not just his death, but the fact that he was, he was drafted by the Arizona Cardinals, and he was
Yep. Yeah, like he definitely was a poster child for other people to join the military for years. I think he inspired people to start doing like even workouts, kind of like Murph did.
Really?
I believe he was the one before Murph. Was it Christopher Murphy? Is the one that they do the Murph for?
I think. I'm not. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. Yeah. Michael Murphy, Lieutenant Michael Murphy. He's one of the ones that was in what was it, Lone Survivor? I think he was one of the 4 SEALs that was part of that.
Right.
And that's what if I remember right.
Happy West Coast. Whew. Nikki Pipes, Caves. Oh, the title. Yes, that's what happens when you're playing chicken and then you're the one who moves. That's what happens. He didn't get anything that he wanted out of it, so yeah, Nikki, that's what happens. And like you missed the part where we already covered basic parenting, where you don't reward children for breaking something and then, fixing that thing. That is something that you do not do. But what do I know? Sorry. All right. So Tillman's. There's no update on this.
Well, they've put out the truth that it was actually friendly fire. and whatnot since. So there's not really much else to it. But I'm just saying that there are times where people are weary of the official military story.
Right.
So I get that it's from military org, but we don't know. And I guess with full disclosure, I am leftist and partisan, and I doubt every word that comes from this administration.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it's not.
You should.
I mean, when you say partisan, are you saying that you don't question the Dems? I was about to say, see, I question the Dems, like, too. This is this is where I was thinking about this too, about how like we do have a huge difference in like partisan politics between left and right, where like because they even try to say it about Bernie, but that's not fair because I can even say like critical things about Bernie. You never hear them criticize their dear leader, and that's where it is truly fucking terrifying, where they just don't see it. Like, at least criticize. Like, if I can have a Trumper criticize one thing, then I genuinely will hear out the rest of their takes. But if somebody just says, no, you're trying to gotcha me, bro, it's like, oh, God.
Yeah, no. My thing is that with Bernie specifically, as a black man, I apologize to throw that in the faces, but I give him all the credit in the world that he's been consistent. Like from I don't think he was around for the Freedom Rides, but I believe had he had the opportunity, he would have been a Freedom Rider.
Wasn't he? Hold on, I think
I don't
wasn't.
like that popped into my head, but I don't. So Freedom Rides was during
61.
Like yeah, so like during
Bernie
Martin
Sanders.
Luther King. It was a coalition of people who would go and do.
Student, he was a protest organizer for the Congress of Racial Equality (CORE) and Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee (SNCC) during the Civil Rights Movement. He did not attend that.
No.
He was part of the civil rights protests in Chicago in 1963.
Yes.
Aced.
Yeah, like he's 100%. He literally should be the picture.
I went to Gene and Jude's and I got a super dog, and I'll tell you what, I'm a super dogger for life.
Yeah, he should literally be the picture in Webster as ally or advocate.
You really should. Actually, that's, you know what? That's a fair assessment, man. Like, for real. That's not even, like, glazing. Like, that's, because he is. Like, I've heard people that are, I got actually one specific dude in my life who, he's a hardcore Trumper. He even makes fun of, like, Bernie supporters, and he thinks that Bernie's, you know, he's like, I could never get behind him. But he's like, you know what? I'll say this for the guy. He's always consistent. Like, he's always been consistent. He's never changed his tune. I like it. It's like, cool. And he's like, but I've never liked what he had to say. It's like, oh, God.
I don't think that, and this is obviously so much projection, I don't think he ever actually heard what he had to say.
No.
Because he heard all the buzzwords and closed right off.
The thing is, he started out on the left. That was the problem. Like, this guy uses terms like blue hairs. Like, that should tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah.
You know, like, and the funniest part was, I was working with him. Like, it was one of these situations where he needed help. I decided, like, to put myself out there, and he was just like, yeah, man, yeah. I'm sitting there working with him, and then, you know, he brings up, like, oh, this blue hair, probably Bernie supporter, and I just kind of shot him a look, and he's like, oh, God, are you? And I was just like, you're the one who made it political, man, so if you want to feel awkward, that's on you. But you do have to, like, you have to kind of, like, have the consequences of your actions here, bud. Like,
you knocked on your own door.
Right. And it's like, and then you're one of these types that does the thing where it's like the left always makes it political. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're the one who, like, right there is a prime example, too, where it's just like, this was at a comic function. There was no reason for it at all. And on top of it, if you're going to go to a Comic-Con and just kind of go, hey, I'm going to make fun of this. Fuck, really?
Yeah. Like If anything, you should expect to see blue hair because there should be a cosplayer doing something.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's like going to an anime con and doing that, where it's just like, did you? No. He sees a cosplayer in Goku, the Goku blue, and he's just like, see, blue hair liberal.
Yeah.
Let's all be honest. Goku in politics, you would try to talk politics with Goku, and he'd just be like, you want to fight? Send me your greatest champion.
That'd be hilarious.
Red hair means MAGA.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
almost said something really, really mean. I almost used the South Park joke where it's just like, okay, so they can have them. And I'm like, no. Still want to, like, God. How old was I when that episode came out? The red-haired have no souls. And then Kyle has to dye his hair. Dude, that's such a ridiculous episode. Sorry, man.
No, you're fine.
I'm all high thinking about South Park. All right, so where in Lithuania did this happen? Yeah, I was right. It was on the border of Poland and Lithuania. Sorry. I kind of got it off of this.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had to send a message to one of the staff members.
Don't worry about it. That's why we got off on Pat Tillman, and now I'm just going back to...
Yeah, that's no problem. I can let you get back to your normal. I appreciate you letting me steal some airspace again.
Yeah, no worries, man. I appreciate that. All
Anytime, man. I'll check back in when I get home from work.
Yep. All
right, later, bro.
Later.
Peace, chat.
Chat went well. All right, guys. We're back. Nah. God, I hate to say this. The more I see, like, blonde hair, especially, like, blonde hair and bad eye makeup usually means MAGA. I don't know. I don't think I'm too far off base on that one. Alrighty. You guys ready to watch Olay and Chill? Which I just realized that she has another freaking channel. Man, okay. Alurinati. I keep forgetting that that's her social name. But yeah, Olay. You guys don't know who she is. She's awesome. She had on Francesca and the guys from the Vanguard to talk about the TYT jank fall off. So wanted to take a look at that with y'all. So let's take a look at the at Olay and the Vanguard with Francesca going through all the TYT stuff. I definitely dig it. It makes I want to start saying thank you for being a friend. Can we watch Golden Girls? Can we just, you know what? Enough of the politics. Can we just, you know what? Screw it. Golden Girls stream. Let's go.
Hello.
This is the Vanguard's second time on Olay and Chill, but it's Francesca's first.
Yeah, what the hell?
I honestly, I really realized just the other day, I was like, you know what? I have a bunch of people that I love and whose channels I've been on, but I haven't been collaborating with because I don't be doing nothing. And I was like, email Francesca. I was like,
hi.
And you, first of all, you have been killing it. I know right now, and we will
miss her on
talk
Leftist
about like
Mafia.
foolishness, but I just want to say, aside from that, your commentary has been excellent. I love your hesitation.
Do they have a VW bus? I want a don't be joking about VW buses. That's like my dream right there, is to get like, everybody wants like an RV or like a motorcycle. I want a 1968 VW bus
Show. I love what's
in nice condition that has
happening in the
you know,
Bitulation room, and I want people to go follow you on there. So
nice
I
conversion.
appreciate it, Ole. We are always on our like on our lips is like a. I think we've actually reached out through multiple shows, through all my shows, to have you on. So it's great to be on your show for the first time.
Okay, so now, how are you, and how is this foolishness that you are dealing with? Because I must say, I'm both shocked and not shocked. Like when I first saw you start like expressing your real opinion about how they were giving it up on the network, I said, okay. I was like, we'll see how long this lasts. But then when I saw what they actually did about it, I said, oh, this is outlandish. You made a whole video coming for Francesca's neck in particular.
Yeah.
And that was crazy to me. That was crazy. And it's the most recent thing on a long list of crazy shit TYT's been doing. But I did think it was kind of a poetic culmination, because all of this is because you're so angry that people are pointing out the obvious, that you want to roll out the red carpet and handle you are handling white supremacists with kitty gloves. Like, oh, we need to break bread. We need to be nice. We need to stop calling people out. But like, the people on the left that are your homeboys, like these are your homies, and you're like, oh, fuck them. Like, absolutely fuck them. Let me make a video letting you know why. Fuck her.
I mean, she did go for it.
What he said every show. You know how petty
Let's
you gotta
be
be to
real.
reach out to everybody in the TYT network? Like, not you either. She can't go there either. It's crazy.
I know. And I'm going to miss going on, obviously, John's show, Dr. Richie's show. I really love Indisputable, and I really love the Damage Report. And, the Vanguard boys know, we talked about it on their show, but I really feel, look, what you saw was the tail end, honestly, of months and months and months of real rage, anger, inability to sleep, honestly. And yes, definitely feeling
I could see
implicated as
that.
someone who contributes to TYT. And
I could see that it definitely made her like start to feel sick, because also she had to, I mean, a channel like her, she has to wonder like how much of it is audience share. Can she afford to like speak her mind? Like,
cover for them.
that was a bad position to be in, but I really applaud the fact that she like stuck to her guns and she went for it.
A lot before, right?
Well, honestly, the people who work so hard to find the middle ground with racists are just as bad as the racists are.
And I have had private conversations trying to have real people in, i.e. Anna. I had private conversations with Jank before I invited him on my show to actually have a debate, which, kudos to him. He actually went through with it.
You do have to give him that credit.
And I gave him a piece of my mind, but I knew, like I told these guys, I knew that was the beginning of the end. But I have been trying, speaking of kid gloves, I've really been trying to deal with kid gloves with Jank and Anna for a long time now. And at a certain point, you kind of got to let go. And at a certain point, when you try to call in and you're calling in and I'm calling you in, and I'm calling you in, but they're not calling anyone else in, and they're going on Glenn Beck, or they're going on, Patrick Bet-David's show, or they're going on Tim Pool, and they're going on these places. And like I say, they go with an offering. And the offering is, look at these crazy lefties.
Yep.
Here's my offering.
Cut my hair.
And if I sacrifice these crazy lefties
Just looking at his, I'm like, yeah, you know what? Like, I could stand to lose a few inches here.
who, believe in things like moving money out of police departments into public safety, then you will like me and I can get on your level. And what's that going to get me? Nothing. So, Ole, you've gone hard in the past, and I also have seen you be so empathetic, honestly, and kind of at the end of it be like, man,
yes.
I kind of feel for Anna, right? Or I feel for Jake, but you were coming at this from someone. The reason I appreciate your commentary is because you come at it from someone who doesn't owe them anything. You know what I mean? And not even like, I'm someone, I don't owe them, because I think our relationship was mutual. I had a journalistic career, a pundit career before them. I helped them. They helped me. I, drove traffic and views, and you can see that. But I was, again, trying to say, look, I respect you. I want to be able to have this conversation privately. When the birthing person thing with Anna happened, I was like, look, don't go down Chappelle's Road. Don't burn your legacy, over this thing. Seems a little weird. And she heard that and she backed off. But it was so funny because you were one of the only people who was like, I don't really owe anybody anything. I'm just going to call it what it is. I know we're all kind of pretending. And then these guys, Zach and Gavin have also done the same. And I think that's what happens when it's like, look, we're just kind of calling the balls and strikes here. We're calling it like we see it. We don't owe people anything. And what comes out is a lot of truth. And I think that's why people like both of
I have to stay strong.
y'all. And
I can't just give in every time that he gives me the puppy eyes.
hopefully me as well.
Yeah. Well, I think it's also interesting to point out that, like, I was a big fan of TYT. It's not like I come at this as someone who's just, dropping in out of nowhere to comment completely without the context or having ever.
Weren't they under the umbrella for a little bit?
Been a fan? No,
I feel like they were under the same situation with Lance and the Surfs.
Watch the network
or Lance of the
seriously
Surfs.
decline from its heyday. And I think what's so wild about this most recent episode that obviously resulted in you getting banned, not just from TYT, but from the Damage Report, Francesca, is I think that they had a real option with what you were presenting and the things that you were saying to actually take TYT back to one of the things that made it so great in the first place in its golden era, which was a lively discourse, a lively debate that occurred on the main panel show every night. I mentioned this when we chatted also, Francesca, but back in the day, in 2015 when like Bernie Sanders was first running, one thing I really enjoyed was tuning in and hearing like, Cenk and Jimmy Dore and Anna Kasparian all going at it and, kind of fighting. And, it's crazy to think of them all being friends, but it really did feel like a family back then. And obviously there were other people around too, John Iadarola being one of them, and yourself, right? But people would get in passionate arguments, and it really felt like you could tune in and watch people who all respected each other have intense discussions. And that's all that you were trying to do, quite frankly, in this most recent stage of TYT's ideological evolution. You had a little bit of pushback, just like Jimmy and Cenk used to push back on each other, just like Anna and Cenk used to push back and continue to push back on each other sometimes when they disagree. Donation. That's all you were offering, and they could have leaned into that. It would have made for a much more entertaining product, ultimately, than whatever the hell is going on now. You tune in, the vibes are miserable. You can tell that there's behind-the-scenes strife that's affecting the on-screen presentation of the product. The vibes have
he's making out for my mistake
in front of all of us. It's just not the same. And I think they could have, if it weren't for their pettiness and it weren't for their egos, they could have taken your challenge and said, hell yeah, let's actually do this. Let's have a fun, explosive, intense at times discussion where we not just hash out the birthing person thing, but every issue we disagree on. That's compelling content.
I mean, Ole had a great debate, I thought. I mean, with them a couple of years ago around policing, and I am like, that is robust. That's a good conversation. Even, I mean, if you want to be real about it, like, I'm a contractor. Like, I never had a show. It's really weird to do a really long segment about me, but when I did float them, discussions and debates between me and John and Anna and Cenk, there's also someone named Dr. Richie who is on their network. There's also J.R. Jackson, but Dr. Richie specifically.
I was about to say, what about JR? Poor JR.
Like police acting crazy and racist in the streets, and it's good. And also Karen's going nuts, and he is someone who's openly talked about like, how can we get a leash on these cops, honestly?
Yeah.
And even inviting Dr. Richie to maybe like hash out certain issues, you're not even seeing that kind of crossover. Meanwhile, they're making lots of money off of Indisputable. It gets consistently, there's over 1 million subscribers. It consistently gets like in the hundreds of thousands. I think their videos might even do better than the main channel's video.
Actually,
right. So
Rebel HQ is like growing way faster than TYT.
That's just another kind of like glaring oversight. Okay, so you don't actually really believe. I don't really understand if you.
That sucks.
I don't think you know about like real racial justice struggles. Maybe like what
like
all
it sucks
this
for them because I'm pretty sure that TYT owns that entire show.
Whatever, what the Black Lives Matter movement was even about, but you're gonna make money off of.
I heard they put Black Lives Matter on the map with their coverage.
Right.
Did you hear Cenk say that?
He did say that.
You're right, Francesca, honestly, that I've tried to. Every time I talk about TYT, honestly, in the last year or so, I always start by trying to be like, let me show you where I like feel, I can understand where one could grow frustrated, right? Because I never want to be a hypocrite. Like, as somebody who is a creator and who recognizes how it feels when a bunch of people are shitting on you and talking about you and stuff, I want to be sensitive to that. Even though Anna and Cenk are people who are like notoriously not sensitive to me in particular, and it's always funny because I feel like I handle them the nicest, but whenever they talk about me, that's when they feel feel like they could get really, because I think Cenk just called me stupid out the blue the other day on Twitter, and I find
what?
it. I find it funny just because
Still, he's going after her? No way.
What is it? 2 years ago now, and I think I said, this would they very obviously were getting ready to do a grift. It seemed very clear to me, and I actually think I'll say what I think.
Proper call
either
out.
I was wrong about, or is just worse than I thought it would be. Because to some level, I didn't think they were like right wing or that they believed a lot of the things that they were saying. I thought it was very obvious that they know that there is a formula and how to move over to the right or what they thought would earn them more dollars. I think 2 years with like perspective now, I think they do believe a lot of the right wing. I think they very much so passionately hold a lot of these right wing views. I do still think it was a deliberate, and it continues to be a deliberate effort to try to hone in on right wing money that they know they can't earn by just being on the right. They want to be the leftist who shit on the left. Like, I can hang out here. It's like they want to be the woman in the room that is with all the men that are like, oh, all these bitches are this, that, but not you. You know what I mean? That's what they want to be like.
Cool girl.
I'm
Yes, they
want
want
to
to be the
leftist.
cool.
Pick-me's?
And their version of a sensible leftist is a right-wing centrist.
Totally. And it's fine to be a centrist, but you got to just own up to the fact that you're a centrist. And I will just say there's like been a couple moments where I knew that their coverage has been, there's been massive blind spots. So I've always bristled at the idea that it's for money. Because I actually do think that they deeply believe the things that they're talking about. Like, I do deeply think that Anna, it has a right-wing framing on like the housing crisis and homelessness, just number one, just by virtue on who she talks about, how she talks about it. Same with immigration. Cenk said to my face, he told me, look, I don't have a problem. This is in the lame duck Biden's moment, but before Trump assumes office, when we knew all of the stuff that we're seeing now was 100% going to play out. He told me, well, I don't have a problem as long as they just target the criminals and the, the gangsters.
Oh, that don't shock me at all. I remember my conversation with him about bail and the criminal system. Okay, my mans don't even believe in cash bail.
Right, exactly. It's like, what do you think that they're doing now? ICE has said, I remember when ICE wanted to defund ICE in the first Trump administration, they were like, look, we can't actually go after criminals because nobody will talk to us because they think we're just rounding up anybody. So let's focus. And we're just forgetting that happened. And look what's happening. Innocent people being deported. Then another thing, this is a moment, I forgot to tell the Vanguard guys that you guys about it, but there was a moment when I was hosting with Cenk a few years ago during BLM, but at the tail end of BLM, the most recent uprising. And it's always finding the outlier stories that they really like. So this was an issue where a mentally unwell man was in his bathroom having an episode, and the cops were talking to him, trying to negotiate him. He had a gun, trying to negotiate with him to come out of the bathroom for like 30, some really long amount of time, right? He shoots through the bathroom. It, I believe, hits a neighbor, right? And then, or doesn't hit anybody. It doesn't kill anybody, but he shoots. Then he is killed by the cops. And the people in the streets, BLM folks in the local community, I can't remember where it was, they took the streets and they were like, Black Lives Matter, what are you doing? Why'd you just kill this man? He's having a mental episode. Yes, he was armed, but you were on the precipice of talking him down, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, hold on. No, hold on. Based on your assessment there, if he fired the second that weapon is discharged, listen, I am all for police reform, any of that, but I'm sorry, even in the most reformist case, when a weapon is discharged through a wall nonetheless, because you cannot see I'm sorry.
Cenk was obsessed.
And you just said that he fired towards a neighbor.
Obsessed with doing this story because he wanted to focus.
Like, that's not
focus on that.
Yes, I'm all for having non-police interventionists, almost what do you call them? God, why do I always forget the term of these guys? The negotiators, but we get them they're mental health providers or,
the neighbor,
not providers, but you know what I mean.
Was like, I felt unsafe because this guy had a gun, and that was really precious to him because it was like, see, BLM, you're kind of stupid. You activists in the street who were saying that guy shouldn't have been killed, but and so it was like how we focus on which stories and having these outlier cases to disprove the movement and to show how the movement's stupid is really precious to people like Cenk and sadly.
If he was using that as to say that BLM is stupid because of that, no.
Because they're not. Here's my thing, and it's funny because I feel like Something that I think is true about the leftist internet space, right? I think the leftist internet space has like
up on the other side.
a white tint to it that is interesting because like actual like traditional leftism and on the streets and organizers is very black, but on the internet, there's always this willingness. I feel like certain figures are propelled to the front, and there's always this willingness to excuse glaring prejudices. And everything that I've seen from Cenk and Anna from the moment that they have come into like my arena is prejudice when it comes to black people, marginalized people, immigrants, all this. And I always find it interesting how willing people are to overlook their like obvious racism in exchange for, oh, they're progressives because these other things, as though like
Obvious
these are
racism.
not
What's she
disqualifying
talking
factors.
about? Like, wait, honestly, I'm
And I think that was clear
from TYT.
even when you saw
I got
when
lost
Anna
on
went
this.
on her little anti-left, not even the most recent, like I've left the left, her original anti-left press run when people first started criticizing over birthing person, and she was in her whole like framing it like she had a beef with me. What she was saying on a lot of those shows, she was talking about how she doesn't like to talk to black people. I don't like to talk to black people, or I don't feel comfortable with black people.
remember that.
Outright
Remember
saying,
that.
oh, you don't no, Francesca, the reason you don't remember it is because despite the fact that she could say something,
It's tough. You have to report both sides of these complicated items, but everyone has an agenda.
Then,
Yeah,
like,
but that's part of
that outright.
Rewind it. Okay, here. Yeah.
The left didn't give a fuck. Like this white.
Kois, how? Here, hold on. Where do you want me to rewind it to? Go back 30 seconds.
My arena is prejudice when it comes to black people, marginalized people, immigrants, all this. And I always find it interesting how willing people are to overlook their like obvious racism in exchange for, oh, they're progressives because these other things, as though like these are not disqualifying factors. And I think that was clear with even when you saw when Anna went on her little anti-left, not even the most recent, like I've left the left, her original anti-left press run when people first started criticizing over birthing person, and she was in her whole like framing it like she had a beef with me.
Guys, I hate to say this because yes, it was shitty, but it wasn't like she had just said it was anti-left. I don't think it was anti-left.
What she was saying on a lot of those shows, she was talking about how she doesn't like to talk to black people. I don't like to talk to black people, or I don't feel comfortable with black people.
Remember that.
Outright saying,
She did.
oh, you don't, Francesca, the reason you don't remember it is because despite the fact
I was about to say, I'm like, I'll remember that one.
that she could say something like that outright, the left didn't give a fuck. Like this white internet left that is talking about it, that's not something they find worth criticizing.
Did she? Where is this? I want to. What?
Her for racism.
Fucking like, how is that not the top of the list?
It's cool. Like this other stuff, everyone's like, oh my gosh, yeah. But that's been clear. And if you hear what they say about black people, even their own personal interactions with somebody, if you think someone who's in like the year 2023 telling us they don't like to talk to black people and black people make them uncomfortable and basically making it out to be a hostile environment.
Did she say that? Listen, 2023, 2023. It's 2025 now. That's right about the time that I stopped listening. So
I mean, like I can't speak, or black people are this, that, that. By the way, when they exist,
I also feel like if she was saying this shit, then this would have been covered everywhere. What is she?
Just in a space where
Is it gatekeeping to point out things we disagree on?
they could count.
If that's the case, then yeah. Like honestly, I think Olay might be have like a really, really impossible standard if that's the case.
Black people are like flies in the milk, right? Like she's saying, oh, me, she has a problem with me in comparison to a million white creators that are criticizing her. Right?
We may need context. That's kind of where I'm coming from.
Right?
Yeah, after this, we're gonna do some.
If you hear how
here, Kois, do me a favor. Just make a little note, like if you can, that we need to kind of revisit
they
this.
talk about just their own personal interactions with black people, what would make us think
Like
they're
this
talking about
specific,
that? They're
part.
talking like that about black people that are in the same
We're
space as
at-
them.
Hold on. 1536. Okay, actually.
That are like
I'm
they're
doing the thing that I usually do to people where I'm like, hey, can you do that? And then I'm going to do it. But the only reason I even asked is because
colleagues
now
are
I
supposed to be their peers.
prioritized
How do you
it in
think
my
they
mind.
feel about poor black people and working class black people and who they're deeming the
Oh, thanks,
immigrants and the homeless and the criminals? And they say as much. When I was talking to Cenk, Cenk was spitting back at me with
15 minutes.
fired propaganda, like literal lies. I'm like, I am an attorney in this city. That is not how the law works. People are not committing crime, getting out the next day and committing more crime, and they can't be jailed and all of this. And they didn't want to hear it. And their response was what he said to me then when he started turning up was, you know, we have been some of the greatest champions of criminal justice and all of this, blah, 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 the Young Turks. And that's pretty much their attitude. They act like 2009 Kanye. Which is dead ass they do. Like every time I hear Cenk and Anna, is this very like, I am king. I have opened the door for you peasants, and y'all should all be bowing down to me. And I think that's clear just in how they went about dealing with you, because there's no reason, even if they decided that, oh, I don't want her on my network anymore, I'm mad for this reason. There's something there.
1536 rewind on Ole.
There's a big jump between that and let me get in front of the camera, let me make and produce a video so that I could put it on. And I want to put this person on blast, because there's a suggestion that they want to end you. In their mind, if they had it their way, they don't want people watching you. They want to tarnish your reputation, which is interesting, right? Like they running up there to go
copyright strike us too. They threatened to freaking sue us or copyright strike us out of existence for.
I'm surprised they haven't.
Members only content or whatever. So
I'd have had to copyright strike y'all.
Oh man, this is actually kind of weird to watch because no, you're doing your disingenuous BS thing that you're not recognizing how shitty it is that you're taking paywalled content from TYT and then using that content to make shock content on your channel and then put that behind a paywall. You have not once acknowledged that you put that under a members only block on your side. That's what's fucked up to me.
I had to do it.
They don't want to have
had to get y'all. You're enjoying it too much. I would have had to get you.
I was.
Oh man, I feel like now I'm in a position where it's just like, oh wait, so are you siding with TYT? No.
That's kind of crazy.
I'm just trying to be objective about this and like realistically, TYT actually like has the case to shut them down as far as like the whole like threat with the, oh, well, if you're using our members only content, you know, that's bullshit. It like they're trying to posit it under fair use, which no, that's not how it works. The second that you start monetizing things, then they have the option to make sure that they keep that monetization or they can have revenue sharing. There's many different ways to go about that.
You know, like you say, you know, ever since TYT has entered your space or whatever you've.
And I think it's actually doing more damage to their point because they're not being truthful on that.
Only seeing this bigotry or prejudice
from
or whatever.
my
But I think
perspective.
what's so crazy about this to a lot of people, and why some people even on the left like have struggled to grapple with it, is because it wasn't that long ago that Anna and Cenk, but specifically
This is like a fight between two friends that both are in the wrong.
Anna was like full SJW mode. Like back in 2016, 2017.
That's actually a really good way of putting that, because yeah, it's the exact same vibe I'm getting.
Like she was full on like BuzzFeed feminist, like woke, you know, whatever. I remember there was a TYT segment about how like the Harambe memes were racist that a bunch of people made fun of because it was like too woke, and they were like, come on guys, like people are just having fun. This isn't like what. Okay, well maybe there was
I knew a bunch of racist ass niggas in law school who were giving it up wild off that Harambe shit.
Okay,
Like,
well, my point is they were like the opposite. And
Wait,
then
but some of the Harambe. Wait.
and then it turned and go so bitter and
Or is she saying all the Harambe things were racist?
so, you know, culminating in that comment that you referenced where she was like, yeah, I don't even,
some of that
you know,
justice
feel
for Harambe shit was really funny.
comfortable talking to black people or people that aren't white because I feel like they're going to jump down my
Also-
throat if I say the wrong thing, which is crazy because if you say the wrong thing,
Can
you
we just acknowledge that actually after Harambe, that's when everything started taking a shit?
apologize. I mean, she's admitting there that she's actually terrified of having to apologize and admit that she was
My joke is that the Cubs won the World Series, and I walked into a totally different parallel universe, and that was the deal I unknowingly made.
people are her antagonists, which isn't true.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing that the problem, and that's what I said from the beginning when she originally decided to single me out of a sea of people talking about her, and I was like the most aside, like we're not even talking about you because I'm on this white people show and all of them are talking about you and I'm seated here.
Why are you always like doing that though?
You know what
this white people show.
mean?
Again, you're the one
But I
doing
said that then. It's like this need to go. That's how I knew it was a right wing pivot. This need to go on to these right wing shows and frame
Harambe
it
means we're
like
like
this.
Yeah, exactly. Let's just can we just chill out on like attacking the Harambe memes?
Radical black.
If they were racist ones, fuck them. They suck. And you know what? No, they suck double time. How dare they even try to do some of that bullshit with Harambe? No, Harambe needs to we need to protect the Harambe meme. I'm saying that almost 10 years later.
Left. Like the left is represented by these black people who are jumping down your throat. And meanwhile, is that the case? Like, look at y'all, pale as ghosts on their ass 24/7, Zach.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, Oh, no, Zach, please. You haven't said much.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that.
I think Francesca actually kind of got a little upset about that, where it is kind of like, yo, and like, yeah, I would just kind of be like, why, dude, if I pulled that shit, I don't like doing whataboutism, but for real, if I made even the slightest comment about your complexion in that regard, like, come the fuck on, grow up.
That my analysis of Cenk and Anna is that I think that they were really
Like,
just
dude.
clout chasing the entire Bernie era. I don't see a lot of legitimate progressive values there, but what it was,
And I don't mind her doing it, like, sometimes, Jesus,
Was
but
the
like, she
fucking
makes it
gold-
every fucking, like, every time.
gold mine California gold rush of YouTube. If you were starting up, Gavin and I used to fucking lay up at night, get a little stoned and be like, God, could you imagine if we started our channel in 2015, bro? Like, channels that were not very capable were just blowing up out of control because people were desperate to hear anybody talk about Bernie Sanders. And of course, there were really good content creators that were really riding that wave at a time, but it was a total cash grab.
shit,
That's why they
Mitesh.
don't talk
Angry
about, Gavin just pointed out the other day on air, they don't even call themselves the home of progressives half the time anymore. And what you see is that Cenk really just wanted to grow his platform. You know,
Just so you guys know, I am going to be on for a while.
Sam Cedar was
I
mentioning
have
that
no-
he wanted
I-
to be on in airports. And if you look
Donald Trump's tariffs ruined my plans tonight.
at his trajectory like that, it really makes sense. So he goes from being a Republican, which is when you're young, if you're 25 and you fucking hate, you know, people who are different than you, probably that's going to be in you when you're 45 too. Like, it's just very difficult.
Can't
for
even wait to hit that bait,
me to
bro.
believe that you had an altruistic evolution at that age. Maybe you did, and God bless
Look
you
at
if
this
that
amateur.
happened. But
I mean,
maybe
you can't even
you saw a
wait.
lane for yourself.
Doing it on camera.
And
What's
instead
up
of
with you?
having you and this 19-year-old chick that you hired, no offense, Anna, talk about like, oh, this is how chicken nuggets are made, and this is a woman that got mauled by a chimpanzee, which are the two highest viewed videos in TYT history from before they decided to be progressives. Then in 2016, they're blowing up out of control. Cenk's mind says, I am going to go take a venture capital fundraising round and raise over $20 million from West Coast elites as I'm constantly looking at the camera and telling my audience we need to get big money out of politics. We need to get big money out of media. I'm trying.
I was literally just about to say, I'm like, yeah, Angry Ginger just went live. And I was like, yeah, look at this. I'm actually on at the same time as
to
him.
promote
Crazy.
independent media companies, but really I'm just skimming 20% off the top of them like a mafia boss, which Sam Cedar also revealed. They weren't doing anything to promote their network of shows.
Kind of weird. I'd actually be watching him right now.
They were allowing them to pay them money to optimize their
With my buddy.
content. That's totally not what they were presenting to the public. Then they get Joe Sandberg to do a cash infusion and convince their audience that there's a way to do progressive banking. That guy just went down for a $100 million fraud in California, and they did zero coverage of it on their network. Then they go out and in a very critical election to stave off fascism in the United States. We're not talking about Mitt Romney or Paul Ryan. We're talking about Donald Trump ×2. They say we're going to get in bed with Peter Thiel and Polymarket, a crypto gambling service that's illegal in the United States, where you run your freaking
And this is where you two have a good point.
company and you're going to sell the naming rights of the People's Studio, which you
Streamception.
fund.
President.
Run for president, run for Congress and fail. They had a studio that they got built with $400,000 in small dollar donations when they were at that same time taking venture capital money. Could you
I can't wait for when we're supposed to vote again and Trump only gives us one option. I'm writing in Harambe.
believe the con that they had to do to those people to then turn around and be like, we're going to name it the Polymarket Studios? People really believed that TYT was a home for progressive change. So Gavin and I just view them as a corporate news network that completely sold their audience down the river, and that's why we make a living lampooning.
First of all, that is an amazing rant, and it's why I love the Vanguard. And I thank you for bringing our attention to aspiration. The founder was found guilty of fraud, and that should be covered. I mean, if they're going to be honest, I don't think it's a problem to take money from certain outlets, but like be upfront, be transparent about it, especially when they're going
that's
down.
also where again they fell victim to that whole like purity testing thing, because they were just like, They were so afraid to take any donations from large donors, and then they finally had to with the millionaires, and then it just became a thing because then everybody on the right was just like, aha, you have a billion, you have a backer, and then here we constantly fall into this thing where we're like, we don't have funding. We're constantly falling behind. And you can see that there is an appetite for this kind of stuff. There's a reason the Midas Touch, and I hate to say this, I really do, but there's a reason the Midas Touch is the #1 podcast in the world right now.
Wanted for
and that should also kind of give us a little bit of like, hopium, where it's like, guys, there is an appetite for leftist politics, for leftist streamers.
Right,
I mean,
like-
for me, I feel good.
It's not a good look on you. But here's
I mean,
what I'll say. I
even
don't
in my small corner here, I've seen growth.
love the making fun of
So, and I'm
TYT's
happy to-
early days
I'm happy.
for doing pop culture stuff. I think that's good. I think it's
Oh,
due
no, it
diligence.
is good. Yeah.
I think it's due diligence to do pop culture. It's fine. Yeah, okay. Some of the
What's wrong with pop
some of the stuff
culture?
could be maybe
Especially you, Ole. You and your Dragon Ball Z love, you do not get to comment on this one.
salacious and misogynistic.
That's actually
whatever.
like the one thing I want to talk. Like, I would love to do like a show with Ole, but I would just totally stun lock and have a Dragon Ball Z conversation for like 40. Like, it would just turn into an anime podcast.
But-
Although I think she actually has like a entertainment channel.
Like,
so
I'm not gonna like ream
Smart.
them over that.
Sure.
But it is interesting to see like who are they at their heart. And I think Cenk, and I say this, he's probably gonna see this because Hank's gonna clip it. It's gonna be a whole thing.
Shout
But,
out
like,
to Hank.
I say this with like
recipe R.I.P. Harambe. Only he could have prevented MAGA. Our timeline changed that day. We got the wrong path.
also some care. Cenk is fairly delusional, and I just want
Yep.
to like make sure everyone kind of knows that. And just another
Oh
story
man, so
that
Cleveland was supposed to win.
Damn. I have, because again, I really, anyone who's built what he's built, I have some admiration for. Anyone who, recently, one of the last private conversations we had was about going on Piers Morgan. I had a bad
T
performance.
minus 19 minutes.
Once, and I was like, man, should I keep going on this? He was like, yes, you got to do it. So, we've had conversations that have been cordial. I respect the guy. And when I didn't respect him, I made sure, guys, I never tweeted at him. I never made videos about him. I never said shit about shit until
That's true.
I said, come on my show, we'll have it out.
That is
and
true.
then from there, yes, I clipped up that video. Yes, I then made a short video that kind of mocked how he was wrong.
You said his brain was broken? Come on.
Yes, I did say his
That
brain was
very
broken, but I do
offensive.
think, look, my brain was broken after the 2024 election, but I'm not to the point where I'm going right. But one of the times that he was running for Congress, second time he ran for Congress, whatever the time he ran for Congress when the impeachment was going on.
Oh, Christy Smith, yeah.
So he was like literally said to me with a straight face, he goes, can you imagine? I win and they ask me to present the articles of impeachment to Donald Trump. That's gonna just like, can you like that? And I was just like, wow, yeah, like a child, like I'm saying, like, dude really thought he was not only gonna win the election, but
He does have like that grandiose thing, like that story that they told about how he was like, I want Sam Cedar said it, where he's like, I want TYT to be in airports. It's like,
he's like, you gotta go into Congress and you gotta just crush everybody and make no friends and go in there and you gotta fight. And I hate AOC and how dare you straight deals and how dare you. Like, his whole attitude about how you're supposed to be in Congress is basically make no friends, get nothing done. And they were gonna be like,
to be fair, you've been kind of on that.
At least he was passionate about that. Like, I don't even sense that level of energy or excitement.
no, but if it's, but no, because make sure you know that when he's talking about anyone on the left,
yes,
he has so much passion and anger. What I'm saying is like
bitterness.
that they were going to be like, oh yeah, you should definitely present the articles of impeachment, Mr. Uger, now that you've won your it's just like so much delusion. There's
He
so
got
much delusion.
6% of the vote in that race, everyone, for posterity. He got 6% of the vote. It was not competitive.
Yeah. But I do think that he has like a childlike or he did have a childlike excitement that you kind of just referenced there that I have seen totally evaporate. And I feel like that's a big part of the reason why the show has completely gone downhill too, is just that vibe, right? That exciting energy that used to make the show fun. Even in that era when their cracks were already starting to emerge, it did feel like more of a fun, journey we're on with the host, with the ideology, like this progressive mission. And now it just seems like, Cenk left all that
fair,
behind.
the guy did pivot from the right wing, like when he started the show.
Threw it all under the bus, everything that he stood for not that long ago. Like, it really wasn't that long ago that he was calling out Jimmy Dore for doing exactly the same thing that he is now doing. Jimmy was going on Tucker Carlson and giving softball, interviews in the same way that Cenk is now doing that with Dr. Phil and Charlie Kirk and all this stuff. And he's just completely unaware of the blatant hypocrisy that comes out of his mouth every time he defends himself.
Yeah,
I think he doesn't care. Honestly, to me, like
yeah, except see, this is the thing, the Dr. Phil thing. Did he challenge Dr. Phil, or did he just like bloviate him? Like, I don't know.
As it pertains to the hypocrisy, I think he doesn't care. He has to see and know.
I reserve to hold my opinion until I actually see the interview.
They at the very least, we know that they are locked into all the criticisms that are being made of them. So they've heard it. They know they don't care. And it's two things that I guess I find interesting. Whenever I hear like people talk about what Cenk's previous like political beliefs are, this is somebody who's a Republican, whatever have you.
Of course,
it makes me think of something that's happening today right now on the internet, on Threads. There's this big controversy.
Of course, SSSSSS.
Because you see Cory Booker
Okay,
did
I'll
his
take it.
24-hour thing, and then some white person who loves himself an ally and a progressive.
I think I saw this.
You see, look, okay, well, he said he's selling a candle with Cory Booker on it, and so people were like, "Hey, no, like, don't go and profit off of Black people's labor. Like, don't go. That's not the way to do it, or whatever." And he was like, "What? I'm an ally. Don't tell me this or whatever, yada yada." And then this other person comes in really trying to defend them. Is what is a big platform called Camp Call Out, which is a person who's calls himself ex-MAGA. They were ex-MAGA like last year. They were doing interviews on group. They were a member of like groomers against the LGBT people against.
Boy.
You know what I mean? LGBT
Gays against
grooming and stuff, like
groomers.
real right wing supremacy type shit. And but now this person calls himself Camp Call Out, and they're calling out all the right wing people, and they're like, "Oh, this big progressive person." And I think there's a parallel between that and the Cenk thing. The way non-Black people are allowed to have reprehensible like views, schools of thought, ideologies, and then they just tell you they've left them. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I have a new position. You know what I mean? I'm newly this, and they immediately take a position as the head of something. Like, I'm not just progressive now. This is the fucking home of progressives, nigga. Like, I built it. I champion. I am the guy. You know what I mean? And I think there's something to that, because every time I see Anna and Cenk's like political views flipping all over the place, but also seeing like evidence of maybe like them always having had certain views, some changing. I think what that is I think that's illustrative of people who got.
I think that honestly, you're not being fair here, and you want them. That's what you want them to be. Like, you want them to be more of an enemy than they actually are, and it's easier for you to vilify them if they are
into a line of work, you know what I mean? And they feel maybe some.
I'm just, again, man, I'm trying to be objective about this. I'm not picking sides, but I realistically do see like, okay, that's not charitable
things, you know what I mean?
Whatever.
And they're riding with the waves and the times, and those things are changed. And if you don't have a concrete, like, this is my school of thought, I passionately believe in, contradictions will arise, especially as you start being personally invested one way or the next. I also think, and I've always thought this, I think there's a check somewhere involved for Cenk and them. That's clear to me, because even just as a creator brain, this hasn't been going well for them. I think by art, like, I don't really think there's any metric that you could say they have been getting the kind of benefits that we can see. Like, if like, we're not seeing their viewers increase because they're doing this right-wing pivot. We're not seeing the right embrace them or champion them or somehow like coming over to their channel.
I will say that much. No, they did not get the right-wing audience share that they thought they were going to get.
You're seeing like them end up severing all the relationships with everybody on the left. You're seeing their numbers suffer. You're seeing all these declines, and it leads me to believe and that they're not. If you're willing to go over and to go talk to.
If Anna did say would only be shocked, she would be that stupid to say it with her chest
right
as a lefty.
And I know you're somebody that likes debate and that kind of content, and if you were chasing views, even if you couldn't stand these people like you're working with, who are you, or you call them the far left now, you would be willing to make that content with them. You would have that debate. You would do these things that you apparently see is so necessary that you do it on the right. You see it as essential that you talk to them, that you have these debates and all this different stuff. So you would do it even as a creator, like even if you weren't principled, principally a part of it.
I wonder what my boss would say if I went to work with the beanie with little cat ears.
And Ole, notice when they do that.
Yeah.
When they do say this is going to do well because of the clicks, is when they want to platform a genocidal psycho like Ben Glebe. And I'm sorry, Ben, but like you gone off the deep end, buddy. And it was one of the many people he's only tripled down on. And Cenk will have Ben on for a whole hour to basically shill out Hezbollah talking points from the Israeli regime. And it's like, oh, this is great. Isn't this wonderful? Yeah. Do this every 2 weeks. But with
Damn, that's not only just a fellow contributor to TYT that she just called out. She also called out a fellow comedian.
defunding the police. Do this
That'll
every
be
2
awkward.
weeks with trans people. Do this every 2 weeks with someone to make the case for unhoused people and for like actual housing reform. Do this with any of the things. But again, to Ole's point about the internet, I also, in my talk with Anna around the birthing person stuff, and I think with Cenk to a lesser extent, it's always been like, look, the internet, the people on X or Twitter, they're not real. Like, they're real, but they're not. They're obnoxious. Everyone knows they're obnoxious. We're all obnoxious. It's not real people. That is not the left.
Hey.
To Ole's first point, that's not people who are organizing. That's not people who are in the streets. Those people don't have time. That's not people who are helping fundraise for the organization, whatever it is. Like, they're not on here doing that. So don't confuse someone who might get mad at you for a small little what they perceive as a transgression with this broader left. But they're so internet pilled that they can't distinguish between those two things, and they actually don't really care to platform real activists and movement folks. And here's my other point about that. To Cenk's credit, he is a movement person. Now, he's always wanted to be the head of movements, whether it was Justice Democrats or Wolfpack or whatever it is, but he at least tries. Even running for office, to his credit, he's tried to make a real world impact beyond, the network itself.
I was just about to say, I'm like, how are you going to shit on him for this? Please tell me.
So I will give him credit. Anna, meanwhile, openly is like, I'm not an activist and I don't like activism, basically. And
that's shitty.
So interestingly, they are very different. And so again,
I'm an activist for anti-activism.
if I had Anna on my show, which she agreed to,
She
but
really
then
is.
obviously is not going to do it. I would have really wanted to ask,
That'd be great
do
content.
you believe in social movement organizing? Do you believe in activism? Do you believe in,
No.
like that has an impact on our country, on our democracy? What do you think the mechanism of change is if you want to do even the slim things that we might agree on? Corporations out of politics. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is the mechanism of change? And I think final thought before I shut up, they are also so internet pilled, and let me explain this. When you're online and you chase clicks for as long as you do, you know one thing: contrarianism sells. You've got to say the unexpected thing. Cenk always will say, and Gavin, you know this, he'll always be like, and coming up next, an unexpected opinion from me, a different take you might not have thought. I'm going to say something you might not like. And it's like, ooh. And that's the moment that's the clicks. That's okay. I'm going to throw blank under the bus. I'm going to talk about this. I'm going to have an unconventional thought. And finally, to Ole's point about like, is it the money or because we know this is not good for them? No, they've also been told. Cenk sort of instills this. It's like, whatever you feel, that little thing in there that's like, ooh, birthing person bad, you got to exploit that. But you know what that id is also? That id is racist as fuck sometimes. We all have that, but that id wants to say some shit. I mean, mine's not racist, but you know what I'm saying.
Brain, yeah.
we want to, but it's like paying attention to the most base little like voice. And that is what is at the heart of every boomer's anti-woke, little midlife crisis is like, why can't I say the thing? And like, but they've been told to exploit that feeling and go with that feeling and ride it into the ground. And that's just like, it's so internet. You know what I mean?
I think the weird thing, though, is, and as we've talked about already on this episode, and also Zach loves to bring up constantly, it's like Cenk could have leaned even more, though, into exploiting these arguments.
Red flag if someone hates activism.
Discussions, almost in a Piers Morgan way. And you brought that up, too. He's like, okay, you have the Ben Glebe conversations. As much as I find the guy distasteful. It is spicy content. It is very intense. It's hard to look away from, right? So
who he is.
TYT could have, transitioned into that style of a thing where it's like, all right, this week we're having a really intense, spicy debate about Israel. The next week we're having Francesca on to have a really
the left
spicy
would
debate
win,
about.
and they don't want that. Like,
Right.
and I
Well,
think
That's not. I really feel like that's unfair framing, and honestly, you're playing into like their criticisms. Fran's face. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. That's wonderful. To the point where here I have got to. That's a screen capture right there for any future thumbnails.
the thing to their real viewpoint. Like, they don't, it's very clear that the reason they don't want to platform leftist views, like, that's really what it is. And I think that's kind of been clear for years. Like, even when I first went on TYT, it was very specific. And and again, I've said this, I've shot Anna this bail, and I'll continue to give it to her. I understand not wanting to work with people or not wanting to collaborate or platform people you don't like. I don't think that's crazy or unreasonable, right? But that was their position. Even when their position to me was like, I was basically, abolition is stupid, bail reform is stupid, these are fucking criminals, they don't deserve any rights, we all feel danger, we all feel scared, and so we should just double down on policing. And they hated how the radical left talked to them about it, but I was nice enough in how I like presented it to them or whatever, so they were like, okay, you were the only person, that was like what they said to me, you didn't disrespect me, so you can come on, you know what I mean? And so I've always known they conduct their, like, that's their process for whether or not people get on there, and I'm not mad at that. Niggas I don't like don't come on Illuminati either. I just don't announce it. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what I think there's a difference on arrogance, on like their need to like let it be known who they don't like in the leftist spaces. If they think they're the king and queens that can essentially exile or decide who is the left, and every time they do it and the left doesn't respond to them in that way, doesn't get rid of these people, I think that increases their rage. But I think the reason why they're not doing the debates and making what could obviously be great content is they know, we all know that when you bring up right-wing stupidness, all these straw men, you get what those people.
My mom is pissed because the house we are renting has a gas leak. Has had a gas leak for 3 years, and our bill is $500 for gas every month. And they found the leak today, and our landlord knew the whole time.
People got talking to Sam Cedar on Jubilee. You get ate up, you get embarrassed, and that's not what they want, because I truly believe.
Honestly, I would tell her to look into a law firm and just give her story and see if they would take it pro bono, because I have a feeling she's got a good case there.
That there was a right-wing check that says, get those motherfuckers out of there. Like, I truly think that.
Yeah,
I
don't know at what point do they deserve charitability. In my opinion, TYT has lost the privilege of charitability. The thing is, nah. Not necessarily, because again, they got people like JR, they got people like John, they got people like Rashad, even the Rebel HQ folk, like. And then on top of it, there is like a lot that, like, Jank is not as lost as Anna. I'm just going to say that much. Like, Jank, he truly believes that what he's doing is he's trying to, like, he thinks he's going to better the, like, progressive movement, because now like, what they said about the far left thing is true. He is trying to separate from that. But
maybe
I don't know,
smarter than they actually are. Like, that's what I think is sad.
I don't want to call these people dumb.
No, I'm just saying, I think it's sad because I don't actually think there's a check. And I say that with, again, I just don't think there is.
I believe you, and that's scary.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Governor. Oh no, you're good, bro. But the thing about the rebrand that I think is also like worth noting, that the one thing that would convince me that I think there was a check, right? And I think that's maybe what it was. Like, I think that big money that they got in that
I don't think there was a check, because honestly, Anna was already, like, they just did this for what, the last half hour, about how Anna was already moving that way. Olay said that. She was just like, this was already in, like, her politics. So this is like saying the opposite.
2017, 2018 era. And for people who don't know, Jeffrey Katzenberg is a name we throw around all the time. That's the guy who founded DreamWorks Studios. Okay, so if you guys have ever seen Shrek the movie, right? Like, it's a lot of money. And I think that Jank thought.
Yeah, and money in politics right now, that's something that we have to fight that, and it sucks. This is like, we want to try and abolish money in politics, but political media, how in the hell are you going to do this again when we're talking about Rupert Murdoch, Fox News, and then on top of it, every YouTuber, and then Daily Wire, and just all of these giant right-wing content creators and content pushers? how in the fuck are we supposed to get our message out if we're not funded? I am a little confused about that.
Thought that he was going to be able to ride this
Marcus Studio, was there some...
into the next wave. And so what they did was they reached...
I'm not fighting for that one specifically, but I am kind of like positing that it's like, guys, like if Jeffrey Katzenberg wanted to fund a progressive movement, then fucking take it.
Out to shows like the Humanist Report.
That's on you to use the money like properly. I hate to say it. Like this idea, this is some psyop bullshit that like, how in the fuck you're not going to see that? Where it's like you're literally self-defunding. Good job.
Great content creator.
Just
Love
because,
Mike. He's always been fantastic to us. They reached out to people.
I made it part of my moral code where I can't be funded.
Like Lance from the Surfs. They reached out to people like...
personally, for me, it's them peddling right-wing anti-trans, anti-homeless talking points that gets me against them. Again, it's mostly Anna positing that. It's not like TYT as a network is now doing that. Like, they're not Fox News. They don't have this whole, oh, guys, we got the moratorium down from Rupert Murdoch.
Yeah, I know Mike and Kyle,
hey, 420.
For sure, were a part of that TYT network of shows, right? And we found out from Sam, yeah, hey, they're not really doing anything for you under that network. They're optimizing your content. They're, basically you're adding Cenk credibility. You're making Cenk look like a mafia boss when he really isn't one. And I think that that's a big part of what it all comes down to. Back then, you would probably bite your tongue if you thought that Cenk had like a boneheaded boomer take, right? And for a long time, people did. I mean, people forget, Gavin and I have been at this shit probably a little longer than, most people realize. In 2020, we popped off the map and we were like, yo, we think this Katzenberg money is fucked up. Like, we got this guy Robbie Yeager on here. We're like, they are really misrepresenting how they're funding this show. They're asking for member donations when behind them they have capital investment. They have big tier capital investment. And I was actually working for a VC locally at the time, so I was really thinking about that. I was like, yo, if I was like using this money and channeling it into a news organization, would I consider that news organization independent? Fuck no, because I would know that my boss would be able to squash whatever the fuck he wanted because he would turn off the faucet that would fund that. Like, that's just how the VC world works. You have a bunch of clinical cold bastards that only care about ones and zeros and dollars and cents. And those are the people that Cenk decided to get into bed with, right? And those people think exactly like how Cenk thinks, which is that, oh, if you're not showing loyalty to me, if you're not showing fealty to me, then I'm going to cut you off. And I just think it was like the chain of command going down. You know what I mean?
I will amend what I just said, actually, speaking of the one person who does have sway and has actually preyed upon specifically pundits, podcasters from the so-called left, and that is Peter Thiel, right? We know that he has put money behind... I'm sorry?
Okay, specifically Cenk and Anna, yes. Cenk has gone anti-trans talking points, though. Yeah, no, the anti-trans not bathroom bills. He didn't. He was talking specifically about the trans in sports. Yes, he. God, talk about an L. That one can't I don't even know why I would try to defend him because I don't even like the guy that much.
He funded the takedown of Gawker, man. I mean, he literally bankrolled.
It's unfortunate, It's unfortunate to see somebody that you did actually respect and look up to as far as a media personality just go so far off the deep end.
Hulk Hogan to be able to destroy.
But I'm also trying to be as fair as possible, just as a observer of all this, and I'm trying to take my opinions outside of my coverage of this.
That news outlet.
Well, doesn't he also support a number of left?
Or at least try to be this is my opinion. This is also where it's I think that they're being unfair.
So-called left wing, but they're not really, kind of like tradcath, kind of dirtbag podcasts like Red Scare. They were
Well, see, this is where I'm being a little bit careful with the language though, because anti-trans, if you were to try and lump them in with the right wing movements, anti-trans shit, it's not that.
They were all
he's riding this wave of it.
Red Scare's funded.
And trust me, do not try to think that I am trying to say that it's in any way okay that he's doing that.
Let him.
It's what I am saying though is, God, it is a dumb point to make, but he's doing the trans hate light.
In part. They had dabbled with.
I don't actually hate trans. I just got to make some points that the right wing all right.
I don't want to speak out of.
Yeah, so I can see where this is actually really. It's, as I said though, it's disappointing because as an ex-fan, it's just like, yeah, shit, man. I used to invest a lot of hours of my day into watching their stuff.
I'm not surprised that they're connected in some way. I'm not.
But they absolutely, there's been a coalescing between Teal and funding the kind of like, again, like tradcath, but like dirt baggy left, but like not, you know,
sure.
And so I actually, now I'm sort of amending.
Yeah, but didn't Jordan Ewell and like even Lance from the Serfs? I thought that's how they got their positions there was by like getting platformed there, and that was through that movement where they were like actually. I don't think they were getting paid for their time there, or they might have been.
The only thing
According to Franny, you should have
I
been.
could imagine is like, hey, Teal gives you this infusion of cash. What is his investment currently in Polymarket? I mean, I'm not even clear on that. Maybe he was there in the beginning. And then it's like, maybe give a little more hat tip to X, Y, and Z, you know, on these issues, steer folks. And it's like, okay, we're kind of already doing that sometimes, so it's all good. Like, that's the only thing. But I think it's really important to remember that much of the right-wing pivot can go unnoticed by the average TYT viewer, because where it really shows its head is on Twitter and is on the other shows that they do. So that's why I said, I mean, I think it improperly said code switching. It's not obviously code switching, but it is a speaking out of both sides of your mouth. Like, I'm going to tell one person one story and the other person a different story. And
present differently depending on who you think the audience is.
Exactly. And so you could watch TYT now and you're like, oh, they're covering Trump great, they're doing this great. But then on Twitter or on Substack or on like a podcast, you're like, wait a minute, why are you saying all these things about how, you know, Josh Hawley's a real populist and people on the left don't take a win? And you're
They
like,
said Josh Hawley is a real.
That's what Jank told me. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what
And just to throw this out there for everyone, so Peter Thiel and Vitalik Buterin, who, if you don't know who that is, he is the guy that came up with Ethereum, the like alternative to Bitcoin. Those were the two leaders in the first funding round for Polymarket, and they gave it $70 million. And it looks like Peter Thiel's venture capital firm Founders Fund is the leading bankroller of Polymarket. So it's definitely a lot of overlap there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Jeffrey
so
Katzenberg is also an
Founders Fund
anti-homeless
is terrible.
activist.
Wasn't that just
Wait, say that
wonderful?
again?
My dog stepped in mud.
I just said Katzenberg, too, the original guy that took money from, is also a huge anti-homeless activist, and it's around the time they took that money that pivot began, too. So, you know, just another piece of sort of anecdotal.
I truly think that's what it is. Honestly, I'm like, I feel like, listen, the way I see it is this, right? Like, in terms of like my day-to-day work, it's like I work with a lot of different like organizations and stuff that I try to like help with messaging and try to get, you know, help attract attention to the movements and things you work. Like an example of that is like Unlock the Box, right? Like Unlock the Box, they do a lot of work against solitary confinement, and they're people that I'm always like working with. And
Sylvie, my understanding that his position is that he actually thinks that trans sports, like just people in sports should, but for some reason they always focus on trans women. Let's be real. So trans women in sports, he thinks that you should be allowed to do that in high school, and then he pivots when it gets to collegiate and then professional sports, which he makes that like that's the reasonable position to take.
will try.
Am I wrong?
Oh, they tell me about something, and I'll try to like incorporate that.
Again, not standing up for him. I'm just trying to understand the position that he's
think about
coming
that
from.
messaging and what I do. And to me, I see TYT as doing that for the right. Like, to me, that seems
Just
as it was
understand
clearly
like
happening.
what he's actually saying, because that's also what I hate about like these online spheres, because I'm actually kind of doing this in response to a lot of what Olay's doing, is because her framing is so far off base. Because like that's why now I have to literally go back and just be like, wait a minute, I don't remember when Anna pulled a full racism. Now I have to go find that.
I will and that's why I think maybe it seems clearer to
She
me all
did.
along,
Holy shit,
because I've
dude, this is
always
a
seen
scoop.
like the way I kind of do a lot of my like political content is in conjunction with like these movements I work with on the ground, right? Like there's no change of money or anything
Olay's
like that.
based.
It's just like, oh, I want to do these things. I have a platform. I realize that I know all these like local organizers. I know these people working in these movements. So, oh, you're working on solitary confinement. Like in my Greg Abbott video, Krish Gundu is in my video. She's someone who works with the Texas Jail Projects. It's like, okay, I know you. I have access to this information. So I'll talk to these different organizers and be like, what's important to y'all this year? Like, what are we working on? What do we care about? And I'll try to see how I can have those like goals in mind in my content this year. And I think that the TYT does that for the right with a check, because to me that's the only, and I know a lot of people do that.
It's extremely ignorant, and I'm sure he knows better.
That makes sense, that you could see people doing something that's
mainly
so
because I saw his conversations with Hassan.
successful in
Okay,
the metrics we measure by, and is alienating everybody, but they fucking keep tripling down on it. I think there's a level of your views, but I also think it's a level of, I think when you're money focused, which I'm not even saying that to be like to just make an aspersion about them. That seems very, and when I've listened to all like Anna Kasparian's complaints and Cenk's complaints in the last like few years, it seems very, very clear that at least she is very upset about what she perceives as like success that they should have earned, more money that they should be making. Like every time she brings up Hassan, it's this, look how much fucking money these people are making and I'm not making this money. Like this is undeserved in some way. So I think when that's your focus,
because she's seeing it from the perspective of like, hold on, I've been doing this for 20 years almost, and I mean, according to YouTube's analytics, I'm part of a show that has all of these followers, and Hassan is sitting at his desk. He doesn't have to leave his house, and he's making how much?
And
like, that, dude, I'm just pointing out from my perspective where it was like, yeah, kind of funny to watch her just kind of like realize that in real time, and then you just did see the pivot where all of a sudden she's just going after Hassan, and you're just like, where's this coming from?
Like that becomes your agenda. I think that can, and you feel like this is what's necessary to chase that money.
Is it just me, or is the anti-TYT discussions getting old? I think, honestly, this is kind of like the nice like cap to it, which I feel bad for the Vanguard boys because they're gonna have to start pivoting their content. I luckily don't rely too heavily on the anti-TYT content.
Becoming so upset at what you see is preventing you from that success. And I think there's a lot of that wrapped up in how they feel about the
there is a chance that she's saying Anna made private comments.
I also, to Jenks, I don't know if this
We'll go back because I'm after this is done, we're gonna go back to the timestamp that you had.
is I don't know if there's a compliment or credit. I just think this is a fact. I think this is how he ends up in this position. Jenks seems to his credit.
I don't think he was a full-time MLB player. I think he played for the minors but got called up to the majors.
Incredibly loyal to Anna Kasparian. If no one else, incredibly loyal to Anna, because like I've watched all the Vanguard videos too, right? Like I keep on all the drama, and what it seemed like to me is I feel like I could see a bunch of different instances where Jenks seems as fed up as everybody else by what, like when Anna first started like moving like this. I could see a bunch of different instances where you could tell he's like, Jesus fucking Christ, but like that's obviously his homie, and it's like like no matter what, like every time she
he had that moment. Okay, so that was one of my favorite videos that came out recently where even she went too far off the deep end for Jake, and he was kind of like, all right, I mean, you're not really speaking for the whole network.
Keeps like, it seems like every time she starts something
funny.
She didn't like somebody, like before Cenk went on Francesca's, and I see when Cenk got real anti-Francesca, when Anna got real openly anti-Francesca, like on there, it was like,
well, who do you think produced the whole video about me? Who do you think produced that? That was Anna. That was not Cenk.
That was Anna.
Cenk wouldn't do. Cenk was rising above it. He was rising above it.
He really was.
Maybe he tweeted back at me, but he wasn't going to stoop to that level. I'm a contractor. What are you going to do, right? He privately texted me. He was like, "Why do you want to go on this network if you think if you think it's so awful if we're if we're fascists or whatever?" And I think I didn't say this, but I was like, think of me as the resistance. And that's sort of how I felt about it. But no, that was a 100% produced, Anna produced production. And I will say this, and I've told the guys this before, and this is my analysis. Cenk spent a lot of years ignoring Anna and not letting her have her say, not letting her be involved in decision-making at TYT, even though she made up so much of the reason that it was successful. She presents the news. She's the one who's packaging everything. She's working her ass off every single day, okay? And eventually it broke through to him and he gave her more editorial reins. Sadly, the Black Lives Matter uprising also happened, and so did COVID, and a lot of people became real Karens. And so he feels indebted to her because of the
I think this type of content makes Francesca look backward. Would be better if she just moved on and talked about the things. I don't know, because I hate to say this, dude, as a content creator, and she is she's a YouTuber, it would be kind of not in her best interest to not do that. You know what I mean? Like, she should, I hate to kind of like sound ish, like But she needs to milk the content for what it's worth and get the numbers while she can.
Years that, you know, she was iced out of you know, decision making. I don't know if she has a big role now, but that is why there is loyalty.
Not everything on YouTube is so cynical, but every once in a while, the algorithm will make you just go, oh shit, I need to make sure that I get this. Like, because when you do get those hits, it does help her in building her channel and getting a lot more viewership because, you know, she lost the TYT viewership, which sucks. And, you know, you did see the dip. But at the same time, you're seeing a lot of her stuff on Zateo. She's doing really well over there. And I'm pretty sure that they tie to her channel. So
And she has convinced him.
Got it.
I
Yeah.
mean, truly on some like poison pill, like just sort of like real hypnosis that like everybody's against him. He's exactly like her. The left's never going to learn.
I don't not agree with what you're saying, though, Mitesh.
This and this and that. Give up on that. Like, there's a lot of like.
They're like a
weird-
toxic brother and sister, I feel like.
I mean, personally, I'm getting a little tired of it
And on
because it is like another one.
some level, I kind of respect it.
And what?
I do. I think it's so funny. Like Cenk and Anna. I think Cenk and Anna, as far as people in this world who don't like me and have said negative things about me, I think I feel least like I like them the most of people who talk shit about me in the sense that I don't fuck with you, but I still like appreciate your level of toxic duo crazy, and I think I like. I appreciate the loyalty of the
All right, that's a hell of a way to put it.
frustration of like, what is this bitch talking about? And she's sinking the ship, but I'm gonna go down with my ship. This my bitch. Like
All
that's
right.
clear. Like
This is why I watch her, man. Like she's
comes across so deep, and I'm like, you know what? If you're not gonna be loyal or give a flying fuck about anything else, and this movement, these marginalized groups, these progressive values, at least you know Cenk fuck with Anna the long way.
Hang on, let me just say that before the election, it was heading in a different direction.
Yeah.
Before the election, and it was very clear that Anna and Cenk were going to have some sort of
No, I mean, dude, I remember watching like when I was still watching their content, I would make comments. So I used to play Marvel Crisis Protocol, and like literally part of like when we would play the game, it was cool. Like one of my opponents, he would love when we would put TYT on. At one point, he just made a passive comment where he was like, man, I don't think that they're long for this world. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, oh, specifically Anna and Cenk. He's like, I think that you're going to start seeing them on different days a lot and a lot of solo shows with Anna. Sure as shit, dude. It was like the next week that started happening. I'm like, huh. And then he was like, yeah, man, you can tell. Like, they tolerate each other. They like each other professionally. They respect each other. But yeah, the writing's on the wall.
It seemed that way
breakup
too
between the two of them.
Interesting.
When I say that the election broke his brain, I mean it.
Yeah.
Sometimes
I watch a lot of YouTube content, political and non-political, where a bunch of people hate on one channel, and I used to be very entertained by it, and now I'm just like, okay, you hate them, I get it. Oh, okay, yeah, see, that's it, yeah, exactly.
you spend all this time being like,
I at least make it like from my perspective, where I'm just the only reason I'm even entertained by this is because you got the Vanguard, where I do think that I have my own opinion about what they did, and I think they're wrong. I think that Francesca, the whole like her explaining this to Ole, that was also why I was like, hell yeah. But no, for real, like I was saying, even like the last TYT video that the Vanguard made, I was kind of feeling like, I think this is it. And that's why I haven't really moved to Cenk content. And then the only time that I really do watch his content anymore is when he's on Piers Morgan.
like, you know, my side is right, and then your side
Which, oddly
loses,
enough, I still like.
and you feel a big way about having to like
Excuse me.
sit and think. You want to be with the powerful people. You want to do what everyone else is doing now. You want to do what Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough are doing, what other mainstream media outlets are doing. You want to be next to power. You don't want to look like a loser, and you don't want to have been caught out having been wrong. Like the rest of us have to sit there and be caught out because, of course, we're, used to losing with these Democrats. But no, instead, he pivoted. And so then I was like, uh-oh, now we're in for some real crazy Thelma and Louise shit because they're now stuck together. And but I do think it will
That's actually a really good way of putting that.
come for more and more people, right?
Live from the Poly Market Studios, going over the cliff with Anna and Jake.
Emma Vigeland, former TYT. Ben Dixon, former TYT. You know, me, like
Mondale.
Benny.
Mondale.
Mondale.
was.
And I just want to say, I'm not going to name their names, but you know who they are. If you've seen specifically women of color and specifically black women ever on TYT Network over the years, you've not seen them recently. You know who they are. You haven't seen them. And it is for the same reasons.
Nina Turner? Wait, is Nina Turner not on the TYT network anymore?
But they are just not going public, talking about it, don't care, don't want the smoke, whatever. But I know, like firsthand on the back end, that is why they've left.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it's gonna come for them eventually. The two of them, it's gonna happen because you can't be that toxic to everybody else and not have it fester. Who's gonna be next? Is it gonna be JR? Is it gonna be Dr. Richie? Is it gonna be John? You know, and like it's just like, I mean, right? Because it can only continue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have just cue the Britney Spears music. You know, I'm addicted to you. But you know,
Exactly. No, it isn't. They are doing like
I don't know,
been doing. It's crazy. Like this desire, it's so insane, right? Because like, I mean, obviously it happens every election season. Like, I'm not surprised. You always see these people willing to go like, oh, okay, the right one. Let me go embrace the right. Let me go in like backpedal. But in this particular instant, I'm like, we are quite literally like not. No, and I don't give a fuck about anybody on the internet who loves to pretend or downplay with Trump and the Republican administration. They downplayed it during the election. They downplay it now. And I'm saying we are watching the dismantling of democracy. It has never been more unsafe. Like I like as an immigrant who does not feel safe to travel domestically, let alone abroad. Like it is so bad, and I think that's what makes it so extra egregious to see these people. Like, I'm not confident we're having another free and fair. I do not see Donald Trump just leaving office. I don't see, like, to me, I truly feel like it's a totalitarian regime.
Is Nina Turner a Tekken character?
As soon as you start looking it through the
no, but Nina is.
eyes of analyzing.
Dude, Mitesh, did you ever play that the Nina game where it was just her?
It is authoritarian.
It was like kind of like Splinter Cell-y. It was really bad.
Authoritarianism is what's happening, and that's what I thought
Like it was a really bad
was
game.
gonna happen. That makes it so sick. Like it's a different level of, oh, let me like pandering to white supremacists, trying to be buddy with literal white fucking supremacists. Like,
God, what was that game called?
People who if they had it their way, they'll get rid of anybody they could deem other out of here. And all you have is let's go have a.
Let's have a beer, which is
together.
an admission.
People
That's an admission.
know that you consider progressives. It's like, oh fuck you, don't ever be on my network again. Never fucking talk to me, you radical nut bitch. But the supremacists,
Nina Williams is her name.
they're like, woo, let's have a beer. We gotta kick it. Don't let these little issues divide us, baby. We friends.
It's an admission. It's an admission that it's
It's called Death by Degrees. It's a Tekken first person or fighting series. Hold on, wait.
a show, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same. Someone had an interaction with, was it, what's his name? Bill. Oh God, I'm so sorry. The far right, anyway, but like, he's just like,
Bill Maher.
No, not Bill Maher, but it wanted to come from Fox News for forever.
Bill O'Reilly.
Bill O'Reilly. So thank you.
No, it's
Someone had
Death
an
by
interaction with
Degrees.
Bill
That was right.
O'Reilly that was like, you know, they were like taking a
This is-
smoke
it
about
was
it.
her
It's
own
like,
game.
No, this is all like, we're just doing this for the
It
show.
kind of, it was, I think they were trying to make it like Bayonetta, but it was not great.
Right? We did, you know, it's all, I don't hate you or immigrants, whatever. And it was like a moment that kind of descended on this person, was like, oh man, like this is all just a joke for them. This is all
I
just
did knew that.
play acting. Yeah. And that's what Cenk wants to say is like, at the end of the day, even if we disagree about whether we should be locking up students for their speech or holding a Palestinian flag, we can have a beer. And it's like,
Because
no, we absolutely cannot.
Is it off of I-55 on the merge over to get over to Lakeshore? Because if that's where it is, I understand that one.
And they can have a beer. The reason why he feels like he can have a beer with
I've almost ended up there myself.
Right, but he can't have a beer with the leftists because they don't give a shit on their side. The reason why people don't talk, like every time everybody's always trying to applaud the right, like they're so good at uniting and coalition building and all this, but I'm like, it's because they don't give a shit. It's everything is under an umbrella of white supremacy and capitalism, and as long as it gets like the means always achieve the ends to them, so they don't care. There isn't a real substantive, and I know this. Like people have an example, Robbie on Rising, right? Like Robbie and I, every single time you ever seen Robbie and us on there, we are debating, we are fighting. But Robbie, in real life, the minute that's done, Robbie and I go to Robbie doesn't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like he does not. He's real pleasant to you in real life because he doesn't give a fuck. But meanwhile, like the left, like we feel that way.
Sounds like me.
Sit up with you. If we go talk, and you, as somebody who's supposed to be a progressive like me, start spewing a bunch of anti shit that literally will destroy the lives of they're designed to get rid of people. Like if what I know you on your platform of millions.
That's crazy. Actually, I know exactly where that. Yeah, I had to take that way back when I got back from Tennessee.
Are advocating.
Actually, that's the best way to go down south, by the way, is just take 57.
To basically increase the criminalization of Black people, of homeless people, of immigrants. I'm not going to like you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're like that's going to be a real conflict if you just afterwards like expect it to just be nothing. And that's what Cenk wants it to be. And it can be that on the right. The right doesn't care. They don't care once the camera's down. They don't give a shit that you
I don't care that she is annoying. She's a goddess.
Disagree with them. They don't care.
Wait, who are you talking about?
Because they don't care about any of it. They don't care about these people. They don't care about the real, like it's I used to this racist white guy I went to law school. It used to call it what do you used to call it? An intellectual exercise. Yeah. That's how they see it. To like rile you up and upset you and start spewing bigotry for fun while you getting upset is an intellectual exercise for them. Meanwhile, the people on the left are in community with these people, like are answerable to people who feel, and that's the thing, that's the problem that he really has. His problem has is that he considers you like, oh, you're supposed to be my friend or somebody I work with. Like you shouldn't actually care so much about these things and these values that you are really having a problem with what I'm doing. Like my problem is that you truly care about it and you are bringing attention to something fucked up I'm doing.
And in the interview that I did with him, and I got to jump after this, but in that interview, it was really clear because when I said, I was trying to make the point that like Chinese people are being targeted, right? People who don't have their papers. And he kind of scoffed at me. First of all, he scoffed that, oh, you think there's going to be detention centers? And there are now. But then I mentioned that, Chinese people. And I was like, I'm Chinese, like this part. But he laughed at that because precisely to Ole's point, he's like, no, you and I are safe from all this.
Yes.
It's not about us. Like we're in a protected, like, come on, And these other people, we don't care about them really.
That's exactly it.
And so that is the like, don't sit around and protect. And at no point did I ever say I am afraid of being rounded up. I never claimed that. But like he wanted to make it look like I was trying to make myself a victim. And it's a little bit of a like, who are we talking? This is all the undesirables who are going to get rounded up.
They love to do that. There were people doing that to me during the election. So I'm like, and I've said this during the whole time, like I am very concerned for myself as a Black woman immigrant that is well known for being politically outspoken. I am fucking nervous about that. And there were so many people who like wanted to make a mockery of that, like make you out to be like, paint you out to suddenly be like, they were doing that, but not even in a way to be like, oh, you or me. It's like, oh, you are the petite bourgeois immigrants. Like, oh, it's not coming for you. Like, oh, you're not the immigrants to matter. Only these kinds of immigrants matter.
Totally. That's exactly it. It's exactly it. I have to go, but this is the best.
No, it is okay. This has been beautiful. Thank you so much, Francesca, for coming on Ole and Chill. Thank you for coming back, my Vanguard. And congratulations. This is my first time seeing y'all. To tell you congratulations on 100,000.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
I was so excited for y'all. I saw it and I was like, oh, yay.
Ole, soon.
Ole, you specifically have been a real, comrade of ours for a while. It's so awesome, lately to connect with you more, Francesca, and collaborate.
Apparently, I got to get on that Instagram or something, guys. I'm missing the formula.
A little bit. It's been so awesome sharing.
I love y'all. Y'all are my babies. Every time anybody come for y'all, they be like, I'm unsure about them. Those are my babies. Like,
you guys are great.
Shout out to Francesca, everybody. Almost to 200,000 subscribers also. 2,000 more.
I mean, the real thing is that it backfired heartily on them. They could have let me just go by quietly.
I'm thinking that video did beautiful.
And at this point, I'm near
Sansol. Hell yeah.
200,000. And, Vanguard have always been there and supported me.
Oh,
And
shit.
thank you guys.
Oh, yeah.
And, I'm going to be tuning into you tomorrow.
Hey, everybody. Quick little announcement. Your girl was nominated for a Webby Award, okay? They nominated me in social impact for all of my work on Illuminati and the Illuminati verse, and I would love it if you voted for me. I have the link in the description below. So if you could just...
Internet Gas, what up, dude? Sansol. Are we feeling liberated?
drop what you're doing right quick and vote for your girl. I would appreciate that.
Liberation Day. It went off without a hitch. I gotta say that it was great. My folks follow the stream. Let's see some follow notifications. Hell yeah, man! I really appreciate that. Thank you for the raid and the kind words. Sorry, literally just you caught me right as I was ending a segment here. So, like I said, guys, really appreciate that. The plan went as all according to plan. The plan went all according to plan. You remember when I said I had the semblance? I got a semblance of a plan. Give me a sec. Oh, man. Testosterone increases. Oh, what are you guys talking about? Oh, geez. Yeah, Trump's, he definitely surprised the markets today. That's, fun. But it's been a whirlwind week. The concept of a plan is all you need. It's just a concept. I mean, come on, guys. Come on, everybody. We all know that we could... The concept of the plan is just blame Joe Biden. Until July, we can blame Joe Biden. Yo, have you watched the that Ben's Gold thing on Netflix? Heard about a new treasure hunt? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Netflix is only good for I didn't ban you again. No, I did not. I didn't do shit. I did not ban you. What, over on Twitch? I'm telling you, man, Twitch or YouTube, I did not ban you. What are you talking about? Don't you put that smoke on me. I like Netflix anime selection. Can we just admit that the Devil May Cry anime is really fucking good? I love it. I absolutely love it. Yeah, no, their anime selection is actually pretty good. The fact that they had Daima in a nice, timely manner, that's where I ended up watching it. Hate to say, God, I love watching, subs over dubs, but just time-wise with streaming, it was nice to just get, off stream and just turn on the dub and just go after it. Wait, hold up. Before I go, I see Warhammer shit in the back. Are you a real fan or a fake fan? Uh-oh. When you say fake fan, what do you call a fake fan? Because if you mean by, like, I don't read the books. Like, I don't know all the lore, but I got 2 armies. I mean, I'm not a fake fan. I know the rules. I'm playing 10th edition. I got my Necron army, and I got a, I hate to say, once they brought Golemin back, I may have started building an Ultramarines army. Pretty much based on that. I hate to say, dude. It really took, that was all it took. I was like, oh, that's a really cool figure. Real cool sculpt, I should say. Necrons and Ultramarines, not the best, I know. I got Orcs for Kill Team. Trust me. Whatever. I like Necrons because they look like, Terminators. Like, trust me, I was sold on Warhammer really late into it. I actually, as far as miniature gaming, I started with Crisis Protocol, and that was like my main game. And then my buddy was just like, no, dude, you've got to get into Warhammer. And then I also found Star Wars Legion, which is just Star Wars Warhammer. You play 2,000 points. It's pretty much same rules, same squad builds. Necrons are cool. Enough. I've been playing since I was 12. Oh, wow. Yeah, so when you say real fan, I salute ye. See, but I always appreciate guys like you because then I could just go, hey, I can get a lore download from you real quick. Which, dude, I respect people that can just, like, sound off on Warhammer lore. Holy shit. Like, it's so weird where people are just like, Warhammer? Never heard of it. It's like, just by the books alone, like, everybody should have seen them. Like, if you've ever seen a sci-fi, like... Although, do they sell most of their books at Games Workshop exclusively? Shit. I never thought about that. No, they can't. No, they have to be in bookstores, like, all around. I'm the sweaty nerd as far back as I can remember, and yeah, LMAO. If you have any questions of me, I'm LMAO, man. You can get them anywhere. Okay, then exactly. By my logic, you should have seen them. Like, there's so many. It's like Brandon Sanderson. Like, everybody should know who Brandon Sanderson is, even if you don't read the books. It's like, I have seen Brandon Sanderson books. Oh, you gotta go? All right, well, thank you for the raid, man. I really appreciate that. Again, that's really, really cool. I still prefer to subs, but dubs are pretty good these days. Dragon Ball, I don't know. Maybe it's because, like, I grew up with, like, well, I grew up with the original voice. When you hear the over 9,000 meme, I grew up with that Dragon Ball where it was on Fox. Like, yeah, Dragon Ball before it was on Toonami was on Fox. Weird, right? Oh, really? Adeptus Oriatus? 'Cause that's how soy is. Brutal. Damn, these are your kin. Although this is what's more Warhammer than just being like, I'm going to war with this person and fuck them. Like, literally just fuck this guy, but that's my homie. Top chat scum. Only Sith work in absolutes. I mean, God, that's funny. I've been wondering, like, Sansol rated? Yeah, Sansol rated. Very cool, man. Like, I really appreciate that. Again, like, this is the one part about Twitch that I really enjoy. Although I just learned yesterday, I think, that I can start rating over on YouTube. So, I think we will start building that into what we do at the end of show. Once I could figure it out. Go, yeah. I was just thinking, Sakamoto, wait, yeah, Sakamoto Days, right? That's what it's called. Yeah, that's what it's called. Sorry, I had to place a dinner order. Brawley is a Superior Saiyan with the best wife. Wait, are they married? Did they get married? Like, did I miss that? I feel like I might have fallen asleep during something. Oh no! Really? I mean, Brawley... Yeah, I don't think he got married to her. No, but Brawley's cool. I like OG Brawley. OG Brawley was, like, when he was just a berserker, that was cool. I liked that version of the Legendary Super Saiyan where it's like, it was tragic because he had no control. And you couldn't just Goku it. Like, That's the one thing about the, non-movie version of Brawly where it's like, Toriyama did the thing where Goku'd. He's like, I'm going to be your best friend. It's like, ugh. No, Chi-Chi has nothing on Chila. Oh. I don't know. Saiyans? Ooh. Future Gohan and Trunks are always like, I don't know, Future Trunks' story and that, like, God, it's not even an episode. It's technically like its own thing. It's like a mini movie. It's so good. It's so good. Sorry, guys. They got me out of Stunlock. Got me on the nerdy stuff. All right. And then we got Anna Kasparian on Megyn Kelly, covered by the Serfs. So I'm going to be a guy watching a guy covering two gals. That works. Although, wait. You know what? Because he likely has the permissions, I'm just going to go based on him anyway. This is what sucks. Anytime I see that SiriusXM logo, immediately I'm just like, I don't think I have permissions for that video. And it's going to be very difficult to get. Jake pretending he always knew Trump was going to increase the military budget was funny. Well, I mean, he didn't. I mean, he kind of did. Like, let's be fair. We've all, like, on the left, that's not a hot take, I don't think. Like, the whole, oh, I'm going to $1 trillion with a T. I gotta give the military what they want, you know? I'm only here so I don't get fined.
To TYT's Anna Kasparian, who recently had another session with Megyn Kelly. Glad to see that the rebranding, the Why I Left the Left, has effectively won you a seat at the Megyn Kelly table. And the last, I believe, 4 or 5 videos on Megyn Kelly's personal channel.
At what point does Anna just acknowledge that she's being used? Like,
which is a very popular channel, thanks in large part due to a lot of her anti-LGBTQ plus bigotry.
Why does it keep saying I'm banned? I don't know.
Really well amongst
You're
the
not
right.
banned.
Not to mention,
I haven't banned you at all.
She is someone like Candace Owens who,
dude, that might be on Twitch's end.
Capitalized on the Justin.
I have not touched a thing.
Baldoni story quite a bit to raise her own profile, and now I guess Anna has found out that it's a good home for her particular brand of hey.
He was saying MAGA were. Wait, you're saying MAGA were true believers since Elon and Don Jr. said they would?
I'm not a right-winger. I'm not a left-winger, but I am
the globalist
here to validate all of your weird right-wing beliefs on the show. And apparently this one is about Bill Burr.
I don't know, man. I didn't like her on the left. I hate her even more on the right.
Luigi Mangione.
You know what?
Know,
the fact that that's coming from you, Mr. Kirk, I appreciate that.
I hate Bill Burr now. Because Bill Burr, unfortunately,
as someone who is an admitted conservative, that's an interesting take from you.
Went woke. He caught the woke mind virus.
You banned him?
It infected him.
No, you didn't.
It changed him. He used to be a dependable source of comedy for the right, and it's because I think a lot of them usually just get clips. I think that's a lot of it. Bill Burr and his early catalog and his early specials, especially before he was in a relationship, a lot of them did center around
Talon, you just did the internet equivalent of
phobic tropes, transphobic tropes, and misogyny. And not necessarily simply misogyny for misogyny's sake.
No.
As someone who has consumed nearly all of Bill Burr's catalog recently, because I'm making a documentary on Bill Burr right now, coming out on youtube.com/TheSurfsTV. It's the new one after Jimmy Fallon. Yeah, his early work, I think, got a lot of the right-wingers on board because a lot like George Carlin, they see isolated clips and they love those isolated clips. Or they see Bill Burr going on to things like hosting, say, an award show and making fun of liberal hypocrisy. What he often would strike at and what he would often target is hypocrisy, liberal hypocrisy, right-wing hypocrisy, but usually going at the heart of it is, hey, by the way, a lot of you are really, really upset. A lot of you are really, really mad that, a cis straight white male is presenting these awards and you didn't want to see a cis straight white male. Or the typical white right-wing comedy circuit of
Bill Burr has good comedy shows. Indeed.
You can't say anything anymore. You know, people get so mad about my fat shaming, and they're always like, "Oh, you can't fat shame," and I'm always just like, "Why? Are you gonna help them lose weight? You're not. Well, fuck you." And so for a long time, a lot of the right wingers were like, "Oh, okay, Bill Burr's our guy. He takes it to the libs. He makes fun of PC culture. He makes fun of SJW. He makes fun of CRT. He makes fun of all the acronyms that we hate, apparently, on any given day." Some things did change. Not in that Bill Burr necessarily, all of a sudden went from not woke to woke, but he did.
No, I mean, he equally smashed the left, but he definitely, like, I think that's why the seeing the right, like, pearl clutch is kind of funny, because, like, the left has kind of just taken it in stride where it's like, yeah, Bill Burr has always been pretty dead on about yeah, you guys can clutch your pearls too. But then immediately, like, when the right is nodding, and they's just like, you shut up, you're getting yours next.
Do mushrooms. And he told Conan O'Brien that while he was doing mushrooms, he effectively started to have a different perspective on life and realize a lot of things. He also had some personal developments in his own life. He's been married for a while. He's in an interracial marriage. And part of that marriage, the fact that he has, multiracial children, also resulted in him coming to terms with the fact that he has depression. And in the right-wing circles, there's not a lot of support for men with depression, which is really sad, because a lot of men have depression, and a lot of men can't talk about the depression, and a lot of men don't feel comfortable bringing up depression because that'll make you gay or a woman, because only women are allowed to be sad or have complex emotions or get teary-eyed at a sunset. Men aren't allowed to do that, so you can't really talk about it. And he starts to talk about it, and he starts acknowledging it, and he starts being vulnerable, and in the process of being vulnerable, he starts talking a lot more about how everything is kind of fucked up.
Sorry, guys, I meant to do this at the top of the hour. If you guys can... There you go. I'm just going to put that
And it really seems like the system is gamed for the rich. And then that starts bringing up some class consciousness in Bill's brain. That class consciousness starts to explode once, the assassination of a health insurance CEO of a very terrible predatory company is allegedly killed by an individual named Luigi. Allegedly, as of right now, Luigi claims to be innocent, and there's a very strong amount of evidence pointing towards the fact that the cops mishandled this, as they often do. And so for now, a lot of people are saying things like, free Luigi, including Bill Burr. And he's going on really popular talk shows and randomly being like, free Luigi. And it's making a lot of people really afraid. And a lot of right-wingers are saying that he's not grateful. He should be grateful to capitalism. Why does he critique it? Why is he mad at capitalism? You shouldn't be mad at capitalism.
I always do love when it's just like, wait a minute, I thought he was one of us.
Capitalism, it gave you everything. That's one of the reasons they're always saying, like, hey, what the fuck? This guy's saying that apparently Luigi was righteous and what he did was a good thing. That's fucked up. And so now...
when I was more on the right, I was just told to be happy when I would talk about my depression.
That brings us to Megyn Kelly.
That tracks.
Who brought on Anna Kasparian to talk about Bill Burr going far too woke.
Mario, it's me, Luigi. I needed the bail money that Mama gave you. Mamma mia, Luigi, what have you done?
For Conan at the Kennedy Center. And this just the other night. And Conan O'Brien. And he gets asked on the red carpet a couple of political questions by random...
Do you think his pew-pew made the little, like, Goomba sound, or, like, the sound that it makes when you go down the pipe?
Reporters. Bill Burr has made
Sorry.
multiple political comments before this moment. But look, the man acts like he's had a bad case of amnesia. He doesn't know why on earth they'd be speaking to him about politics. Watch.
No, it's the blue shell noise.
What about your reaction to Luigi Mangione? I was reading up, that perhaps you've been supportive of what he did. What is your take on that?
If you were reading up, I don't think you read up on it. Because I said...
I love it right from there. Yeah, if you were doing that, yeah, disingenuous.
Some people took it that way. So could you clarify what you think?
No, I'm not going to just have some controversial moment so you can get clicks. I'm not doing that.
Love it.
I mean, I'm here for Conan. I'm not doing all of this.
You said about Elon that he was ruining Earth, I saw on The View. You're critical of him. What do you think of all the boycotts, like even the violence
I don't watch the news. I don't watch the news. I have no idea what's going on. I watch Instagram. I watch people wipe out on motorcycles. I watch lions and hyenas fight each other. This is the things that I do. You're a journalist.
This is the things that I do.
Current events.
No. That's weak. That's you guys passing the buck.
Yep.
You guys need to have balls again, which you don't.
Oh,
dead on.
What a moment of absolute beauty. So if you didn't know, this is Newsmax. You know, a couple of right-wing reactionaries, obviously. They're just propaganda centers for the far right. And for Trump and all that shit. And of course, I had to get in there and be like, well, apparently, you've said some controversial things about Luigi Mangione. And you said that, you know, he wrote on the bullets why he did it. Why would you do that? I'm not here for that shit. I'm here for Conan. So you want to talk about Conan? No, I want to know why you'd say that Elon Musk, you know, said by many to be the world's smartest super genius, why you think he's ruining the planet.
Oh,
would you do that?
We need to cover that whole thing. Hold on.
And the dynamic that's going on here that Bill points out that the reporter's not aware of is that, hey, that's supposed to be your job. Remember? You're supposed to call truth to power. You're supposed to call out if there are horrifying tyrants, lords, rulers, dictators who are trying to destroy the planet. That's one of the beauties of free speech, that you have that you have the ability to criticize people in power, and you should utilize that to inform the public so that they can make concerned decisions involving their own democracy. And then when they vote, hopefully get the tyrant out to make the country a little less monarchy-proof. That was the whole goal here, I thought. We did this America thing outside of the genocide and the slavery, was it also be monarchy proof? And so that way we won't have as many kings and queens. But you don't. Instead, you want to go after comedians. See what you're doing here? Well, I mean, come on. This is why a lot of people are calling them, you know, the woke right, because I don't use it because I think woke was already unfairly appropriated by the right, and they've already bastardized, you know, a term made by Black Americans, and I think it's a useful term, and I think being woke is actually fucking a beautiful thing indeed. It's wonderful. It does so many wonders to your skin. It's like a skincare routine, you know. You'll find that you'll have more energy, you feel more pleasant. You'll want to hug puppies more. You go on longer jogs. You just improves your sex life dramatically. There's nothing but advantages to becoming extremely woke and wokifying. The more you wokify, you'll find the better your life becomes along the way. It's just amazing, and it never stops. You know, it just takes forever to unpack all of this shit. And so, you know, fighting against oppression is actually a good thing, and more people should do it. It's really where this should all be going.
You guys always goes, should we be thinking this? Duh. You guys present stuff like that. You guys used to have balls. You need to get your balls back.
Okay. He's not into politics. He doesn't want to comment on news, in response to which I have this to say.
Dan.
Okay. Here's just one example on the...
Ouch. Oh man, that's so sad. And you got to laugh. That second laugh was a fake laugh. You can tell the difference. The first one, she was genuinely laughing because she thought that what Bill Burr had said
that was actually funny.
But in the second one,
she was like,
don't worry, we got this.
She also was like, oh, that's cringe.
Fancies himself to be a comedian. Wait till he sees the epic memes. Yeah, we got a little ponage going on right here. Sure, Jan. Yeah. He likes apples, does he? How's he like them apples? Right there. Yeah.
2 topics he was asked about that we found in about 10 seconds. Watch.
But CNN and Fox News are not going to bring up the insurance companies that are just going to keep everybody's premiums and still give themselves a bonus. Yeah. Yes. Free Luigi. I love how they acted surprised. Why did that happen? I have no idea. He wrote on the bullets why it happened.
Oh, we're back to Luigi. Okay, yeah.
I never left Luigi.
I never left Luigi.
Elon Musk dressed like he just got out of a hot topic. I am so...
Oh, my God.
I hate Jimmy Fallon. Oh, my God.
Jesus Christ, Jimmy. He's still doing it. He can't help himself. All right. Time to open the dialogue tree. 2 options. Laugh extremely hard at whatever he says next, or laugh extremely harder at whatever he says last. Whoa. What? Whoa.
Sick of that guy trying to rewrite his origin story like he was Matthew McConaughey pulling into the high school. It's like you were a nerd, nobody banged you, and now you have hair plugs in your laminated face.
Okay. I like Jimmy.
Oh, yeah, I bet. Of course you do, Megan. What a surprise. Megyn Kelly likes Jimmy Fallon. He seems like a good guy, you know? He just wants everyone to have a good time. That's the beauty about him.
Fallon, he's a sweet guy. I can speak to that personally, but the over laughter in response to things that aren't that funny is not a good way. That's a bad tick. Anyway, what do you make of Bill Burr suddenly, I guess, what? He doesn't want to talk politics anymore?
I found his jokes a little funny, but I'll say this: he saw the Mike flag. It was the Newsmax Mike flag, and he didn't want to give him anything. That's all that was. He just didn't want.
First off, like, I don't think you understand that Bill Burr being political for the first time ever. It's just not a thing. He's always been political.
Jimmy Fallon or Greg Gutfeld? Ooh, that's actually a rough one. Greg Gutfeld, he's worse.
It just so happened that
because he's never actually been fighting. Jimmy Fallon, at least, like before he took over the Tonight Show, when he did the thank you notes on the Late Show, I hate to say that was a good bit.
Some of his politics and some of the targets he was going after, you also happen to not like. So that's why there's this weird illusion where it's like Bill Burr used to not be woke, but now he's become woke. Clearly, he's been infected by the woke mind virus. Unusual how that happens to people. And it doesn't usually happen to the rich, but in this case, we have an exception to the rule. Not sure what's going on there, but something's up. In addition to the fact that, like, okay, well, you're a little bit upset. I don't genuinely think he knew that was Newsmax, and that's why he was saying that. I think he was getting pissed off with the fact that they were very clearly doing very front-loaded questions trying to get clips.
Yeah.
Right? And he has to deal with that all the time.
But Anna has to sit here and make it about, well, he saw the Newsmax.
Yeah,
I'm sure if it was CNN, he would have said the same shit.
You're holding a microphone in front of someone, then you're just basically like,
good night, sleepy.
So apparently think it's completely okay to shoot the CEO of a health insurance company in just cold blood in the middle of the street, and you think that is epic and based?
You're like one step short of an Irish goodbye.
I'm to coach your contemporaries.
Okay, good night, bye. Okay, I love you, bye-bye.
I'm not going to do this. I'm not here for this. I'm here to say congrats, Conan. That's it. You want to talk about that? I'll talk about that. And then when they're like, well, you also said another controversial quote. What about when you said Elon Musk isn't really cool? That wasn't nice of you to say that. Well, I mean, this is the road you want to go down. I'm going to be honest. I think all of you have lost your balls. I think you are the press. Used to be, I mean, like, the institution of the freedom of the press exists so that you can call out the rich and powerful, and you have that power to do so, and they can't pass laws that are going to infringe upon that. And you should be doing that. Instead, you're defending the rich and powerful. So how are you even journalists at this point?
To give them anything to broadcast. You know, maybe he doesn't trust them. Maybe he thinks they're going to take him out of context. Who knows? But to me, it was clear he didn't want to speak to conservative media.
We're back to the earlier point we were making. There are like, try living, life in my shoes, Elon's shoes, anybody named Trump's shoes. It's like,
wait, you don't know what an Irish goodbye is?
That's all you get, is it?
That's like if I were to just hit end stream right now, and like you guys would be like, wait, was that a connection issue? And it was just me deciding to end stream.
Adversarial.
That's an Irish goodbye.
With a mic in your face, right? It's like,
if you ever had a friend just disappear from a party, and that's like a consistent thing with them.
Why wouldn't you say isn't that
which I gotta say I respect it.
Who he needs to
Are you guys still playing the victim? You control everything.
As a Midwesterner who has like I say goodbye like 4 times before I actually say goodbye.
I'm not just talking about media power, which you have pretty decidedly effectively taken that over. Modern media, in terms of podcasts, overwhelmingly right-leaning. I mean, Joe Rogan is.
I can't believe you never heard of that.
No longer number one, but I mean, he's still got a listening audience of nearly 13 million.
Yeah, it's literally just piecing out without actually saying anything.
People in every other podcast, outside of a few exceptions that are liberal.
Yeah, you just yeah. Okay, so Talon, you Irish goodbye.
They're almost all right wing. Facebook, all right wing. This idea of like when it comes to there's a bias against us. You used to be able to point towards the fact that Hollywood specifically and like mainstream Hollywood film
was the end of The Godfather an Irish goodbye. A little bit.
Films usually were more liberal leaning.
A little bit.
I know, just pissed every single one of you off. It actually.
You never heard of it either, really?
Jeremy Boring to want to like bankrupt the Daily Wire, but like that was the thing. It was like, okay, well,
the end of The Sopranos was, yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, okay. These liberal Hollywood actors are all for some reason siding with the Democrats, and we hate that. And
I actually hate to say that was a really good ending.
It's not fair.
He totally got whacked.
And it's like, yeah, a lot of celebrities have chosen the easiest political.
I know, hot take all these years later, but yeah, Tony Soprano totally met his end at the end of that episode.
Lane possible.
He didn't ride off into the sunset.
Where it's like, I'm going to stand up for LGBTQ plus rights here, not internationally. And in fact, if there are countries that are bombing queer people to death, I will continue to support my government supporting them. But domestically, I'm going to say that I am A-OK and I am for issue X, and then that's where we go. But now, I mean, you control it all. The number one news network in America is Fox News. It's the number one network. It has the most amount of viewers. You control a lot of the online media and the online media spaces. You dominate most social media platforms that are involved in politics. The majority of like podcasts, YouTube channels that aren't even related directly to politics that talk about culture.
Sylvie, you kind of did.
Or video games or sports. They're also right-leaning. So there's an overwhelming amount of right-leaning media. This like, you can't keep playing the victim anymore. You became everything you ever hated. You know, Joe Rogan went from being like, I hate the deep state and the mainstream media to I am the mainstream media. Hello, Donald Trump. I will now talk to you for a while. I can't wait to bring on your brand new director of the FBI and all the other billionaires who made this possible.
Just left the voice server. I was in with a friend without saying a single thing.
So great to meet you. What do you have for the future of humanity?
Rude, but a baller move, I gotta say.
Confused or convinced, right? Of his points.
Fuck yourself.
Isn't that the group watching Newsmax that he wants to get his message in front of more than anyone about Luigi and what a sympathetic character he is?
Luigi.
I think there's this mistake made by a lot of folks on the left, and I want to be clear about how wrong they are. So I get that media representing the other side might be adversarial. They might ask you provocative questions. But I actually think there's a lot of value speaking to them, not because you're trying to win the host over or the reporter over, but because you are sharing your message and your beliefs with an entirely new audience that may not have heard the arguments that you are making.
This is going to be the battle cry of every right.
Well, I like that habit. I see. Here's the thing. Despite the fact that I may Irish goodbye occasionally, I prefer the Midwestern goodbye. If you have to say goodbye like 4 times, that's good by me.
Leaning centrist up until the moment where there's like complete fascistic takeover of the United States. It's going to be like you're going to get the Lex Friedmans of the world still saying like the most important thing that any of us can do.
You think Newsmax is bigger than Fox? I can tell you just no. They're like they have the Nielsen ratings that you can see like if you have cable. No, nowhere near the amount of viewership.
It's to have conversations. It's the most important aspect of all of our lives and society itself.
Oh no, they don't have a quarter of the viewership of Fox News.
Will crumble if we don't allow conversations. You want someone
not Kurt
who goes into the trenches? Sam Cedar. Sam Cedar will go on other people's podcasts, other people's shows. Anyone who's got a big ass platform and hosts them, he'll go there and he will spread the message. Does not give 2 fucks about that. This is not that. This is a comedian being hassled by Newsmax, far right reporters trying to farm for clips and calling them.
This is a very creepy face to pause on.
About being very, very quick and astute and realizing, oh yeah, that's what you're all about. Okay, you've lost your balls. That's all I'll say, and that's it. Bill Burr is not the left. Bill Burr is not an advocate or a politician or like a leader of the vanguard or someone who's frequently being like, this is how the left wins. He's just a fucking loudmouth asshole from Boston who complains on a podcast. And it just so happens that he's been realizing how a lot of the world works and is pissing off the right. And now they're like, why are you saying all this? Why are you saying Free Luigi? I don't understand. Why won't you go back to talking about how white women took over the Black Lives Matter movement? I think that was funny. I don't know.
So it looks like someone possessed by the demon into the Smile movie.
I fully understood it. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm sorry that you lost one. You still have every other single fucking comedian, like every single fucking, you know, fuckboy, you know, like, who's it? Kill Tony, Joe Rogan, Andrew Schultz, you name it. Every single person who's basically, oh yeah, I'm a comedian who cares about free speech. They're all podcasters who care about having the right and power and basically being cheerleaders for them. And they call themselves comedians to get away with criticism. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, you're trying to cancel me for a joke. You can't do that. I'm a comedian. Now I'm going to give a fucking speech to the Trump rally where I'm going to make fun of every fucking minority possible, and then it's going to be...
Oh, yeah, I've been working on a new song. I'm having trouble with my audio interface, but it's a banger. I'll drop it soon.
Hilarious.
Hell yeah.
Lol. But you can't criticize me. Oh, they call you so many names.
Looking forward to it, man.
They call you racist. They call you this. They call you that. You won't let me just tell my racist jokes.
It's not about the big public figures that you're talking to. You're not going to win them over. That's clear. But you are sharing a message with half the country that might not have otherwise heard that message. So look, do you want to persuade people or not? And if you're not interested in persuading people, that's fine. But I would venture to say that if you are...
Bill Burr is not a politician. He doesn't have a leftist project. What are you talking about? Look, Bill needs to realize that...
I mean, she's literally doing the thing where she thinks that she's criticizing like a leftist commentator. Like, what?
He is effectively going to be the vanguard and the biggest voice on the left. If he wants to become the next Bernie Sanders, he's going to have to learn how to deal with those Newsmax reporters when they start asking him all of those pressing little questions. He's got to work with them, okay? You got to be able to, like, what are you talking about? He's a fucking loudmouth comedian. You didn't want to be accosted by a shitty-ass wannabe journalist. That's all this is.
Are in the public
they're a
making
journalist. Shut up.
Political arguments. The reason why you're doing it is
it's a news org.
Persuade people. What's the point of just preaching to the choir and just talking to people in your echo chamber? It's more effective to talk to people you disagree with.
He didn't go to an echo chamber. He went to an event to celebrate Conan O'Brien and wanted to talk about Conan O'Brien. And then someone else who showed up there was like, hey, I want to leave this. He's like, no. I actually want to be in an echo chamber right now. An apolitical echo. I would desire a political echo chamber, please. Can we talk about Conan O'Brien?
This is one of the reasons why I just sat down with the New York Times. And this and the desire for votes is the reason Kamala Harris went on Fox News with Bret Baier, which was real. We watched it with our own eyes. It didn't go particularly well.
Directly correlated, 1-to-1. Bill Burr, you know, not wanting to, you know, really branch out and speak to right wingers as he is advancing his leftist political agenda, and the thing you said.
But I bring her up because I have to ask you about a report that just hit from courtesy of, was it? Let's see, it's Real Clear Investigations.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Lee Fang, and he revealed that all those brat videos, God, how many do we have? One, we'll just show one. Here's a remix, SOT 24.
My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live.
Bill, why did you do this, Bill? How could Bill Burr do this? Was Bill getting their perks and Xannies and having a couple Chardonnays in the afternoon? Was that Bill Burr?
And what came before you.
This is the thing, though. Like, look at Trump's speech just today. He was talking about something that happened 8 years ago with Hillary. Like, these people live so fucking deep in the past. And honestly, like, this is why I get so mad sometimes at the left, is because it's like, dude, we should be way better at beating these people, but for some reason, we get really bogged down in dumb shit.
Just videos of her hysterical laughing and now dancing. This is the rebranding of Kamala Harris.
I love Venn diagrams.
Oh, God.
I really do. I love Venn diagrams.
And what Lee Fang has found is that all of that was bought and paid for. Influencers who flooded the web with neon matcha green pro-Harris videos synced to beats from singer Charlie XCX's album Brat last year were quietly funded, quoting here, by an elusive group of Democrat billionaires and major donors in an...
Okay, Anna, now it's your time to point out the whole Charlie Kirk and the whole subsect of like influencers that are paid by billionaires, and you're going to be fair about this, right?
Arrangement designed to conceal the
Or
payment.
are you just going to sit there nodding like an idiot?
What? No. I heard other news. Apparently there was these things. They were like action committees. And then all this money went into them. And they were called PACs. And some of them were even super. And that money was then spent.
Some of them were
on a whole bunch of
Super
social
Saiyan
media
PACs.
promotions. How could
Super
they?
Saiyan 3-pack!
What?
Voters, according to Real Clear Investigations, obtained internal documents and WhatsApp messages from Democratic strategists behind.
We should do something about that. Yeah, I got a great strategy for the left. Don't support candidates who are taking corporate donations and money. It's very easy to have
Aiden Ross wasn't even paid by Trump or even Logan Paul. Yeah, they still lost a lot
on grassroots policies. And as someone who just effectively got a socialist elected into the city council in my city, it can be done. You don't need a lot of money. You just need a lot of people.
No way. All right, I like that one.
People to work together.
It's 1A in her, Anna, though. Come on, let's...
People power, it's completely effective, and it works. It's not something you need to... Like, if you have someone who's like, hey, by the way, that person, he's standing up for causes. What's the...
Do you think that when she was growing up, she used the, like, it's Anna, like, at the end of banana?
Cause. Well, he says that we should all support Israel. Turns out Israel's been giving him hundreds of thousands of dollars. Not him directly, a PAC.
I have to actually be honest. Aylin, that's a banger.
I want to support that person then, because it kind of
That's a good
seems like a foreign nation is basically paying his campaign a lot of money to influence how exactly our nation is going to be weapons manufacturing.
All right, that goes in with Chunk Yogurt is her new nickname.
Behind the influencer campaign, Way to Win, one of the major donor groups behind the effort, spent more than $9.1 million on social media influencers during the 24 presidential election. Payments revealed here for the first time. It's amazing. I mean, I'm not sure we thought it was organic, but what we're learning more and more is that any piece of praise she got was either purchased or given under duress by people like Barack Obama.
Well, you know, it's interesting because I do think both sides of the political aisle do this to some extent. You know, it's an effort to kind of...
This seems so boring. Hey, why don't you come on this right-wing show so I can talk shit? Okay, who are we talking shit about? First, Bill Burr, because he got triggered. Are you ready to talk about how triggered Bill Burr is? Yeah, sure. I'll probably try on both sides that one. I'm thinking I could probably do, he didn't want to speak to Newsmax, and even if you disagree with the things that Newsmax said, it really shows you that, like, people should be open to having conversations, especially if they want to advance the goals of the left. Sure, that sounds good enough. Yeah, we'll trigger him, and then afterwards we can talk about how there was money that went into politics because of the Democrats. Yeah, totally. I'll try in both sides this one as well. I'm thinking I'll probably try and explain how both political parties actually do this, and then you can put the whole but the Democrats do it worse at the end of it thing.
Make the candidate appear more popular than they really are, and it has a bandwagon effect, right? Where some voters who might not be as politically engaged will see this manufactured popularity, but they won't know it's manufactured, and they'll think, well, a lot of people like this guy or this gal, so I'm going to cast my ballot for that individual. But I think things have changed in our political environment where people are a lot more engaged because there's a lot on the line. You know, they have a stake in the game, whether it's the economy or something else. I just think that the Democrats being obsessed with that billionaire money is what has led to them being failures in the political system. They need to listen to the voters and ignore the billionaires. And that's how they actually bolster their popularity as opposed to doing whatever it was that Kamala was up to.
I mean, it's really unclear. It reminds me of when I was in high school. We had a high school sorority. And you had to wear this very silly outfit for the whole scrub week of like your pants rolled up above your knees and a white polo shirt just hanging and tube socks pulled up high. And by the end of that week, some gals like who were younger in high school who didn't know any better started wearing that outfit because they actually thought it had caught on because all
I'm sorry, what the what? There's just so much of it. Why is there a high school with sorority systems? What the fuck is going on there?
I don't know, but isn't Megyn Kelly like 10 years older than Anna Kasparian?
Or why do you have frats in high school? Did you go to some fucking like bougie private school? Is that even a thing? Like, that's not a thing in Canada. We don't have high schools with fraternity systems.
These girls growing up.
She's 54 years old. You were not. Listen, you LARPer. You're LARPing as a 30-something. You don't get to do that.
That's what people who spread the lie, Kamala, is brat. That's what happened to you. You bought the campaign.
You're just mad because you don't know what it means and you're edging 60. And honestly, the closer you get to that, you're starting to feel like, oh no, at what point am I going to be forgotten into a nursing home?
Campaign as real.
Sorry.
Hook, line, and sinker.
I'm trying to be mean to
and
her,
now
but
she feels somewhat
I do realize that I just kind of got mean to some other people.
embarrassed and go back to your normal tree-torn sneakers and Palmetto jeans with the stripes in the front.
Got him. Sorry, Bill Burr. You've been pwned. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
How do you like...
Okay, so when Anna was in high school, considering we were in high school at the same time because we're the same age, it was the belly button rings with the low-rise pants where, like, dude, seriously, I don't know, like, where were like, the actual top part of the pants, and then, like, they kind of flared out into bell bottoms.
That.
But they had to be, was it bejeweled or bedazzled? Bejeweled.
I'm not even, the king monkey.
Yeah.
Lying dog face
When
pony
it comes to
soldier.
the serious business of testosterone-laden man,
It's a trap. You are fake.
It's a trap.
Fake news.
Yeah.
Smoke weed.
Well, not that
Smoke weed every day.
one.
Pause it.
Yeah, well, not that one either. Yeah. Bodied, as they say, wrecked. He'll never recover from this. No one can, actually. That was too savage.
Don't let this happen to you.
You have to admit. Pretty funny. All right. Asparagus. Wait. She thought that was triggering because of her Aryan heritage? Really? I remember her getting mad about that with somebody, but... Sad news, the U.S. House passes H.R. 1526 redistricting district rogue court judges from issuing nationwide injunctions against presidential policies. So they're trying to remove... Wait. Hold on. I hate to say, this is one of those things where it's like, you know what? Dan's got to fucking play the game then. Like, what the fuck? Oh, well, they're going to abuse their power. They're going to take away the judiciary. Maybe you should hold up more fucking stuff. Maybe you should have, like, I don't know, fought harder. Like, god damn it. You know what? I hate to say this, but I'm not here to solve, like, right now, I'm here for 2026 and getting, like, more leftists and like, actual, like, progressives into the, into government. But this shit right here, you know what? This is the actual failure of the Democrats. Like, this is something that they will have to own. And honestly, if we're running against these dumb mother effers in the primaries, you use this. You go, look, they got bodied. Time for something else. Like, I'm sorry, man. Because this is going to pass the Senate. Like, no, it's no way it's not. Although, you know what? It might not. Because you got McConnell in there, you got Collins, and yeah, we'll see. But hey, if it happens, then we're fucked. Then we're fucked. Then you can't really issue any cases against the fucking executive branch. So, right? That's what that is, right? Yeah, it's against the executive branch, so cool. Fetterman is there? Good. If he votes for that, then good. We deserve what we're fucking getting. We need to, honest to God, dude, at what point do we stop bitching and just fucking take the reins? As I said earlier in the broadcast, we need to start fucking allowing some of the money to come our way instead of just playing these fucking moral politics all the fucking time. You know? Like, you can do this thing where you can fool people even and take their money, and then they can, like, play some games with you and just be like, yeah, I didn't think this is what I was paying for. It's like, haha, suck it, bitch. Like, honestly, at what point do you even try? Trump and these motherfuckers, they have no shame. None at all. And if we do not meet them at even like an inkling of this, then we're never going to move past it. Like, they threw away the rule book and we're sitting here just like, guys, you're still out of bounds. That was an out of bounds shot. The referee decided not to even go to the rule book. Oh, fuck. Wait, that was still out of bounds. That's legit how I feel. And then I feel like we're getting wiped off the floor like fucking, 120 something to fucking, 10. Did you just say apple bottom jeans? Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. The great millennial hit. LOL. Anna being triggered by that, but not being effing Armenian working for the Young Turks. Oh yeah. I am not even kidding. For a second there, I kind of forgot who committed that. Yeah, that's an interesting conflation. I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on this one? Am I being too harsh? Because honestly, like, guys, I know it's not a hot take. This isn't like the newest take. Plenty of people have literally had my exact frustration where it's just like, will you fucking do something? Just something. Anything. That feeling when France shows more testicular fortitude than America, then yeah, exactly. That's why I'm just like, I'm literally like, what are you doing? God damn. And then on top of it, this is why I was harping on the left for their bullshit. I was harping on the left for their, specifically for harping on Hassan for his house and doing this thing where they self-police with like, oh, you're not a true leftist, you're supporting capitalism, and then you want money and in leftist politics? That's not very leftist of you. Oh, no. God damn, dude. Because I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know what we're going to do. The Has House. Well, it's just like... I've been saying this for a while, man. Like, since I started the show. That if our policies alone were so popular, we would have won every election. Every single election. But that's not the case. And it's not just messaging. It's none of that. Like, I'm getting a little tired of hearing that. No, it legit is the fact that, like, you have, what, half the country that doesn't even... Like, dude, they think leftists... Or they think that, the Democrats are leftists. So, like, we really have to check ourselves, and we just have to, like, go, okay. Because, like... All I heard this last election cycle was how we couldn't pivot on the Gaza issue. We couldn't, like, there was just so much there. And then that was also something that I go back and I disagree with, that withholding the vote was, I personally still think that was a mistake. But you know what? Everybody can do whatever the fuck they want. I don't think that these are the things where it's like, fuck, like, how do we move forward? Because honestly, I'm still wrestling with this one. With Trump being in office and with him doing what he's doing, did what before when the stock market was taking, I was starting to think like, oh, is this kind of what we need? Like, did we just need a second Trump presidency to actually like get the leftist in office? And then he did what he did today, and it totally brought me right back down to earth, where I was just like, fuck. Although Trump briefly gave in, there has been a significant sell-off of U.S. Treasury bonds, and even if tariffs have little impact, the economic recession will be faster due to the influence of the U.S. Treasury bonds. I know, nobody's talking about it. They would rather focus on the green, the fact that green line go up. Yay! Rebound in World War II. Like, this is the biggest rebound since World War II, and blah, 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 blah. But let's just ignore what took us there. Let's ignore the fact that they're still under the numbers that they were when he came into office. Like, I am so sick of this shit. Like, I really am. This is the stuff that, like, I could sit here and bitch all day about the media not, the great amount of curve. Like, that's another thing I've been, like, sick of hearing over and over and over. Like, Midas touch. That's like one of their buzz lines is, we know that Donald Trump gets graded on a curve. Meanwhile, these guys can't even have talk about testicular fortitude. Listen, for every criticism about, like, oh, come on, the far left has to work with the center. No, the center has to work with the far left too, you fucking assholes. Like, seriously. Maybe pick and choose some of the things that you like, work with us there, and then we can maybe come together. But instead of that, no, they do the same thing where it's just like, well, they're insane. Yeah, I know. There's a clip of Trump being perplexed when told that the EU will impose tariffs on the U.S. Yeah, I know. No, for real. Yeah, I watched it where he was talking to the miners. This is just the weird, like, place to be in politically, where it's like, oh, wow. Like, Mitesh kind of brought up a really good point about how, here we are watching another TYT video. Therefore, the tariff war should be stopped as soon as possible so the Federal Reserve can have funds. Trump can negotiate with the Federal Reserve to control interest rates, and the U.S. Treasury bonds can be stabilized. Well, we'll see. Because if he does that, then honestly, at that point, then guys, he's won. At that point, he is actually going to get what he wanted. He's going to get the perception that the fucking, because the economy is going to do some fucking weird-ass rebounding where all of a sudden, things are going to get cheaper on a fucking very, very fast pace. Like, This is the stuff where I do not want to get caught in the alarmist bubble again, where it's just like, oh, yeah, you were just saying this. It's like, yeah, because the fucking stock market was taking dipshits. Like, but I don't want to be that guy where it's just like, oh, it's going to happen again. Like, ugh. Listen, I'm not trying to win any of these, like, right-wing assholes. I'm really not. What I'm trying to win are the center. Like, and I mean the dead center, apolitical, fucking, they barely vote. If they vote at all. Like, we got to get those people, guys. Those are the, like, that's the majority of the country. We do have to get those people. Just saying. I know, hot take, saying that we got to get some centrist support. Or some, not even centrist support, some middle American support. But, I don't know, man. Adam Schiff is going to start an investigation to see who was insider traded during the tariff stuff. Really? Now, there you go. Okay. Now, you know they had an internal meeting where it was a closed door, locked door meeting where they were like, all right, guys, you have to be fucking honest, and I mean it. This isn't the media. Who here did it? Who here, did any of you do the thing? And then they're all like, no. Okay. Then we can use this. That's what Trump did, bringing in RFK and Tulsi. That's why he won, in my opinion. Yeah. We do, but Dems in power make sure we can't get momentum. Stop. No. No, part of that is messaging, guys. Like, honestly, it really is. Like, my hottest take about the Bernie thing is if we really had the momentum, it wouldn't have been an issue. Like, the riots would have been a thing. Like, there was just, guys, we kind of just took it too. You know? Like, let's be real. Because Bernie just took it. Like, Bernie just kind of went, you know what? You're right. I'm going, like, I don't like this about the whole Bernie thing when they don't admit that he supported Biden and he just capitulated. Like, had he been a little more radical in his approach, maybe that would have actually, like, moved the needle. But I'm just telling you, that fucked a lot of stuff up. And that goes on his shoulders. Lord knows that he wears the suits for it. Appeal to their ego. What are you scared of? Healthy, happy change? Or healthy, happy people? Challenge centrists to be better people? Oh, absolutely. I like the Midas Touch guys. They have some interesting stuff. They're okay. I don't know. I play the YouTube game, and as somebody that's like, that has to do that, and that, you know, you gotta do the thumbnails, you gotta do all that bullshit. Their stuff, like, is super, 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 super clickbaity to the point where, like, if you're a regular viewer, you do start wondering, like, is this video actually what they're saying it is? Whereas Kyle Kulinski, I never have to play that game, so I go to Kyle Kulinski personally. Mostly the legal videos. Yes, no, their legal videos are really good. The legal breakdown videos are really good. I like all the Luigi content that they've been doing, to be completely honest. Even though they've noticed how they took those two people off and they just put Popak on that. I do... Hey. Ooh, I got dinner. Even though I'll probably be ending it. I'm going to take a piece of shrimp. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the stuff right there. Appeal to their ego. What are you scared of? Oh, wait. I didn't read that first part, TK. My bad. I think that a lot of centrists actually believe in, like, progressive policy, and it's packaging, man. And, like, the way that the right-wing narratives can spin things, like, immediately. They're very good at, like, doing the, like, oh, look at this radical leftist shit, putting together video packages. Like, you just have to be way, like, I hate to say you gotta meet, like, their stupidity, but you almost have to, like, do that. Aw. Thanks for the $5 donation. And that, he heard it. Hear the bubbles.
$5. Hungry, hungry hippos.
He was up before even before I even hit the bag. Dang, dude. Especially after watching a documentary about 1929. Yeah, 1920. I'm telling you, like the fact that Smoot-Hawley did reach the top of the Google results, and then Trump was also seeing a bunch of pushback. I'm starting to think that he was like, "Oh crap, damn it, Google! You did the thing. You made them more informed. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to keep them in their little place." I think I might head out so I can go listen to some music and from a band that Kirk likes. Nice, nice. No worries. I'm literally going to end stream at the 6-hour mark, and we're at 5:53. So, he really is your nephew. Stan is your nephew. Which, guys, just so you guys know, I started looking for possibly getting a new pup. So, Stan might have a little brother or sister coming up here. We don't know yet. I finally hit that point where I'm like, oh man, I really want another dog. Another resistor correct. You're actually like inside of it. It's soldering the electronics. Man, I burnt Sylvie, you'll appreciate this. I burnt my on this on my middle finger. I have half of a fingerprint because I burnt it off with a soldering iron. That was awesome. And it was in my basement, too. It wasn't even at, like, school or nothing like that. It was in my basement fucking soldering some shit, and I just grabbed it like an idiot. It's either rod resistor or one of the phantom diodes, but yeah. I'll solder another one in. That sucks. Oh, wait, Kirk, you sent me that thing in hobbies I never checked out. Here. Here we go. Well, that is further than I've ever gone with interfaces, so I couldn't tell you. I have a couple friends. Okay. Here. Why the hell did that pop up there? There we go.
What if I was gone, what would you do without me around? And when I'm alone, I never seem to figure out what's such a side of me, how could you even say you're proud? Why can't we be what we were before all this shit went? Never been a single day I live without a glass. The sacred path is where I live, it's my abyss. No way to
Your timing couldn't have been better with the music choice, like the actual genre choice, Kirk, because for real, like I've been getting hardcore back into a little bit of the screamo. I was just listening to I Prevail last night. I haven't listened to that band in years. No, Mitesh, it's for all types of stuff. Yeah, no, I like it. Sounds like Pierce the Veil a little bit. Not a bad thing at all. I gotta say, I've noticed. Noticed the edits on this one. You did a really good job. This is one of our viewers here. You can follow his YouTube over here. It's my boy Kirk. God, I'm gonna just open this. I think I'm gonna just open the show with this tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, this is opening the show tomorrow. Well, of course, with your kick-ass intro. God, pretty much half the music here is sponsored by, well, more than half. 90% of the music here is sponsored by Kirk. Man. Crush that shit, dude. And I can't wait to see what you do with Sylvie here, man. Like, this is the shit that I'm really excited for, so. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Having talented viewers and people just like collaborating and that's, you don't know how happy that makes me. You really do not. Like, hell yeah, guys. Hell yeah. I was about to say, make that sweet, sweet music, but platonically in a totally professional way where we get to enjoy some really, really good kick-ass tunes. So I like how that got somehow appropriated into that, where it's just like, oh, why did they gotta go and make it something like that, huh? I cheat and I ask which plants are black thumb friendly. You think you have a black thumb? Wait. Ooh. What are those called? Those aren't azaleas, right? Yeah, actually, my mom, she really loved those types of flowers. She had those all over. Actually, Mitesh, you'll like our little flower garden that pops up. We're still a few, like, I'd say we're about a month out, but well, at least it's creative in its approach of expressing angst. Nice. Hell yeah. No, it's really good. Also, he does like all different types of like genres of music. Like I know I was doing like a bunch of trap. Well, no, he was doing a bunch of trap rap. So old. But yeah, man. He's definitely one of the most talented dudes that I've seen on this platform, so. That's not cheating, by the way, man. Honestly. The fact that you can walk in somewhere and just be like, hey, I kill like everything that I plant. What's good for me? That's good. Also, I mean, let's also be real. You want something a little lower maintenance. Nothing is more of a pain in the ass, trust me, as a horticulture specialist. There is nothing worse than when you just miss a day of like watering or nutrients, and then your plant's just like, you neglected me. I gotta be honest, those are the moments that make you go, oh, you temperamental little asshole. I have an aloe plant that's like that, where if you don't tilt it towards the sun, it'll start wilting within like a day. It's fucking insane. I don't know. It's got its own special little attitude, but to be fair, I have kept that thing alive for the better part of 4 years now, so. Which I'm not sure if you guys have had the thing happen where like your aloe plant essentially like has babies. That's what happened to mine. So I've got a mama aloe plant and then 2 babies that, well, 3 actually. I forgot about the newest one. Then I have a cactus that I somehow killed. Yes, I don't know what the fuck happened. I somehow can do like my normal horticulture, but I killed a cactus. I killed a cactus. I don't know how it happened. Plants are very sassy. You know, that's a very good way of putting it. They're sassy. Yeah. Got little attitudes. Because goddamn, do they? When I say temperamental, I'm not even kidding, man. Like, God. That's its own little, like, I had to put it in an oversized pot, too. Like, God, now I'm thinking about it, my plant does have personality. Like, it's a sassy bitch. Because, yeah, if you don't, like, move her to the light, she will just wither and die. She's the worst. Well, I had soft shell tacos for dinner tonight. Can I still say I had Taco Tuesday, 1 day removed? I mean, how in the fuck can you kill a cacti? I know. I'm well aware. I was almost looking for that. I was like, trust me. I know. The thing, okay, so I killed the original cactus that was in there. Somehow it did produce an offspring, and that started popping up. So planting's not hard. It's not about the planting being hard. It's about the upkeep. It's all about, you know, not forgetting the watering, and that made my night. I mean, for real, dude. I wish I was kidding, but I totally fucking killed a cactus. So anytime you hear me go, how did Donald Trump bankrupt a casino? Just be like, you killed a cactus, and I'll just go, touche. I don't water my plants, all native. Oh. My bad. I didn't realize what you were talking about there. Okay, so you're outdoors. No, dude, I'm talking indoor. Dude, I'm from Chicago. Like, I couldn't have a cactus anywhere else. No, I, again. Fine, I'll just tell a story. I got a bathroom that has what I thought was the most amount of light in my house. So put that cactus in there thinking, yeah, you know what? That's perfect. That's exactly. I kind of forgot about it. I kind of forgot about the cactus, and about a year and a half of just like pure neglect. It looked really, really rough, but I noticed that there was like this little cactus baby. It was a little cactus baby popping up. I'm like, well, I guess, yeah, actually, you just said it. The cactus baby was like, seems like it would be smart to choose death and await my parents' fate. No, that's the thing. I think that the cactus baby cannibalized its parents and became the main cactus in the pot. Like, because now it's essentially the same cactus, not as prickly, but also a little bit thinner. So, I'm not kidding, Bloodstone. I think I accidentally offspringed it, and then the offspring ate its parents. Man, cactus are vicious. Have you watched the movie Tree Venture? It's about a killer Christmas trees liberating themselves. No, I have not, but I need to see this because I love bad movies. Have you seen Robo Geisha? If you have not seen Robo Geisha, Google that shit. Watch that movie if you like watching just complete nonsense. Oh my god, Robo Geisha. Here. I can at least show a picture of it. I know for a fact I can't show the trailer because I tried to do that before. And if you're an AEW fan, you will be happy to know that Karushida, one of the main women's wrestlers in AEW, was in this movie. Yeah, this movie's ridiculous. Yeah, this movie's ridiculous. That's Hikaru Shida right there. But yeah, this movie's absolutely ridiculous. Again, it's definitely for anybody that really likes just bad movies. Like if you're into Mystery Science Theater and like you like doing your own Mystery Science Theater nights, this is the movie for you. Look up Prickly Pear Native Range. I think that Prickly Pear, yeah, no, I've looked that up before. Yeah. See if it withstands the winter. Yes, Prickly Pear will actually withstand the winter. Interesting. Shark Avalanche was bad, but so bad it was good. Oh yeah, Shark Avalanche. I forgot about that. Wait. Unimoogle, what was that one that you watched? That was like borderline prawn. You know, adult entertainment. I remember I came home from work one day, and it's Unimoogle and two of our friends watching something like it was this really weird thing. I was like, "What are you guys watching?" Yeah, the girl getting... Yeah. Yeah, what was that? I like how you remember. That's funny. God, guys, I hope you know for context, this was over like 10 years ago. This had to be like, fuck, almost damn near 15 years ago. Wow. Plus everybody, shout out Unimoogle. That's Mrs. Pep. I have no idea what you're talking about. I think that was on the history of adult entertainment. Oh. Okay, so yeah, that's what it was. It was the history of adult entertainment. Yeah. The Hot Tub Girl with Shark Avalanche. Okay. Unimoogle, I totally read that totally differently than you intended, as far as like a shark eating somebody in a hot tub. Well, as everybody here starts blushing, just like, oh shit. Hey, Mystery Science Theater has a Twitch channel. They also have a YouTube channel. Oh, jeez. That's why I know you're from Chicago. You just said, oh, jeez. No, I actually, we watch the Mystery Science Theater channel quite regularly. That is, it's one of my favorites, man. Like, I'm not even kidding. Tom Servo, like, dude. I've got him as a background on one of my, my Facebook profiles. One of them. My main one. The bluebells are blooming. Wait, what the hell are those called? Wait, Unimoogle. You know. Here, what are the flowers that we've been growing the past few years? I keep forgetting the name of them. It's the ones that my mom really likes. Orchids. I think that actually might be it, Talon. You might have beaten her to it, but she really did like. She loved planting flowers. It's actually what I'm doing for part of her memorial. Why would I know that? I don't have, I don't do the growing. I have a black thumb. No, it's not orchids. Hold on. No, they will be hydrangeas. That's what they are. My mom loved hydrangeas and anemone. Anemone. You should look up Ratma. It's a monster from VHS 84. Very cool practical design. Oh, it's from VHS. Okay. Well, that's terrifying. Yeah, 94. Yeah. Cool effects. Guy had a week to make the mechanical jaw. I just watched a really interesting movie history thing about how the costume designer on the movie Batman, Batman '89, really hated how Jack Nicholson would just give away gloves to anybody who was visiting set. It could be a fan, it could be like family of a producer, didn't matter. He would sign any glove he was wearing as the Joker and just give them out. Apparently they went through like 150 gloves. Oh yeah, I still cleaning hydrangeas and oak leaf. Still have a non-native one. Nice. Yeah, right? And it was kind of funny, like, to hear how much the costume designer on Batman was just like, no, Jack, you can't just give away the fucking gloves. I had a long RS day, came back from Micro Center. Nice. Oh, no shit. You went to Micro Center? Yeah, okay. Computers, it. Today I got to... laser engraver, okay. And got my work fan sorted out, and now it's working. Nice. God, I like how Micro Center is essentially like its own little, like, computer theme park for everybody. We all know Micro Center. God, I remember the when ABT, they had closed over by us, and that was the only place that was carrying what I was looking for. I was just like, well, here we go. That's an accomplishment. I mean, going to Micro Center and dude, going to Micro Center in itself is an accomplishment. Fuck. You should have said, okay, the Joker won't wear gloves because Jack won't stop giving away the gloves. I don't know. I think it's almost cooler that Jack Nicholson just didn't give a shit, and on top of it, he was like, "No, I want you to have something like from this." Like, God, could you imagine having one of those? Like, dude, there's over 100 of them around, so you have to figure at least like maybe 20, like have made it where somebody actually has that, like a Joker glove signed by Jack Nicholson. You can get lost in there. It's a you really can. It's like the Buc-ee's for computer parts. It really is. You're just like, oh shit. You're telling me you got shit for like old ass Ryzen? Hell yeah. Yeah, it sounds awesome. Dude, I'm not even kidding. Micro Center, if you're into computers, you would lose your shit. Like, it's almost like something that you should just come to Chicago to go visit. It's like, it really is that. And it's big. It's fucking big. Like, you walk in there and you're like, you get intimidated. You're like, I don't know where to go. Especially for being called Micro Center, too. No, dude, I think you, wait, I thought everybody kind of had one of those. Wait a minute. For real? Like, is that really that special to us? I thought, like, everybody had one. For real. How many Micro Centers are there? One? Shut the hell up! Oh, wait. Okay, no. Sorry. We only have one in Chicago. Oh, no. Take that back. They opened one in Westmont. That's why there's only one in Chicago. And then there's 28 stores in 19 states. Let's see. Micro Center was founded in Columbus, Ohio by John Baker and Bill Bine, two former Radio Shack employees. with a $35,000 investment. Nice. It's fucking base as fuck. Micro Center is one of the few retail stores actually opening stores. Wow. Wow. Okay. That's fucking cool, man. All right. I kind of appreciate that because, yeah, I don't know. Going to Micro Center is also like, it does feel like it's its own little thing. Every time I do it, I'm like, oh, actually, could use a trip there soon to improve the streaming setup here. Guys, did you see Elon getting trolled hard here?
Yeah. Anyone spamming the chat when we get oh, lost connection. Connection lost.
For some reason, Elon Musk decided to stream himself playing Path of Exile 2 on his private jet to show off the capabilities of Starlink, which is a really interesting choice since the last time he streamed himself playing this game, it ended in total humiliation for him because it was obvious to actual PoE2 players that he had no idea what he was doing, which isn't controversial in and of itself because all players are noobs at times. But the reason why it was so embarrassing for him in particular was because he was ranked as one of the top players in the world, meaning he paid somebody to boost the character in a game that he wasn't really playing just so people would think that he's an elite gamer. This is loser shit to the highest level.
No, I mean, that really is the saddest shit.
Denying it at first, he finally admitted that he was indeed paying somebody to boost his accounts in both PoE2 and Diablo 4, as PC Gamer reports. So I don't know why he would stream PoE2 again, following that cringeworthy debacle that you would think he would want us to forget about, but he did, and it expectedly did not go too well once again. For starters, he died at the tutorial boss, apparently, and as you all saw at the start of this video, he was trolled mercilessly during the stream, and no matter how many times he blocked the troll, they kept coming back to spam mean comments to him, and I want to read some of these again. So they said, "You ruined the country just like you ruined all your marriages." Damn. Elon, how is it possible to look this dumb and ugly? Why is your Tesla company falling apart? Ha ha ha. What happened?
Really, why is this worthy of comment?
Buddy?
Oh, because it's funny.
Ruthless. It's me,
like, dude,
Ashley
he sucks
St.
at video
Clair.
games
I
so
have no
bad
other means
that
of
like
contact
like, come on.
So I bought PoE2 early access just for this. Please pay your child support. Thank you, Elon.
Plus, it is the fact that they're trolling him so hard that he had to be like, guys, my stream ended.
That one, I don't know. That one is probably my favorite. You have no real friends and will die alone. Now, user Elon Musk is a pedophile spammed die multiple times, and he did indeed die in the game multiple times. And there's another one that is not featured in that video that 404 Media shared, which reads, "You will always feel insecure. It will never go away. And still not over Grimes. She never loved you." And I feel like these people are preying on all of his insecurities, and it presumably got so bad that he quit, according to Newsweek. And this is just brutal. Absolutely brutal. And I would feel bad if this were anybody else, but since it's Elon Musk, I can't get enough. I could read these comments all day. Now, aside from the troll scamming him over and over and over again. One of the PoE2 players who figured out the last time that he was paying boosters tuned in to his latest live stream to point out how shitty Elon Musk was at the game, which is funny because I think that Elon Musk expected this to be a redemption stream of sorts after getting exposed as a fake gamer. So odds are he probably practiced a little bit and thought that maybe he could fool more players into thinking that, you know, he at least plays the game a little bit. But let's just say that he did not redeem himself. And worse, if this was supposed to show off the capabilities of Starlink, let's just say wasn't the best advertisement.
No, Elon, don't turn that on. No, did he think that's an upgrade? It's not an upgrade, Elon. The one that your fucking boost to set you up with was way better. What's funny is watching Elon play is more fun than playing myself. I'm not even kidding, dude. Watching Elon stream from a jet plane on.
Because yeah, he's just like it's so bad.
At 240p with like fucking music playing.
It's so
at his
funny.
goddamn boombox. Oh, he's lagging. Whenever someone says you've ruined the USA or you ruined America, he always smiles. That's what I'm noticing. He looks down at his chat and he instantly smiles every time. What is it? Why is he smiling at that? Is he smiling because he thinks, no, I fixed it? Or is he smiling because he's like, yeah, you goddamn right I did? What is he smiling about? I don't understand why he's smiling at that.
There's a lot of retards in the chat.
He said there's a lot of retards in chat. I am genuinely entertained. It's funny because it's like, the guy was claiming to be like the top gamer, but then to watch how heinous he is at the game is funny. Just seeing how slowly he does everything is insane.
Amazing. Now, to be clear, I don't think that anybody would care about how good he is or isn't at video games if he didn't hype himself up as one of the top players in the world.
Yeah, going back to your point, Deke, this is why it is funny.
World. That is what makes...
Like, he made himself to be, like, the fucking top gamer, like, in this game specifically. So it's so funny to watch him just, like, admit that he had... you know, somebody playing for him, and then just, he sucks.
And just listen to the way that he bragged about his gaming bona fides on a recent episode of Joe Rogan. I think this was from November of last year. And he talked about how playing games on the highest difficulty actually calms him down because he's just that good. And he said a bunch of other shit that makes you think that, you know, people who are good at gaming like him are super duper smart. Just watch this. This is so cringeworthy now, knowing what we know.
So are you in the top 20 in the world or top 20? Wow, in Diablo.
Yeah. If I play a video game on extreme difficulty, then I have to concentrate fully on the game, and it has a calming effect.
Yeah.
It sort of chills down. Anything that forces you to concentrate fully actually has a calming effect. I find it just sort of like. Kind of a restoring effect. Mentally.
Yeah,
it's like it's good. I mean, because you got to move both hands simultaneously.
Right.
You got to react to something very fast, then on the screen. So, and if your keystrokes or your mouse clicks or whatever are wrong, then you lose the game.
Right.
So, if somebody's has a good rank in video games, I would say that their manual dexterity must be extremely good.
Well, it's so
their fine
hard.
motor skills have to be excellent. In fact,
it's like he forgot that Joe actually played Quake.
I actually tell what my mental acuity is if I play a very hard video game. So if I'm trying to sort of get like an extremely good clear time in Diablo or something like that, or a first-person shooter, whatever the case may be, like if I can tell that I'm tired or my brain's not working as well as it should. It's like a mental calibration. You can tell immediately, like how good is your mental state?
Right.
So like people who have high ranks in video games, like me, have actually super high mental dexterity and high motor skills, bro. And if you play really well, that actually says something about your mental acuity, bro. And to a genius like me, hard video games actually have a calming effect because I'm just so good, bro. It's so goddamn cringeworthy. Meanwhile, as he says all of that, he's paying people to boost his accounts and bragging about how much of a fucking genius he is because of his elite gaming skills. It is so fucking cringe.
Oh my god, just admit that you're not good at it.
Worthy. If this were me, if I were caught lying about something like this dumb, which I never would, but if that were me, I would never show my face in public again. But here he is streaming PoE2.
Quake gamers are intensely insane. Don't think that you're going to top them. The game is almost 30 years old. Yep.
Again.
I mean, dude, I quit playing when Quake 3 came out. So, yeah.
For everybody to make fun of him. It's like
if they're still playing, I can only imagine.
A sucker for punishment. And again, there is nothing wrong with being bad at video games. So I just don't understand why he has to lie about it. You can enjoy games and be bad at them, but it's the unnecessary lying that just doesn't make any sense. It really makes him look that much more pathetic. And what's funny is that his daughter Vivian recently exposed just how bad he is on a recent Hassan stream.
Nice.
I can expose something that I think is really fucking funny, which is the fact that I suspect when I was like 12, he was bronze in Overwatch, and me and my twin weren't. And he would try to constantly get us to play ranked with him. And I'm like 90% sure it was just because we could carry him. And I was like a 12-year-old Hanzo main who was like barely in silver. He was a bronze Torbjorn main. He was fucking dog shit. Awful. Like god awful. So no, I don't believe the fucking... He's like, I am a pro Path of Exile, whatever the fuck. Like, no, the fuck you are not. This is so cringe.
So he's bad, but he feels the need to lie about it, which is weird, to put it mildly. I mean, imagine being so insecure that you can't even accept that you're bad at video games or just not good at every single video game ever. That's just so bizarre to me. As somebody who plays games, I don't care if people think that I'm good or bad. I'm okay. Right? I'm more of a fan of Soulsborne games, and I feel like I hold my own. I'd probably get my cheeks clapped like that in a PvP situation, but, you know, I take the time to learn the mechanics, and I get pretty good. In a game like Call of Duty, I would die immediately. Not good at that. It just depends on what you want to take the time to learn. Like, if you enjoy video games, why does it matter if people think you're good at them? Like, to me, the joy that I get from video games is accomplishing things, making my character stronger. To him, the joy that he gets from video games is getting other people to think that he's good at video games, which is just such loser shit. I can't
it really is. I mean, literally, dude, I think it's kind of funny that I suck at video games so much. That's why I think it's funny when I do play, except for Mario Kart. I am.
It's almost unbelievable. I mean,
I can hold my own.
The fact that he feels inclined to boast about being one of the top players in the world when he very clearly doesn't even play the fucking games he's talking about is so embarrassing. Now, after he attacked Hassan for playing a woke video game, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Hassan offered to challenge him in Elden Ring so he can put his elite gaming skills to the test. And that's another game that Elon Musk plays. And he never...
Oh, Master in Dark Souls 1? Damn.
Took Hassan up on that offer because, again, it might destroy the illusion that he's this master gamer, which is what he all wants us to believe, even though we now know the truth. It's going to make my head explode. It's so fucking weird. Now, what's funny is that I actually do play Elden Ring, and I know firsthand how bad Elon Musk is because he shared this tweet of his character build and the gear that he was using, saying equipped load will be lower if fast roll is needed. Now, as somebody who's probably put almost 200 hours into this particular game myself, I can tell you he does not know what the fuck he is doing. And I can spend an entire podcast episode critiquing.
Mario Kart is just training for the driving on the Dan Ryan Expressway. Some days it's wild.
That build. But let me just...
This is why I'm good at it.
Go over some basic...
Chi-Town, you can ask any of my friends. I may be the crazy friend that you drive with, but I'm the reliable one.
Basics, so that way the non-gamers can understand.
They all trust me, but I'm terrifying.
How stupid this man is. First of all, he has too much gear equipped, and if you're too heavy, you're going to be slower, and if you're going to be slower, then when you dodge roll to get out of the way of enemies that want to kill you, it's going to make playing the game more difficult. And basically anybody who plays the game will tell you that you have to be able to dodge roll fast. Otherwise, you're going to get killed. So the fact that he's going with this and is fine with it is stupid. Moreover, he has 2 shields equipped, and you don't have to be a gamer to know that you don't need 2 shields. But also, he's trying to play as a magic build, so he arguably doesn't even need 1 shield, let alone 2. And you can also summon characters in this game to help you with the game. He has 3 different summons equipped when...
God, he's not just bad at games. He has no idea what he's doing.
You can only use 1. Anyone playing the game for more than a couple of hours is going to know that. Also,
I don't even play Elden Ring. I've played it 1 time, and I know that, no.
Oh, he has a bow. Now, if you have a bow, of course, you're going to need arrows to shoot with, right?
I only played it 1 time because I'm not a masochist like some of you.
Well, he
outplays Zelda like a decent human being.
Has the bow equipped, but he doesn't have any arrows, making the bow that he has equipped useless. But it gets worse than that because he's playing as a magic build, supposedly. So he has a magic staff that he can use in lieu of a bow for ranged attacks. So if you can already pew-pew somebody from a distance with your magic, why would you also carry a bow? It makes no sense whatsoever, right? Why? Why would you make these decisions? And apparently he's put over 100 hours into this game, and he didn't take the time to just learn the basics. Like, there's no shame if you have to go to Extra Life and look up how to beat a boss, or what's the best build, or what weapons go with, you know, your character, what's a good...
No, we used to call those strategy guys.
Armor set to get. But he wants to think, he wants everybody to think that he's an expert when he very clearly doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And there's kind of a trend here, right? He says the same thing about government, speaks with confidence about how Doge found out that there are people on Social Security who are 200 years old. Come to find out, he's just misunderstanding the way that they're coded in the system. He's an idiot. And this whole debacle with video games, it just goes to show you that this is a trend for Elon Musk, where he wants people to think that he's smart and he's an expert on everything, when in actuality, he's the biggest fucking dumbass in the...
Dude, get this shit. I just got this update. The vice president of the chapter of Bikers Against Child Abuse has been accused of possessing and disseminating child pornography.
Country. But I mean, I guess that with regard to this Path of Exile 2 stream, he thought that he would be able to redeem himself. But as you all saw, it didn't quite work out that way. And it turned out to be the cherry on top of a shit Sunday of a week for him, because he also poured $20 million into a Wisconsin race and lost. Tesla continues to hemorrhage money, which is also affecting his personal net worth. And there are reports that Musk is going to be pushed out of the White House relatively soon because Republicans are souring on him. And as this CNN business headline put it, everything is blowing up in Elon Musk's face. And yeah, that's happening, and you kind of love to see it. But it's just interesting to me that he thought that he would be able to get back in the good graces of gamers after pissing everyone else off. Like, oh, you know, Republicans don't really like me anymore. Democrats certainly don't like me. Liberals don't like me, who bought my electric vehicles. So maybe I'll get back good in with the gamers who I just lied to about being an expert gamer. They're all shit and I'm the best, but maybe they're going to accept me back, even though I just showed them that I'm the biggest fucking loser on the planet. I mean, it's just, I don't know what goes on in this man's head. Probably nothing, right? But what's also extremely funny about this situation is that anyone associated with this administration should probably steer clear of gamers, especially at this time, given how Trump's tariffs royally fucked over people hoping to pre-order the Nintendo Switch 2, because Nintendo just announced recently that they were postponing pre-orders in the United States in order to assess the impact of Donald Trump's tariffs. And as the Latin Times reports, Nintendo fans are blaming Trump for this, as they should. And part of the controversy surrounding the Nintendo Switch 2 was the higher than expected cost of the console, as well as the games, which didn't apparently factor in Trump's tariffs when they made that price. And according to analysts quoted in Forbes, the cost of the base model could be $80 to $90 higher because of Trump's tariffs. And to make matters even worse, pre-orders were just paused in Canada too, because they don't know
if you're a Warhammer, things are going to get more expensive too.
If Americans trying to buy from Canada.
Thank God I don't buy all the new stuff. I'm actually one of those rare ones where like I got all the points I need. I have 2 armies and then 1 kill team. I'm trying to build all that, then I can move on.
You know, if there's problems here, it's going to fuck up the supply in Canada. So
Nintendo players are not really competitive game. Shut up. You know nothing of Smash.
Has to suffer because of the president that
get out of here.
Americans elected. So
no, Talon. That's one of the dumbest things that you've said in this chat.
And Canadians are both watching British people tweet about how excited they are that they just secured the Nintendo Switch 2.
No. Competitive Smash are what? No.
Pre-order, and we all have to wait and wonder if we're even going to be able to get this system, or if we're going to be able to afford it because of Donald Trump's tariffs. And if you look at the Nintendo Switch 2 subreddit, you'll see that gamers are not fucking happy with Donald Trump. So it is beyond hilarious to me that Elon Musk thought that of all times, now would be the best time for anybody associated with Trump to try to appeal to gamers. I mean, it's just, I don't know what is going through his fucking head, and I've said that multiple times. So I sound redundant, so forgive me for that.
Ketamine.
But the things that they do on a daily basis has all of us scratching our heads because it's just beyond comprehension.
Okay, well, that just proves you wrong, but also
These are supposed
don't shit on the two games that I really like.
to be the experts, right? They tell us that if you're
Good
rich,
at. Hey, wait a minute. I just realized that. These are the two games that I'm actually good at. Fuck you.
that automatically makes you intelligent. But Elon Musk is the biggest case study ever, proving that wrong, right? And the policies.
How dare you? Don't take that away from me.
Of this administration are making it harder for regular people to afford the hobby that they love so much that helps them forget about the hellscape that they created for us. But he thinks that now is the best time to prove actually he is an elite
Mario Kart has a competitive scene. Hell yeah, it does.
gamer.
Guys, like for real, somebody actually said when I was playing it, they're like, "Oh, you must be an elite player." I'm like, I'm the worst in my group of friends. That's really funny.
Even though he was paying people to boost his character in PoE2. It's amazing to me. I mean, it's not like video games weren't already expensive to begin with thanks to industry greed, but now it's going to get even worse because of Donald Trump's unnecessary tariffs, and Elon Musk thinks now is the time to get back in good with the gamers. Amazing. And listen, it may seem frivolous because video games aren't essential items, obviously, but video games provide a much-needed escape from the late-stage capitalist dystopia that we're all living in the same way that movies and TV shows help people escape. And what politicians and oligarchs don't realize is that if you take away the distractions that keep the peasants in line, you're making it that much more likely that the peasants will pick up pitchforks and want to revolt. There's a reason why bread and circus was essential to Rome in its dying days, because if the peasants were fed and entertained, they didn't dwell too much about the exploitative working conditions that they experienced, or the lack of economic opportunity, or the fact that the rich kept getting richer.
Yep, making sure that they had booze.
While things were getting worse for everybody else. So, I mean, without trivial distractions like video games, things will only...
Yeah, this also contributed to the Great Depression because we were... What did we have there? The whole banning of booze?
Continue
great idea.
To get worse.
Let's just make it so everybody can see exactly what's happening with the Smoot-Hawley Act. That's actually probably the craziest thing, is that forced America to be the soberest it's ever been.
For everyone, peasants and oligarchs and politicians alike. So, make of that what you will. But overall, this story was incredibly hilarious to me, and forgive me for my petty responses sometimes. I think it feels good to just be petty, especially when we're talking about shitty people who are hurting other people. Yeah. The fact that Elon Musk is so worried about the way that people perceive him, and the fact that everybody views him as the loser that he rightfully should be viewed as is great. So listen, Elon Musk, do some more Path of Exile 2 streams, stream some Elden Ring, stream some more games, because I definitely feel like it's going to get better if you do them more often. It's not going to humiliate you. Definitely do it more. Eventually, you'll get better. Just keep at it, and make sure you stream and have the comments turned on so we can watch.
Please do. Yeah, I hate to say I'm with him on that one. It is also funny because Elon having such a pathetic ego where he has to try to pretend to be good at video games as a 50-something-year-old dude that's just go run your fucking space company, you fucking loser. But he has to be cool to 20-somethings. There's nothing more pathetic. Yeah, but Pokemon is not really competitive in that way. Yes, it is. What are you talking about? Speaking of, I will prove a point to you by opening a pack of Pokemon. Pack of Pokemon. Pokemon scene is crazy. They have to spend 20 hours on just breeding. Oh yeah, the ones that are trying to get the perfect IVs, I've never been part of that. Really? Oh, poor Kash Patel. Director Kash Patel has been removed by the ATF director by Trump administration and replaced by Secretary of the Army Dan Driscoll. Are you telling me that the guy that wore his dad's suits to work, he didn't work out? Oh, so sad. I'm asking. So scared. Whismer. All right, this one's cool. Flamigo. Or This is like the last one I needed of that one, so that's fucking great. 7 of them. Durant. Onyx. Oh, hell yeah. I needed a Melodic. And that was exactly what I just got, so hell yeah. Alright. No EX, but still, good for me. Good for the deck builders. Yeah, that's not what people mean by competitive. Well, I mean... Oh, you were talking like the video game. I'm talking the, stock market in the morning is mixed. Is it? What's going on? What are the futures saying? A lot of green and red mixed with some dark. So... You're talking about a Pepper family Christmas. Cool. Good to know. Sorry, guys, I gotta eat. I've been trying to be better about that on stream, where like I don't eat my dinner on stream, but yeah, today was an impromptu. Speedrunning is competitive, though. Any game can be competitive if you haven't. Oh, that's true. Actually, Bloodstone. For real. One of my things that me and my best friend do is we play Tony Hawk. Tony Hawk 1 and 2. And we try to beat each other's scores. And, like, we've been doing this for the better part of 2 years now? Like, anytime that I beat his score, I text him and I'm just like, hey, I beat your score. And then it turns into a thing again where all of a sudden we're playing that game, like, religiously. And then they announced Tony Hawk 3 and 4 coming out this summer, so that turned into a a thing. Have I played 5? Unfortunately, yeah. Yes, I did. The janky one. That's being... Dude, you're being kind if you're calling it janky. That was a bad game. Let's just be real. That was a really bad game. God. No. Wait, was 5 Underground? Wait. Nope. No, Underground was its own thing. Yeah, Tony Hawk 5 sucked. They changed the entire mechanics of the game. How are you gonna do that? And it was all to be like Skate. You remember that? Skate started jumping on their sales, and all of a sudden they're just like, yeah, you know what we gotta do? We gotta add the trigger buttons to make sure that you have a balance. Yeah, I'm actually still mad about Guys, if you haven't figured it out, Tony Hawk Pro Skater is one of my favorite, literally one of my all-time favorite games. I love that fucking game. You know what? With the capture card, I might just play it on a stream here because I got it on PS5. I just don't feel like rebuying it. But they get so pissed at me not letting attacks off because I'm such a troll, Kirby. Let's see. Samus and Kirby are two of the better characters. I play with both of them. I also play with Link. Started playing with Cloud recently in the newest version because how can you not? Dude, that was so cool when they added Cloud. And freaking Solid Snake. That was really cool too. Where I was just like, dude, I don't know, Super Smash Brothers really is where it's at. I would just play the level where it would just break. I hate fighting Pikachus though. Yeah, Pikachu sucks. Yeah, Pika, especially in the newest game. Yeah, Pika's annoying. Jigglypuff, the fact that Jigglypuff's sleep spell has a way larger circle than it did in the original game. That's annoying. Kind of just giving up like what my friends like to play. I mean, realistically, like, the one thing that I can say is I'm glad that me and my friends, like, we all tend to play different characters, and I like that. There's nothing more annoying when all of your friends want to play the same fucking character. Meta Knight. That was Meta Knight. As I said, guys, I'm sorry. I need to eat. What time is it? Oh, here. You know what? I'll be right back. Ugh. Yoshi is a troll. What? Because you're trying to fucking push everybody into an or do the thing where you use the tongue and then you turn them into an egg and then you like poop them off the edge. Real original, but also effective. Trust me, the more competitive you get, the more you like forget the like stupid little tricks like that, and when somebody uses them, you're like, "You son of a bitch!" And then they just kind of look at you like, I'm guilty of that. All right, guys, I want to smoke with y'all, and then wrap up the stream here. We're on Twitch. I think I'm gonna raid Matt Binder tonight, so let's see what he's doing. All right. Smoke. The funniest part about like Matt Binder is just like how much he reminds me of every fucking punk scene kid that I hung out with. that were straight edges, like the whole X's on the fists. CM Punk like adopted that. And then here I am feeling like the idiot because CM Punk adopted that, and here, you got Matt Bender, the straight edge Punk, doing his leftist commentary. Don't angry, highly puff. It'll run your face. What? Oh, Jigglypuff. I was about to say, I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah. God, I can't believe they actually have a Pokemon that if you fall asleep, they'll draw dicks on your face. Kind of funny. That's like canon, by the way. Maybe not the dicks on the face, but still. The fact that Jigglypuff would put you to sleep and has a fucking pen that they use as a microphone. Yeah. Fucking Jigglypuff. I like how I'm a grown man that has a gripe with Jigglypuff in Super Smash Brothers. It's kind of funny. It's like, you know what? Now that you bring it up, you son of a bitch. It's so cheap. Just when I thought Kirby was a problem. No. Jigglypuff. Like, fuck you. Okay, there's nothing more annoying than getting put to sleep by Jigglypuff when you have over 100 worth of damage, but you're on a nice streak. You're kicking ass, and then they just one shot you. You're like, no. The problem is, I will just stand at the edge and once I have one more kill, because I know I have to win, have the win, and I can just get that. Talon, that is legit the same move that people have been using since Super Smash Bros. 1. Like, for real, man. Jigglypuff is being OP. As I said, Jigglypuff in original, Jigglypuff in Brawl, and then Jigglypuff in the newest one is... No. No. God. I miss when Brawl was, like, the game. Ugh. A true glass cannon? Yes. Yes, because Jigglypuff could essentially be yeeted off the screen very, very quickly. I'm talking like 3 or 4 like good hits. You could take Jigglypuff out. Unlike Fox. Ugh. Fox. Sorry, I actually Fox and Captain Falcon. I got 2 friends that are too damn good that play those characters to the point where it's like, nah. It's almost like giving me trauma. I'm just like, no. I don't care if you're like a totally different person. You're going to kick my ass. No. Like when I see somebody choose Toad in Mario Kart, where I'm just like, I thought we agreed no Toad. They're like, no, you and other people agreed no Toad. This is an open forum. It's like, shit. All right. Let's go. So cool how it changes color. I picked Bowser or Metal Mario. I like being second. That's a pretty good way to ensure that you're going to be second. Get your friend ahead of the pack. Yeah, I watched I think it was a TikTok about someone who they played Metal Mario and they like wouldn't beat their dead brother's their game. I can relate to that. Unfortunately, I don't have it anymore because it's not like the way that Mario Kart did it. But my older brother, before he passed, we used to play Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. So I don't know. Anytime I play that game now, I just kind of think back to when he would whoop my ass. Dude, I just saw this. You won't believe this. Trump during a press conference with claimed that Nazis treated. Yeah, no, I saw that. Man, you really think that I'm that jaded that was gonna do something? Or opposite, my bad. I am that jaded that wasn't gonna do anything. Man, that was a good hit. Guess Ginger's off. Oh, yeah. He just ended stream. Oh, yeah, that's right. He does 3 hours. Alright, guys. I should probably head on off. It has been a night. Tomorrow will be an interesting day because I think I'm going to be on late. We shall see. Played Need for Speed Underground 1. Remember all the songs? Dude, Need for Speed Underground 1 and Need for Speed Underground 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. Like, for real. Yeah, soundtrack, it's just, fuck. Like, yeah, the Need for Speed franchise and then Tony Hawk. Like, those are peak for me, and I play a lot of them to this day. Fuck. I think that a few of you guys have my PlayStation 5 name. Whenever you guys sign in, I'm sure that you're seeing it where, yeah, I'm playing one of those 2 games. Because, yeah, once Need for Speed came out with Hot Pursuit, the collection, it's so goddamn good. I still don't understand the upgrade system. I don't think you ever will. I don't think you ever will. I'm not kidding. That was one of the games that didn't make much sense with that shit. Yeah, Most Wanted. Yeah. Most Wanted is... Yeah. Whew. Yeah, cheers, man. That was a damn good hit. Alright, but as I said, man, been on for about 7 hours, so what I am going to do.
Over a period of time, they're here for temporary.
Nope, my bad. There we go. Two hours and 15 minutes? Really? Wow. Was that? Yeah, you were playing the open circuit then. Wow. That's actually pretty impressive. I got to give you that. How many times did you circle the island at that point? Because I think it only took about a fucking hour to get there, so. My cousin loved Most Wanted. He also called me Lunchbox. I called my roommate Lunchbox because we fancied ourselves to be like Jay and Silent Bob. And once somebody made that comparison, I'm like, hey, Lunchbox over here. And he's just like, don't call me that. And you know how it goes between bros. Once you say, don't call me that. I mean, guess which one I was. God, we still got to do that. I think that's going to be our... I can't say our Halloween because... Now he's a man in a couple, like now he's part of a couple, even though I'm part of a couple and we like doing our own thing. So, I don't know. Having a friend that also likes Silent Bob, you'd think. I don't know. That'd be a thing. Really? Fuck it. My cousin was a obnoxious, rude dude, but you had to love him. That was like my brother. My brother was a. If you've ever seen the show Cobra Kai or the new movie, it's based on. Oh my god, fuck! I forgot the name of it. It's based on the guy who he figured out the algorithm with the game show and he won all the money. That guy here. You know what? Fuck it. What's his name? Paul Walter Hauser. That's who he is. So, full disclosure, guys. This is exactly what my older brother used to look like. My older brother passed away a few years ago. But he looked, I mean, he was literally a dead ringer. And he was probably funnier if I had to be like real with you guys. Like he was hilarious, man. Like here is a little insight into my like the way that my brother functioned was the first time he met my wife. He unfortunately was already in his wheelchair. So he does this thing where he's like, hey, why don't you sit on my lap? I was just like, what the fuck? But he never lost it. My cousin looked like Brandon Lee. Oh shit. Yeah, it's weird when you see someone that looks just like somebody that you cared about that passed away. It is weird. Because like every time I watch Cobra Kai even, I'm like, oh. And the fact that he sounds like him too. Like he's got like the same damn voice, man. It's so weird. I I'll say it was probably about 3 months of doing a crash once a day. A chase once a day. My wife. Yeah. Trust me, I do the my wife. Oh, it was, you look tired, young lady. Have a seat. Yeah. It's even worse. It's even worse when you put it like that. Damn. Oh, hey, we got $2 more from Mitesh. Shit, I forgot about that. Okay, let me adjust this real quick. And then I will say goodbye to all y'all fine folks. Again, Borat 2 wasn't as good. No, it wasn't. Again, thank you, Mitesh, for the kind donations, and everybody that has donated to my my mom's memorial fund. Oh boy, 14 days. Oh man. Okay, yeah. So yeah, we're coming up to man, time flies. Especially when it's like, just don't even think about it, but, sorry guys. Not the same energy. No, it was not the same energy, and on top of it, it was, overdone. I think by that point it had been overdone. Bruno, however, like, I recently went back and watched Bruno. That movie made me, like, cackle laugh, but then again, I was very, very high. So that could have been why. But all right, guys, I do actually have to get going here, but I just dropped the link for my mom's memorial fund. If you guys can contribute to that in any way, I really appreciate it. Every day that she's gone, man. But as I said, I really appreciate all the support, and yeah, anybody that has contributed to her fund, I really appreciate it. And if you guys can support the channel, it's free for you, and you guys can follow, or you guys can subscribe over on YouTube. Help if I had this loaded up. There we go. Sorry, guys. Is it bad that, like, at some point when this is called something else, it'll be a little bit easier for me to put in the chat? So real. All right. But as I said, guys, I really do appreciate it. Let's see, what can I leave you with? Yeah, you know what? I'm missing her today, so I'm going to use this as my end screen, and then I will catch y'all tomorrow. Keep your notifications on. I will more than likely be on around 8 or 9. It depends. We're still trying to figure out the logistics of having the one car situation, so pending that whole thing, I we'll let you guys know. So keep on in the Discord, keep on in the on YouTube, and yeah, over on Twitch. All right, guys, I appreciate y'all. I will catch y'all later.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Like, who's like